I'm meteorologist Jay Prater here along with Hannah Dennis. So we're tracking a couple of watches. We've got a severe thunderstorm watch for Osborne over towards Salina and Ellsworth, and also Abilene, and then the tornado watch right along the Oklahoma line. Let's take you live over to KAKE's first alert Doppler. The thunderstorms in north central Kansas, they're getting stronger, so we're probably going to see warnings within 30 minutes to an hour across north central. The only warning that we have currently in KAKE land is this one as it moves out of Cowley County into Chautauqua County until 8:30. Other thunderstorms developing across south central Kansas. Some very heavy downpours, maybe a little small hail and some gusty winds, but well below severe limits at this time. The vast majority of KAKE land will not be seeing severe weather overnight tonight, but north central, this is what will be increasing in coverage, and so even a line rolling through Wichita well after midnight with some wind and some hail is a possibility. So keep it on KAKE. We'll keep you updated. Hi, Jay Prater along with Hannah Dennis. We're watching the weather for you. We got two different watches. You got a severe thunderstorm watch until 3 a.m. for north central northeast, and then the tornado watch right along the Oklahoma line. And notice north central, the storms are starting to blossom now. We knew this would be the later event. So we have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for parts of Ottawa County and Dickinson County until 9 o'clock, and then the severe thunderstorm warning for Saline County until 9 o'clock. Now, the largest hail threat is just north of I-70 from Culver over toward Shipton. So the biggest hail threat is probably going to miss the city of Salina proper, staying north of I-70 at this point, and then cross US 81 and K143 and head over towards Bennington. And some of that hail could easily exceed quarter size. Other thunderstorms are starting to increase in intensity now. Barton County moving out of Stafford. That's going to move into Rice, move back into Ellsworth County. So we anticipate more severe thunderstorm warnings coming out. Now, there's also a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for parts of Chautauqua and Elk. That is until 9:15. That storm is going to basically exit Elk County and get out of KAKE land pretty quickly. These other thunderstorms have some smaller hail. Had a little pea-sized hail here at the station. Remember, we're at West and 13th on the northwest side, but currently below severe limits. But later on tonight, we're still anticipating what's developing in north central Kansas now to form kind of a broken line, and so still well after midnight, we may get a thunderstorm rolling back through the city of Wichita. So keep it on KAKE, and we'll keep you updated all throughout the night. Good evening, meteorologist Jay Prater here. We're tracking tornado warnings now. Notice how they have expanded the severe thunderstorm watch to include Wichita, but we have two tornado warnings now within KAKE land. Let's get you into the northern one, and then we're going to go down to the southern one. Let's pan down to the south here, and as we continue to look at this giant hail core that's starting to pop up. Now, this is going to stay north of Salina. This tornado warning is for parts of Ottawa County. So here we go. This tornado warning for Ottawa County, this has been extended until 9:15. Now, it's radar indicated, but this is a heck of a hailstone and also rotation based on radar. So we're going to zoom in even tighter. So Bennington, you got the heavy rain and the hail starting to come in. That hail core is already past K143 at this point. So now we're going to go over and we're going to look at using the Topeka radar. Let's look at the base velocity here, what they're looking at from the National Weather Service. We're going to roll this in motion for you over the past 30 minutes. And right there's that area of circulation in the vicinity of Bennington. So this is radar indication, and the problem is you've got a wall of heavy rain and hail before you get to this area of circulation. So now is the time to go ahead and take those tornado precautions and get down to the shelter as this continues to head your way. We're going to watch it very closely. That circulation continues to tighten up. So that is tornado warning number 1. And now we're going to get back into tornado warning number 2. This line of thunderstorms is becoming very active across north central into northeast Kansas. So here's what's rolling out of Ellsworth County and rolling into Rice County. So let's switch over to the Doppler radar. This time over at Wichita, we're going over to the base velocity. We're going to put this in motion for you over the past half hour. Right there's the circulation. It's to the southeast of Ellenwood. Let's continue to zoom on in here. This is going to be crossing from Ellsworth County into Rice County, right along where US 56 crosses the county line and head over towards Silico. So there's the area of rotation there. You can see coming back towards the radar range. So there's your area of circulation as that tracks off towards the northeast. We're We're going to expand the view and show you how this continues to increase in coverage across north central Kansas. Let me go back over and switch over to the reflectivity mode of the radar. So here we are, Wichita. We go to the base reflectivity. We're going to kind of recenter this and roll it in motion for you over the past 30 minutes. So we have two separate thunderstorms currently under tornado warnings within KAKE land. This one for Ottawa County, and that's already to the north of Salina, even though it just could be some hail cores sitting there right around Salina there. And then we get over into Rice County and into Ellsworth County, and these two storms are both tracking towards the northeast. So as these storms continue to roll, and now you're joining us live on Fox Kansas for continuous coverage. We're going to provide for a little bit for these tornado warnings currently in progress across parts of Ottawa County and also rolling out of Barton County into Rice County as we continue to watch those two areas of circulation and even into southern Ellsworth County at this point. New severe thunderstorm warning has been issued out ahead of the tornado warning. So this is going to include parts of northern Dickinson County, Clay County, and also Ottawa County, and the potential for some wind gusts to 70 miles per hour with this storm also. Let's pan on down to the south. We'll get you into what's exiting Barton County and rolling into Rice. Again, that tornado warning was issued by the National Weather Service in Wichita. We're going to zoom in here, and this is based on a radar indication. Let's get back over to the velocity data. And as we do, we'll go over to Wichita. We'll go to the 0.5 degrees, and then we'll roll it in motion over the past 30 minutes. So there it is to the southeast of Ellenwood. We'll track that circulation as that gets, see it really kind of spiked up there. Let's go back over past few minutes. Right there it was more intense, and that continues to move out of Barton County and into Rice County at this point. Let's kind of reset the scene for you and show you the other thunderstorms developing across parts of south central Kansas. So let's go over to the reflectivity mode of the radar, 0.5 degrees. Here we go over the past 30 minutes, and these thunderstorms are continuing to develop. The atmosphere here, we were concerned about some areas of rotation. Now, this severe thunderstorm warning includes parts of Butler County and Greenwood County, and that is until 9:45. Now, on this southern storm, do we have meteorologist Cameron Venable? He's out and about and should be tracking this storm over here in Butler County. If so, if we can get Cameron with us. Cameron, where are you and what have you got right now? Cameron, can you hear us? Apparently not. Sure, let's get in touch with Cameron, let him know that we're live here. So let's get back over to KAKE's first alert Doppler. Got the severe thunderstorm warnings for these split cells here. So let's kind of back out the view and recenter up with the tornado warnings that are ongoing across parts of north central Kansas. This one is now crossing more into Rice County. You can see the hook on the back edge of this. This will be crossing 54. Now it's already to the east of Ellenwood. So if you're in Ellenwood, you don't have to worry about this particular tornado warning. That continues to cross 54. And as that continues to move on, right now it's been a radar indication because of the rotation with that. And that is, again, it's going to miss Ellenwood. This is going to stay well off towards the east of Great Bend as that continues to move on in and out ahead of it. A little bit of a hail core here. So let's go back over and look at some of the rotation in this from Wichita and go to the base velocity. Look at that. And when you get a chance, we got any updates from the Weather Service in Wichita? We got any kind of reports we can share here? What's going on? Any kind of reports coming out of that office?
There is not anything right now. Cameron said to try again. We might be able to get him on that storm that he's watching right now.
All right, so let's go back over to meteorologist Cameron Venable. Cameron, I know you're tracking that storm in Butler County.
Yeah, I'm in Butler County. I see the cold front is firing supercells and tornadoes up there. I'm pretty far away, but I'm going to try my best to at least get in better position with the cold front, because you and I both know the environment has been favorable for tornadoes. But the thing is, we've been missing something. Now that the cold front has this massive area of lift, it's the step you need to produce thunderstorms, severe weather. And in our case, I mean, we've already had a couple storms that are trying to produce tornadoes. So I don't think this threat's going away. So I'm going to do my best to try to get north to get in better position, because I have a feeling storms that initiate on the cold front are going to have that extra chance of spinning. So that's kind of what I'm doing right now, Jeff.
All right, thanks. And as Cameron's getting repositioned, we want to go ahead and emphasize the fact that, you know what, I know that this is a severe thunderstorm watch and it's not a tornado watch, but we knew that as we got into the evening hours that the atmosphere was going to, take any rotation and be able to develop that. The tornado watch is really only along the line here, but just because it's a severe thunderstorm watch does not mean that there's not the possibility for tornadoes. So we've got 2 tornado warnings currently impacting north central Kansas. You got the one for Ottawa County, and you got the one rolling out of Barton County into Rice, and they've got southern Ellsworth in there also. We're going to start with the northernmost storm and continue to kind of look at these in order at this point. So I'm going to go over and kind of pan the view back a little bit. There's the tornado warning. Now the tornado threat is now past Bennington. So if you're in Bennington, not really concerned about the tornado threat now. The rain's starting to let up. That bigger hail is right to the east now along K18 as this moves out of Ottawa County, and eventually it's going to clip northern parts of Dickinson. So Manchester, this is kind of your first alert of what's headed your way. In addition to the very large hail threat, let's go back in and look at the Topeka radar over in Wabaunsee County. We'll go over to the base velocity there and roll it for you over the past 30 minutes. And yep, you can see that very strong area of circulation. So we haven't been able to confirm a tornado at this point, but they issued it based on radar, and we continue to get that strong rotation. So we'll continue to check reports out of the Topeka office, because the Topeka covers parts of Dickinson County as that rolls in, and that tornado warning continues in effect. That's going to be in effect for a while. We're going to take that all the way at least until 9:15, and if this circulation holds true, they'll be extending that into parts of Dickinson County. So this is your heads up for Manchester and over towards Buckeye and Industry. Now it's far enough north where the city of Abilene and Chapman, this is probably not going to be impacting you. So let's slide back down to the other tornado warning. It's primarily for Rice County, because this has been moving out of Barton. I know it includes parts of southern Ellsworth here, but let's get you back over that area rotation and switch back to the radar out of Wichita, because that one's going to be closer. So let's go back over to Wichita now and go to the base velocity here and roll it forward over the past 30 minutes. This is the area of circulations near Silica. I want to kind of go back earlier in time here, roll the card over, and we're going to kind of scrub through some of this data here and show you what's going on in time. So let's kind of stop it. We're going to go back, and right there, that's when we had the strongest area of circulation. So this was at 8:50. There you see that little stinger. And that's why the National Weather Service went ahead and issued that severe thunderstorm warning and upgraded it to a tornado warning very quickly, just based on that indication. So we'll continue to track that for you. And now we're going to go over the past 30 minutes, zoom back into the tornado warning. That continues to move from east of Bennington. The other thunderstorm is starting to get another hook again. So I know that velocity data kind of weakened, but considering the atmosphere it's in, I would not let your guard down in Rice County. If you're anywhere near, especially right now, if you're anywhere near Lyons and all that, you're going to have to keep your eye off to the west on that storm. Now let's check out these other storms that are going on across parts. Moving out of KAKE land now, that warning is starting to, settle down for Fredonia. This is the storm that Cameron Venable was on earlier that's north of 54 and 400 near Rosalia. That continues to move off to the north. Earlier that had some area circulation, but Cameron's in the process of heading north. What's near Burns? Well below severe limits. Not concerned about that storm at all. So let's kind of back over here. We'll continue to pan into the 2 storms of the moment that we're tracking currently across KAKE land. We got the KAKE First Alert storm trackers out and about. Hannah, have you got any feedback from Bryce or Alicia with what their plans are?
No, I have not had any indication of what they are going to be doing. However, it does look like they are starting to track back towards getting more into Wichita, and they might be heading out towards that area. I know the National Weather Service is saying that the rotation has kind of strengthened a little bit with that tornado warning you have up currently. So they're kind of really concerned that a tornado might be imminent with that storm right now.
And again, this is starting to kind of tighten back up here. It's now out of Barton County. It's now completely into Rice County at this point. So we'll continue to zoom on in here, and there you go. There's that area of circulation right near Silica crossing US 56. So this is out of Barton County Wood now. If you're in Barton County, Ellenwood, it's well off to your east. It's not going to be of concern to you. And the way this thing is tracking towards the northeast, city of Lyons proper, this is going to track more north of Chase and then cross K14 well north of Lyons at this point. And if it continues with that same direction to the northeast, that'll be crossing K14 and eventually, near Frederick and Geneseo is where it'll be crossing K4 as it moves across northern parts of Rice County and then starts to get into southern Ellsworth. We'd had kind of a little bit of a stinger. That's why they initially issued the tornado warning. That area circulation settled down a little bit, but then it kind of tightened right back up. And as we go over to the reflectivity mode of the radar, you'll see where, you know what, the old classic hook echo has kind of reestablished itself. So let me go back over and we'll switch at the reflectivity at 0.5 degrees. This is what you're normally used to seeing here. We roll it forward, and there's more of your classic little hook. Now, this is now tracking north of US 56. So this will continue to move towards the northeast. Your hail is going to be out ahead of it. So, you know, if you're up here in Frederick, Pollard, Geneseo, you're looking back towards the southwest, you're going to have trouble seeing that part of the thunderstorm because you're going to have to be looking through the heavy rain. You're going to be looking through the hail core at that point as that continues to track. So right now, the conditions along US 56, we're improving. The tornado threat is diminishing, but it's still north of Chase, across northwestern parts of Rice County as that continues to track over towards Pollard. This tornado warning is in effect for Rice County now in southern Ellsworth until 10 o'clock for a radar indicated circulation at this point. So let's now track the other tornado warning. We're going to get up back to the north here. We're going to slide back into Ottawa County. Any updates out of the Topeka office on this tornado warning that's in effect? Looks like they just extended it over into parts of Dickinson County. We got anything new?
They just extended it. They are looking that it's going to potentially like reorganize, and that's why they extended it. But that's as much as they've said so far. So they haven't really confirmed if there was really any kind of lowering or something that was spotted just yet.
All right. So for Dickinson and for Ottawa County, what have you got?
I just spoke with the sheriff in Rice County.
Is your mic on?
Should be.
Okay.
There it is.
Go ahead and go over the
I
desk. We
just
can go back and forth
spoke
here.
with the sheriff in Rice County, and he says they've got sirens going off in Chase as well as in Geneseo. At this point, though, they have not seen any touchdowns, so the sirens are just a precaution right now.
Okay, excellent, Pilar. Thanks for giving us that update. Again, the tornado warning has now been extended until 9:30 Central Time for Dickinson and Ottawa County. And that does include Niles, it does include Buckeye, but it does not include Abilene. It does not include Enterprise. It does not include Chapman. You can see that hail core and that area circulation continues to move. So let's go back over and using the radar over near Topeka. We'll go to Wabaunsee County, look at that base velocity once again. And there's that area circulation. Again, this is very tight circulation. So as long as they continue to see that, they will continuing issuing tornado warnings. Yes, it's a radar indication at this point, but that is the strongest indication of rotation that we have had all night in KAKE land, moving out of Ottawa County now, moving into northern Dickinson County. Again, north of I-70 in the vicinity of K18, so right around K18, moving out of Ottawa, moving to Dickinson. So Manchester, you need to get down to your shelters, Buckeye, over towards Moonlight and Industry. Again, Abilene, Enterprise, this particular storm is not going to impact you. So let's go back over to the reflectivity mode, which is basically, you know, how hard it's raining. This is the one we're used to seeing. And let's get you back down into that tornado warning that's currently in effect for mostly Rice County now. It does include southern parts of Ellsworth, but it's going to take a little while before it gets there. There's your classic hook echo now. Again, already to the north of US 56. Here you go over the past 30 minutes. There's the hook echo, the area circulation sitting right in here. This will track towards Frederick, Geneseo, north of Pollard. So this will be crossing K14 in the vicinity of K4 as that continues to move on through. So this is part of the National Weather Service in Wichita, kind of their turf, if you will. They've issued this tornado warning until 10 o'clock for Ellsworth and Rice County. At this point, based on radar indications, let's get back to the velocity data, and we'll take a look at it using the Wichita radar. There's your base velocity, and let's roll it over the past half hour. There it is coming up near Silica, and that area circulation is now north of Chase. And as far as the intersection of, you know, where K14 and K4 cross, that potential area circulation will continue to move in that general direction. So this is where we'll continue to watch from, you know, that just you get north of Chase. This continues to track to the northeast. So it's, you know, good 13 miles away from the intersection at this point, but it will continue to move towards the northeast. So go ahead and take those tornado precautions here. Let's go back over. Hannah Dennis joining us now live. Hannah, have we got any updates from Topeka or from Wichita based on these thunderstorms?
There are a couple storm reports of 1-inch hail out of New Cambria. That's where they saw some hail out there. And there was also some reports of 1-inch hail out of the Topeka office as well. Let me pull that up. Let's see. just out of Bennington, and they also had a report coming out of Jamestown as well. So there's been some good size hail with some of these storms that have been coming through. Still no, an emergency manager north of Niles reported a funnel cloud that's coming out of the Topeka office. So that one tornado warning that is up near Ottawa County, I believe, that is where they are starting to see a funnel cloud come out of that tornado warning right now.
All right, thanks a lot. And remember, you can send us, you can text us your photographs, you can text us those storm reports, and we'll get those on air for you. And we'll go back to Hannah in a minute, and she can remind you of the phone number that we need in order to get those text reports coming in, and also take a look at that. And we still got the 2 tornado warnings in effect. And as Hannah was just talking about, this is where emergency management near Niles was reported a funnel cloud. There's Niles right there. So this is where, if the tornado is in progress, that is the hook for it. So let's go back over to the reflectivity mode of the radar. And so we'll go over to the Topeka radar. We'll look at the base velocity. And here we're going. We're going to roll it over the past 30 minutes. See, when it moved near Niles, that's when we have the report from emergency management. And then that's tracking to the northeast. So that area of circulation is now moving into Dickinson County and is very close to Manchester. So if you're in Manchester, the potential for the tornado is only 3 miles off to your southwest at this point. So it's now time to take those tornado precautions. Again, emergency management reporting the lowering, the funnel here in the vicinity of Niles. That circulation is now just to the south of Manchester as that's tracking across northern Dickinson County. So again, this is already well north of I-70, so it's not going to impact Solomon. It's not going to impact Abilene or Chapman with this particular thunderstorm. Let's go back over to the reflectivity mode of the radar. We're going to take you back down into Rice County and give you an update on that storm, kind of back the view out for a little bit, and then we'll slide on down towards the south and zoom in. Again, this thing has been teasing us the redevelopment of the hook. See, that hook is kind of it's reasserting itself. It's redeveloping itself. Here we go over the past 30 minutes, and there's that hook right there. And this is going to track over towards Frederick. Again, well north of 56 at this point, but it's going to be crossing K4, looks like in the vicinity of Frederick now, to the east of Bushton. Bushton's going to be kind of a close call, but now it looks like the way it's moving more towards Frederick, probably going to stay close to Geneseo, maybe just a little west of Geneseo, and then from there it's going to cross into southern parts of Ellsworth County. And hail definitely, and remember, you're not going to see the tornado as you're looking at it from the north because you know what? You've already got that rain and hail in the way. Okay, there you go. The velocity has tightened up once again with that. So let's go ahead and roll it forward over the past 30 minutes. Again, circulation increasing once again. So if you're in northwestern Rice County, if you're northwest of Lyons, you're north of Lyons along K14, and also south of Ellsworth on K14 in Ellsworth County, the time to exercise those tornado precautions as that storm continues to track towards you. And again, if you get any pictures, you get any reports, we would love if you could share those with us. You got an update for us?
Yes, they are reporting 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts out of Niles as well with that funnel cloud. So they are starting to get quite a storm up there, with all of the things that are happening with those warnings. And if you do have any pictures or storm reports that you do want to share with us, that number I can throw up on the screen right behind me. It's going to be 757-525-3697, and you'll want to include your name, the time that photo was taken, and your exact location so we know exactly where this storm report came from and when it was taken. So if you have any of those storm reports, text us to that number and we'll be able to get those in.
All right, thanks a lot. Let's get back you live over to KAKE's First Alert Doppler. Again, the 2 storms ongoing with tornado warnings. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Butler County and northern parts of Greenwood. Obviously with the tornado warnings in progress, not going to spend a lot of time with the severe thunderstorm warnings because these are in the environment that we're concerned about to continue to produce tornadoes. And quite frankly, for the next couple of hours, any individual storms have the potential to produce tornadoes. As we get deeper into the night, we think we're going to develop more lines of storms, and at that point, the tornado threat is going to go down. So we're going to start in Rice County and southern Ellsworth, and then we're going to head right back over into northern Dickinson County. So our first stop an update on the tornado warning. Now, this is for northern Rice County. I know the polygon includes Chase and includes Lyons, but the threat clearly you can see is already to the north of that. It's very well defined south of Bushton, and that's going to be tracking from the east of Bushton over toward Frederick and then crossing K4 and into southern parts of Ellsworth County. Let's look at the velocity data off the Wichita radar because that's going to be the closest one to the storm. The reason we have the multiple radars, we can take multiple looks, and there's that area of circulation. Let's go back over to Pilar Pedraza. Pilar?
Yes, I've been speaking with the sheriff in Rice County, and he just told us that they're having reports of wall clouds, but no lowering or rotation at this point from that storm. They have about half a dozen first responders who are out in the field right now checking to see what's going on and keeping an eye on that storm. They do have sirens going off in a couple of towns, but at this point, they are still considering it precautionary. They have not actually seen any rotation or lowering at this point.
So that, Pilar, that's exactly the kind of stuff we're looking for here. And there's that area rotation. Again, that's tightened up. The fact that you've got that, what we call, see that hot outbound versus the hot inbound right there, this is indicative of rotation that is tightening up. So again, it did weaken when it was over, you know, in Barton County, south of Ellenwood. We had a brief little stinger, what we call a little hot return, and then it weakened, but now it's ramping back up again. So I can't emphasize enough. If you're anywhere along K4, east of Bushton, Frederick, over towards Geneseo, now's the time to take those tornado precautions because that's a pretty impressive looking area of rotation at this point. Now keep in mind, it's far enough away from the radar over at Wichita, so we continue to, tell you what, let's go over row HV. This is the debris detection. It's really far away from the radar to necessarily use this, but we're going to be watching this product. It helps us determine if debris gets kicked up into the radar beam, but this is far enough from Wichita. We may not get that signature even if we get a touchdown at that point. So this is, I know it's kind of a really junky looking thing on radar, but it's really great because we'll get this like dark blue if we can get a debris ball lofted up into the radar beam. But again, as you get farther and farther away, that radar beam is higher above the ground. It's a little more difficult to do so. Let's get you back over to the classic reflectivity mode of the radar, basically the how hard it's raining mode. We'll throw it in motion over the past 30 minutes. And there's your developed hook echo right in the vicinity of Frederick. So in terms of its motion from Frederick, we're talking it's only about 4 miles away, so you should already have taken those tornado precautions at this point with this storm. The all clear for Lyons, the all clear for Chase from this particular thunderstorm. Now keep in mind, we could see other thunderstorms develop later tonight before this whole system continues to move out. Also got some large hail in Frederick. So let's kind of expand the view and then we'll take you back up into Dickinson County. Remember the Dickinson County storm near Niles, we did get emergency management reporting a funnel cloud with this storm. So we're going to get you back into, this is moving again, well north of I-70. There's no threat for Abilene here, but right around Manchester, you should already be down in your shelter at this point. This tornado warning that includes mostly Dickinson County now. It's exiting out of Ottawa. Really, the rotational threat's pretty much out of Ottawa at this point is until 9:30. And in addition to the potential for the tornado, there's also could be some tennis ball or larger than tennis ball size hail. So let's switch over to, let's use the Topeka radar because it is closer. Go back over to the base velocity. And yes, still indicating very strong rotation with this storm. Here we go, 30 minutes. This was near Niles, which is back here. Watch that circulation track south of Manchester. And then there it is between Manchester and Buckeye. This is north of K18 at this point, but it's going to cross and stay north of K18 between Manchester and Buckeye and eventually track more over towards Upland. I-70, south of I-70, this storm is not going to have any impact for you. Let's go back over to Hannah.
Yeah, just like you were saying, they're reporting seeing a funnel on K18 going north on Solomon Road. That's what the emergency managers are saying with that tornado warning. So it's lining up with that tight rotation. There is still a funnel going on right there. It's just not reaching the ground as of right now from all these reports, but looks like it's getting close to.
All right, so let's kind of reset the scene here for you, kind of readjusting the radar so we can kind of get reset. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings in yellow. You got tornado warnings in red. And yeah, we do have that severe thunderstorm warning in Greenwood County, but right now we're going to just kind of ignore that one and concentrate on these two storms. So let's get you back into northern Rice County and southern Ellsworth County. There's your hook just to the south of Frederick now, over the past 30 minutes. That is tracking right in the vicinity of Frederick. So Bushton, you're in the all clear too as far as this storm goes. So from Frederick over to Geneseo and north of Pollard, that's where we have the rotation that continues to tighten up. Let's go back over to the velocity data and we'll get you updated here with the base velocity over the past 30 minutes and we're going to roll it forward. There's that area circulation. As far as in terms of where is it from the intersection of where K14 and K4 cross, it's about 5 miles to the southwest. And that's going to be crossing pretty close to the intersection. So between Frederick and Geneseo, that's where that area circulation is going to be moving across the intersection and then getting into southern parts of Ellsworth County. So if you're anywhere here, you're north of Lyons, you're Pollard to the north here, you got to take those tornado precautions as that continues to run. Let's go back over to the reflectivity mode of the radar. And once we do, we'll put it in motion for you over the past 30 minutes with that large hail core. Now let's expand the view across the rest of, not only north central, but also look at south central Kansas. The thunderstorms earlier, we were looking at, those were pretty much right along the Oklahoma line, parts of Cowley County. And then in Butler County, we started to see thunderstorms get a little better organized. And that is what's in northern Greenwood County now. So Greenwood County, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning until 9:45. But honestly, this is just going to be more of a hail threat, maybe some wind gusts to about 60 miles per hour in a hail core. I will monitor this near Lapland. You see that little, a little bit of a hook, not a lot of a hook here, but let's roll it. Here we go, 30 minutes. And this atmosphere, we were concerned over south central Kansas of the potential for producing some tornadoes. Thunderstorms never really got robust enough to take advantage of that atmosphere, which is improving. The storms that are across north central and northeast Kansas are much better organized, and as long as they stay as independent cells, can take advantage of the atmosphere and have that potential for the tornado to be produced as that continues to track on off towards the northeast. We're watching that. And any update from the Weather Service office in Wichita or Topeka?
There has not been any updates of any kind right now so far. Still looks like they are going to be tracking that tornado warning, and they are going to activate it downstream just because it still has enough of that energy to continue to make those funnels. So it is still something they are watching while it is going downstream. But for right now, there is no other storm reports or anything of that kind as of right now.
All right, let's go back over and just remind you, I know it's a severe thunderstorm watch until 3 a.m. that they've extended south to include the city of Wichita, but just because it is a severe thunderstorm watch, obviously we already have tornado warnings. And then right along the Oklahoma line, that's where we have the tornado watch until midnight tonight. A couple of different rounds of weather. The first round is what's kind of on the edge of Cakeland and Greenwood County now. That developed down into parts of Oklahoma, clipped Cowley County, parts of Sumner County, and then the smaller thunderstorms, even Central County. We had a pea-sized hail here in Wichita. That is round number one. And now it's this second round that's getting activated by the cold front itself that we're looking at. I tell you what, let's go back over to meteorologist Cameron Venable. I know Cameron was in the process of trying to get up 135 and kind of intercepting this. So can we get an update from Cameron? Cameron, what's going on where you are?
Yeah, Jay, I'm about 15 miles away to turn on to I-135, which means I am about 15 miles away to start turning north. But right now I'm facing due west. Can't really see anything. Jay, new tornado warning it looks like. But I can't really see anything at the moment, but I should be around Lindsborg, which is more or less close to that storm, by about 10:25. So as long as that thing keeps on going, I should eventually get in position. Check.
All right, thanks a lot, Cameron. So we'll keep updated with meteorologist Cameron Venable. And they did extend the tornado warning. And this is what we were talking about. As it rolls through northern Dickinson County, you'll see the new polygon. Let me switch over to the radar in Topeka. That way we can get a little cleaner look at it here. There we go. And we'll go in motion over the past 30 minutes. And we'll update that new tornado warning. That's that tornado warning in red. And this includes northern Dickinson County until 10 o'clock. This, again, north of Abilene, north of Chapman, north of Enterprise. This is all pretty much north of K18 at this point. This is the storm. We're near Niles. We have other reports around K18 of numerous funnels with this. Still the potential for some smaller hail around Industry at this point. So let's switch back over to the velocity mode of the radar. We're going to go back over to Topeka. We're going to look at 0.5 degrees. We're going to roll it over the past half hour. And there's that area of circulation. So now it is to the southeast of Industry. This will be tracking not due east, but due northeast. So this is going to be already kind of the process. It's almost to K15, and this will be crossing K15. And then once it gets out of Dickinson County, that pretty much gets it out of our area of concern. And then that's kind of moves more into the Topeka television market at that point. So let's get you back over to the reflectivity out of Wichita. We're going to back the view out, and then we'll get you back down into Rice County and updated with this tornado warning. So let's get you down into, it's moving out of northern Rice and starting to move into southern Ellsworth County. So at some point, if we can get any kind of update from the Weather Service in Wichita, whether or not they're planning on extending that warning, because it's kind of starting to get to the edge of this polygon. So hopefully we'll get some thoughts on that pretty soon. So the current tornado warning, which is for northern parts of Rice and southern Ellsworth, that is set to expire at 10 o'clock. But you can see that area of circulation is right on the county line at this point. And we'll put it in motion over the past 30 minutes for you. And that is tracking right over the intersection of basically K14 and K4. So it's going to be moving pretty quickly out of Rice County at this point. So hopefully you're already down in your shelters and Frederick and over towards Geneseo. Again, Lyon, you're in the clear from this storm as that continues to track towards north. Again, got that little classic hook that we continue to watch. Hannah, you got any update for us?
No, not right now. There's no updates, but there is some typing happening in the chat, so there may be an update within the next minute or two on that tornado warning right now to see if they're going to be extending it or not. But there is not any other updates for either tornado warnings as of right now.
All right, thanks a lot. Let's go back over to KAKE's first alert Doppler. I'm going to switch over to the velocity mode of the radar at this point. So let's go to Wichita. We're going to go to velocity of 0.5. And okay, this is still a very strong area of rotation. So trust me, as long as this keeps up, the Weather Service will be extending this tornado warning. So I know right now it is over Geneseo. Hopefully you're already down in your shelters at this point. So let's go back over to Hannah. Hannah, what have you got?
Yes, they are going to be extending that tornado warning. They just sent in the chat that the rotation is intensifying on the radar. A new tornado warning is coming very shortly for eastern Ellsworth and far northwest McPherson County and Saline County. So that tornado warning is going to be issued fairly soon. They're going to be keeping an eye on this storm because that rotation is still strong enough to be producing a tornado right now.
All right, thanks a lot, Hannah. So here it is. You're looking at the velocity mode. Remember, the hot colors, the red, the yellow, that's outbound. And there you go. There's the new warning that she was telling us about. It's now been issued, and it does include the city of Marquette. It includes along K141. This includes the Canopolis Reservoir. This is until 10:30 for this circulation that is basically almost right on top of Geneseo at this point. Let me kind of reorient the picture for you. We're going to slide it over, and we're going to let it roll. It is tracking to the northeast, so over Geneseo now. That gets into Ellsworth County. That's going to track very close to the Canopolis Reservoir, crossing K141, and then getting into southwestern parts of Saline County. So let's go back over to Pilar Pedraza. Pilar?
Yeah, I just got an update from the sheriff in Rice County. He says that they are now seeing lowering and rotation over Frederick, Kansas. Again, the sheriff in Rice County is now seeing lowering and rotation over Frederick, Kansas out there right now. Again, we have been talking with him all evening, and he has been providing us with updates. They've got several folks around the area watching what's going on and bringing us updates as soon as they see them. This is the first time they have reported lowering or rotation. They're seeing both of them right now over Frederick.
Okay, I really appreciate that. Thank you, Pilar, for sharing that. And again, this circulation has actually intensified over the past few sweeps of the radar. So we're not done with this. That's why the Weather Service has extended that tornado warning off to the northwest. And I do want to back the view out. And I tell you what, when you get a chance, and if you don't mind, let's get our Earth Networks, our Weather Now Network camera in Salina. Let's make sure it's oriented to the southwest so we can look back into that storm as it's over Geneseo and continues tracking our way. So we're going to see if we can get eyes on this as it moves from Ellsworth County, eventually into Saline County. Now, Salina, you are not under a tornado warning as we speak, but this thunderstorm is an environment where it can continue to chug along. So consider this kind of an early heads up, Salina, that if this thunderstorm maintains its track, that this could potentially get into Salina proper. So now's the time to go ahead and take those storm precautions and get ready should this stay. And I got to admit, that circulation is getting stronger now. It's moving away from Geneseo, but the rotational velocity is getting even higher. So I can't stress enough, if you live anywhere near Geneseo, the Canopolis Reservoir, Venango, Langley, you need to get down to your shelters. This is a strengthening storm. It's not getting weaker. We're seeing tighter rotational velocity, and that continues to track towards the northwest. I'm giving you a long heads up. I know you're not in a warning polygon. I know that your app hasn't gone off. It's 33 miles back to your southwest right now. But if it continues its current track to the northeast and still holds together, there is a possibility that it could still be producing a tornado by the time it gets to Salina. Not a guarantee, but even though you're not in the warning, I would go ahead and take the precautions at this time to be prepared if the storm holds together. Let's look at it using the reflectivity data here. Let's go back over to Wichita. There's your base reflectivity at 0.5 degrees. We're going to roll it forward. Notice how that hook is very well defined. That's quite a notch that we have on the southern end of that. So we're going to zoom in right around Geneseo. Again, this has already kind of crossed K4 at this point, but there is what we're talking about, that notch. And as that continues to track through, if there's a tornado ongoing, it's going to be sitting right there. And I would take this storm very seriously at this point. You know, it was kind of teasing us with the circulations earlier, but this is a very strong circulation that we currently have. And this is going to be heading right over the reservoir here. So I can't stress enough that this one does mean business. We're keeping an eye with the National Weather Service. We're talking to emergency managers. And we've even got meteorologist Cameron Venable, who's on his way to intercept this storm. So he's in progress right now heading out towards it. Let's get back over to the base velocity here. And unfortunately, this is not a good sign. And let me explain why. Everything the red, the orange, that is wind going away from the radar, which is located, you know, on the west side of Eisenhower. All this green is coming back towards. The fact that they are right next to each other, we call this gate-to-gate shear. This is strong rotational value and, quite frankly, indicative, very strong possibility that there is a tornado in progress as we speak. We haven't been able to confirm it with eyes on it yet. That's the problem, the fact that it's 9:30 at night. But this is the beauty of Doppler radar. It's allowing us to look inside that thunderstorm and saying, you know what, there is a very high probability that a tornado is occurring with this thunderstorm, and that's why the National Weather Service has that warning. So if you're anywhere along and north of K4 in the southeastern part of Ellsworth County, it's time to go down to your shelters. It's time to take this storm very seriously, because this will track across southeastern Ellsworth County and eventually enter southwestern Saline County. Now, as far as McPherson County here from Marquette, this is probably going to miss you. It's probably going to stay to your northwest at this point. But this is a storm that I would take very seriously. Go ahead and exercise those tornado precautions at this time as that storm continues to move through. Let's switch over to the reflectivity mode and kind of reset the scene for you. And we'll also get you updated on the other tornado warning that's in northern Dickinson County at this point. Anna, you got anything new for us?
I don't have anything new right now, but I do believe I have that camera angled in Salina where we could be looking over at the storm. A lot of lightning is happening with that storm right now, currently, that you can see. But hold on, let's see. They have spotters out in northwest McPherson, but they don't have any eyes on anything right now, but they're going to be keeping us updated. So they do have some people out there right now, so we could start getting some reports in on what is happening out there on the ground.
All right, thanks a lot. Appreciate that. And if you got that WeatherBug camera punched up, you can punch that up behind you. Next time we come over to you, we can take a look at it over there. So there you go. Here's from the roof of KSAL. We're looking off towards right now we're looking due west. And so what we'll do is eventually we'll swing that more down towards the southwest, because that's the direction the storm is going to be approaching from. So we will be giving you frequent updates from that position as that continues to roll on through. Okay, let's get back over to Fox First Alert, KAKE's First Alert Doppler. Sorry, we just wrapped up what would have been the Fox News window. So we've got the tornado warnings for Ellsworth County. Now, I know it is for parts of McPherson County, and that tornado risk is going to kind of clip. And then we have the one in northern Dickinson County at this point. So let's zoom on in to northern Dickinson and get things updated with that storm. I'm going to switch over to the Topeka radar at this point. So we're going to go over to Topeka. We're going to go over to the base reflectivity, and then we're going to roll it forward over the past 30 minutes. This tornado warning does include northern Dickinson County, and then it kind of gets out of KAKE land at that point. This is until 10 o'clock. Quite a notch going on here. And then this is just basically getting out of Dickinson County at this point. I'm going to go back over to the velocity data. Once we get this one out of KAKE land, we're just going to focus exclusively on the storm that's moving over through Ellsworth County, which will eventually get into Saline County at that point. So there's your area of circulation, and that is about to move pretty much out of Dickinson County at this point. So we're going to start kind of spinning down our coverage on this particular storm, and then we're going to start focusing on the other storms of note. So let's go back over and switch to Wichita. We're going to go over to the base reflectivity, and then we will kind of expand the view a little bit and go back down towards the south, get you updated on all the storms. The fact that these are kind of sitting by themselves is a problem. The atmosphere is able to take these individual storms and give them the twist or the shear that they need to produce these kind of storms and tornadoes. At some point, we're hoping we get more of a line developing out of these storms, because once we get that line developing, that's when the tornado threat drops off very quickly, but it becomes still a large hail and the potential for damaging wind gusts. Honestly, that's initially why the National Weather Service, let's face it, the Storm Prediction Center issued a severe thunderstorm watch for that part of the state, not a tornado watch, because they thought that this would really quickly evolve into a line, and hopefully it will, because that will then take the tornado threat way down at that point. So let's get back into the storm that's moving through Ellsworth County. There's that area of circulation. Okay, all right, tell you what, let's go to Cameron. Let's get an update. Cameron?
Yeah, Jay, I am 1.2 miles away from turning north on I-135, which means I'm going to start barreling north, and I should be on the storm once again, probably around 10:20 or so. I'll be approaching from the southeast side. Depending on if it slows down, which it seems like it's showing some slowing, sometimes a sign of enhanced tornadogenesis or the formation of tornadoes. As we've seen, the rotation has tightened. So if it does end up slowing down, I should be able to get on it. Otherwise, I might be just a little behind it, but I'm going to be in a lot better position soon. So I just wanted to give you an update.
All right, thanks a lot, Cameron. So he continues to get into position to intercept that. So we're going to remind you what's going on. Severe thunderstorm watch until 3 a.m. And I know you're thinking, wait a minute, we got tornado warnings. That's true. We do have tornado warnings, and that's what happens sometimes. Even in a severe thunderstorm watch situation, the tornado watch is right along the Oklahoma line until midnight. So even though it's a severe thunderstorm watch, we have tornado warnings in progress, and we still have an atmosphere that is conducive to producing those storms. So let's zoom in once again. Here we go. The storm of the moment is what's rolling through Ellsworth County. I know this is really junky right now. Let me isolate the radar out of Wichita for you. So we go over to Wichita, we go to the base reflectivity. We're going to clean it up. There is your notch. That is your hook. Let's go over the past 30 minutes. There's your developing hook echo. Again, well to the north of K4 now. This is in southeastern Ellsworth County. It will not impact Ellsworth. It's not going to impact, over towards Wilson. This is strictly going to be the Canopolis Reservoir, crossing K141, and then getting into western parts of Saline County. So if you're in Ellsworth proper, you don't need to worry about this particular storm. Let me go back over to, I tell you what, let's use the velocity mode here and get an update again. Okay, this is very strong velocity indication still persisting. You need to be in your shelters. This storm has very strong rotation. It has not weakened over the past several sweeps of the radar. So this continues to chug and chug and chug. And like I've already told you, given the atmosphere, this storm has the potential to persist for a while. So even though the city of Salina, as we're speaking now, is not in the warning polygon, based on its movement, I would go ahead and take precautions, because given the environment, there is the potential that this storm could continue to persist as far northeast as Salina. I mean, it's still, about 30 miles away or so, but it continues to move very quickly. I'm going to go over and we're going to check out what we call ROHV. This is basically debris detection, but we're really far away from the radar at this point. So we may not get a strong signal, even if there's a tornado on the ground. And honestly, we're not getting a strong debris signature here, which obviously is good news. But considering how far away we are from the radar, we wouldn't necessarily get a strong signal at this point. So still treat this one like we got a tornado on the ground. We got several law enforcement and emergency managers that are actively putting spotters out to look at this. So let's go back over to the reflectivity mode of the radar and we will continue to kind of keep an eye on this one. And this eventually will kind of get over to Salina. And okay, Hannah, I noticed that you've got our camera in Salina up behind you now.
Yes, I have that camera up right now. It is just showing a lot of lightning that is kind of happening off into the distance every so often. So they are starting to get a bit of a lightning show right now, but they are talking about if this rotation is going to continue to hold in this storm as it's moving forward. Salina can expect it around 10:15, around 10:30 tonight. So be aware that it's approaching about 30-45 minutes away, like you said.
All right, thanks a lot. We'll kind of give you an update on what's going on with the watch in effect. We got a severe thunderstorm watch, which is in blue. That's all the counties in blue here. And then the tornado watch is down to the south until midnight. Here we go to KAKE's first alert Doppler. We got the two areas under tornado warning, but I also want to not only zoom into the two tornado warnings, let's talk about what's going to happen over the next few hours. Oh, let's go back over to Pilar Pedraza. Pilar?
Yeah, I just heard back from the sheriff in Rice County again, and basically he's saying things are kind of calming down there. They did have a lot of hail at one point, mostly pea-sized. They say it's covering the road, 8th Road at K4. So a lot of hail covering the road at 8th Road and K4, about pea-sized hail. But he said they really haven't seen any damage at this point, just some leaves down. And they are starting to send their officers that were out storm spotting, sending them back to normal duties there in Rice County at this point. So things definitely calming down in Rice County, as you've been saying, as that storm moves out of that area.
Okay, Linda, let's go back over to kind of loading up going to get over to the model just to show the evolution of what's going on. So we talked about the watches. I'm going to get back to the warnings in just a second, including the two tornado warnings and stuff. This one's pretty much out of KAKE land now, so we're going to be concentrating on that one. But let's look at the evolution of this. This particular model gets updated very frequently. And notice how more thunderstorms are going to develop in this environment. So once these two thunderstorms are out there, we're not done with this for the rest of the night. At some point, we need it more of a solid line, and that will really take that tornado threat way down. Now, for the city of Wichita, we could still see some thunderstorms overnight tonight. Even the redevelopment east of Wichita in the wee hours of the morning, we're talking, 5 in the morning or so, that we'll continue to track this. And that's why the Weather Service has that severe thunderstorm watch all the way until 3 a.m. I know the tornado watch is going to expire at midnight, but that's why the watch extends well after midnight. Okay, let's get you updated on what's going on with the two tornado warnings at this point. Back into Ellsworth County. This is going to be a close call for just the extreme northwest corner of McPherson here. I think it's going to miss it. I know you're within the polygon. I know if you live in Marquette and you got the KAKE First Alert weather app, you got the tornado warning, because anybody within the red box that's using the KAKE First Alert weather app, you got the tornado warning. But that area of circulation is approaching K141 now. This is going to be rolling over, Canopolis, and then continuing tracking into Saline County. Again, that's why we got the heads up for Salina. City of Ellsworth, you're not going to be impacted by this storm. So let's go over back to the velocity mode of the radar, which, kind of looks in there and shows us which way the winds are blowing. And that is still extremely strong circulation. And as long as we see that kind of radar signature, they're going to continue issuing tornado warnings. And notice, you just kind of connect the dots here. Moving towards the northeast, getting into Saline County, this does have the potential to impact the city of Salina. And it looks like you got some storm reports of what we've had earlier this evening.
Yes, I do have some storm reports. We have the report of a funnel cloud. We have reports of hail and wind. So let's go over just some of these. It has some reports of hail up to about an inch. That's as big as hail that we have seen so far out of all these storm reports. So we have the out of New Cambria, an inch hail of that came out of that storm. There was thunderstorm wind gusts 60 miles an hour out of Salina. That funnel cloud from earlier, that was out. Another one was out in Moonlight, but we also had one a little bit earlier in from that warning that in Niles that we talked about, and they are still kind of tracking that storm currently. If we go a little bit earlier into this, into all of these warnings that we have had, there was a storm report of some hail out towards the western side of Wichita. It didn't quite reach an inch, just shy of an inch hail report right there in the western part of Wichita. But outside of that, that's kind of all the reports that we have right now. Let's see. Spotter reports a funnel at K141 and K4 right now. That report just now came in. So we are starting to see a funnel cloud out of that tornado warning right now.
All right, thank you very much for that update. Now I've zoomed in hyper tight. Canopolis State Park Road. Okay, so here's K141. That's Horse Thief Road. So here is the reservoir. Here is the lake. That circulation is crossing the lake as we speak. So right in the vicinity of the lake, if we got a tornado on the ground, it's going to be extremely close, if not actually crossing the lake itself. And so that is going to be crossing K141 very quickly. And I was just talking about, there's K4 there. So north of the intersection of K4 and K141, that matches up with the report that Hannah just gave us. And this thunderstorm, the way it has developed, this is a very strong area of circulation. And that continues to, once this crosses the lake, once this crosses K141, Saline County, you're next up. So this is going to roll into southwestern Saline County. Let's go back over to Pilar. Pilar?
Just now getting reports from viewers in Salina. They say that they do have sirens going off there. They're hearing sirens in the Salina metro area at this time. Jay?
I appreciate that. So what they've done is, even though they're not in the official warning poly, they've taken proactive steps and they went ahead and issued those sirens there. So there is your, okay, the latest sweep just came in. That area of circulation is now crossing 141. Looks like it's now on the east side of crossing 141 as that moves from the Canopolis Lake across 141 and gets into southwestern Saline County. So I'm glad that the city of Salina has gone ahead and issued those sirens, getting you proactive, getting ready for shelter, because this continues to have a very impressive area rotation. And given the atmosphere it's in, I don't see any reason why it's going to go away. Now I'm going to go over to the debris detection mode of the radar. Again, we're really far away. If it was closer to the radar, we would confirm it with really kind of a bright, kind of a blue drop off, if you will. It's so far away, we can't count on this signal with this particular product, but we're going to use it over the past 30 minutes. If there's a tornado in progress, it's going to be now on the east side of 141, exiting parts of Ellsworth County, getting into southwestern Saline County, and then that continuing to track over towards the city of Salina. So, you heard Hannah Dennis a minute ago, already had that report. Pilar, sounds like you got something new for us.
We are getting more viewer reports of what's going on in Salina and that metro area. Remember, we told you that the sirens are now going off there. Another viewer telling us now that they have had a sudden drop in temperature and increase in wind speed in that area. They're really feeling the winds, and it's suddenly gotten quite a bit cooler there in Salina metro area now. Jay? All
right, thanks a lot. Pardon me while I get things switched back over to the reflectivity mode of the radar. I'll step back in. But there's the hook. So if the tornado, if it's still in progress, is basically on top of the county line at this point. So let's kind of back the view out a little bit. I'm going to roll it forward over the past 30 minutes. Again, you'll notice the city of Salina isn't officially in the tornado warning issued by the Weather Service, but emergency management there being obviously proactive and gone ahead and getting the sirens going. So let's go ahead and roll this forward over the past 30 minutes. There's that circulation. You had already down here, it started over in, Barton County, south of Ellsworth, and then tracked across Rice County, is now in Ellsworth County, and is about to exit Ellsworth County and cross on into Saline County, with the potential to roll right into the city of Salina. So we're very concerned about this. Again, spotter reports are crucial in terms of how we get our job done. If you could help us, text us those reports, text us those photos. Let's go over to Hannah. She can explain how. Thank you.
Yes, we have that number for you that you can text your reports. It's 757-KAKE OYS. That number would be 757-525-3697. And when you share your photos or reports, make sure you include your name, the time that photo was taken, and the time you got that report, and your location to help us out to know exactly the time and place that you were seeing either the hail falling, the heavy rainfall, the funnel cloud, tornado, anything like that. We want to know and see all of your reports. So be sure to text us that number while we are going through out we're going throughout the night tonight with all of this severe weather that's moving through.
All right, let's get you back over live to KAKE's first alert Doppler, where the tornado warning continues in progress. Severe thunderstorm warning for, northern parts of Saline County up into Ottawa County, but we're just focusing on this tornado threat right now. Did get, reports from McPherson County Emergency Management, spotters reporting a funnel north of K141 and K4. That report was that funnel will be crossing Canopolis Lake. That's going to be right there. So we're in the process of exiting Ellsworth County, getting into Saline County. This would be southwestern Saline County. Brookville, it's going to be a close call. You're going to get the heavy rain. You're probably going to get some hail out of this, but sliding right up just south of K140 right into Salina. So I can't stress enough, given the environment that this storm is in, it is definitely in your best interest to go ahead and get down in your shelter at this point. So let's continue to look back over at Wichita. I'm going to go over to the velocity information here. We're going to roll this forward over the past 30 minutes. And there's your stinger. I mean, that is still really hot. Anytime you have what we call gate-to-gate shear, there's this close together, that is a very, unfortunately, very tight, very impressive rotation that could indicate a tornado is still in progress on the ground at that point. Again, it's now pretty much out of Ellsworth County. So, if you're along Canopolis, you're at the lake, along K141, the weather is improving for you. You're becoming safe. But anywhere south of Brookville, Riviera, along K140, all the way to Salina, this tornado threat is headed your way, and go ahead and take those precautions. I know that this is the terminus of the tornado warning from Smolin right now. This will be extended. As long as this circulation continues, this will be extended downstream, so expect new tornado warnings to be coming out deeper into Saline County, including Salina. So again, this is until 10:30, but I definitely expect this to be extended just because of the atmosphere that it's in. I'm going to go back over to Hannah. I know that you got the camera pointed up, still probably too far away to see it, but are there any indications of lightning in the distance? What have you got?
Every so often, there's just flashes of lightning out there from that approaching storm that they're going to be seeing. But that's about all that I am seeing from this camera in Salina right now. They are still watching to potentially extend this tornado warning just because of how tight that rotation has been, just constant moving through. So definitely, if you're in Salina, get ready to get in your safe place, because it does look like it's heading for you guys, and you definitely want to be able to keep yourself safe. So we'll keep you updated, and I'll let you know as soon as I hear anything more from the National Weather Service.
All right, thank you very much. Let's get you updated. I know it's a severe thunderstorm watch until 3 in the morning, but until we develop lines of storms, the atmosphere is still going to take some of these and produce tornadoes. That's why we got the tornado warning in progress. Other tornado warning that exited KAKE land, but notice how we're starting to continue to kind of fire up a broken line of storms. This is great. Let me go back over to Hannah. What have you got, Hannah?
Multiple train spotters are reported an ongoing tornado just northeast of Canopolis Lake. So there is an ongoing tornado. Multiple spotters have already confirmed it right now. So if you are anywhere near Canopolis Lake, you need to be in your safe place right now.
Okay, and that basically is just what we've been talking about with this storm. We saw the rotation tighten up. We saw the rotation get stronger, and so confirmation now that the tornado is ongoing as that moves now to the east of Canopolis. It's already crossed the lake, is moving out of Ellsworth County and moving into Saline County. But this is just kind of a heads up. We're going to watch these, down here near Larned, near Great Bend. As long as they're separate, if they get big enough, they could take advantage of this shear and this rotation of the atmosphere, and there is a tornado risk. But this is the storm of the moment. If you're in the city of Salina, now is the time for action. The way the atmosphere is now, there's no reason that this storm should suddenly run out of gas. It's got plenty of atmosphere to work with. We have plenty of shear in the atmosphere, so there is a distinct probability that this tornado threat will persist outside of the current tornado warning and continue to slide over to the northeast. So again, let's get you in there. We're going to zoom in real tight. That area of circulation is going to be south of Brookville. Again, this is now well east of the lake. Switch over to the velocity wheel. Here's the Wichita radar. Let's go to the base velocity of 0.5 degrees. It's right there. I'm going to roll it forward. There it is crossing the lake. We talked about how it was heading for Canopolis Lake. Well, it crossed the lake, and now that circulation is east of the lake. It's now into southwestern Saline County. That circulation, as far as its distance from Salina proper, if this holds together, I'm going to use the intersection of K40 where it comes into I-135. It is 15 miles to the southwest of that intersection. So you still have time to prepare. I do expect a new tornado warning to be issued, including the city of Salina, as the storm continues to track. I'm going to stop this and we're going to zoom in hyper tight to kind of give you some indication of where that circulation is currently. So we're going to get in really, really tight. I know that we're talking over some fairly rural parts of Saline County here, but there's Sunnyside Road running north-south, and then there's Fallon Road, which is running east-west, and then another north-south road, Tyler Road. Again, this is in southwestern Saline County, just to show you where that area of circulation is at this point. And now we'll continue to back this out, and we will continue to track this over the past 30 minutes as that is going to be tracking more towards Salina. So as we continue to get some more updates for you, I can't stress enough, and thank goodness we already heard from Pilar earlier that they were sounding the sirens in the city of Salina. That was very proactive, because technically the tornado warning does not include Salina at this point, but it will. This will be extended based on this radar indication, and we continue to track this. So we continue this tornado warning. We'll continue to monitor here with the KAKE newscast. So let's go over back to the reflectivity mode of the radar and get you updated. And also let's get a position update with Cameron Venable. Let's find out where Cameron is. Let's find out where his plan is. And then we'll get back over to Hannah for an update and Pilar for an update and kind of refresh us where we are. All right, give us an update, Cameron.
Yeah, Jay, I'm on I-135. I am about 46 miles to Salina. I'm making progress, but I've been watching the radar just like you guys, and when it had that detached look on the reflectivity, that just screamed a tornado on top of the stinger on velocity. I mean, this has probably have been an ongoing tornado for a while, and it's still probably ongoing. We really need this thing to have its inflow cut off. We need to turn this into a line ASAP, or we're going to have this continued problem of supercells producing tornadoes, because the environment has always been there. It's just the cold front was the final piece to help trigger the supercells, organize them, and next thing you know, you got tornadoes. So it didn't quite happen in South Central, but North Central, we've always been concerned, and it definitely looks like it's coming to fruition. So I'm going to try to get up there as quick as I can. I'm getting closer. Still too far to see anything at the current time. Jay?
All right, thanks a lot. So Cameron's in the process of intercepting that, and we'll try to get an update from the National Weather Service and also emergency managers based on what's going on here. Salina, stay down in your shelters. I got to admit, I'm encouraged the fact that we don't have a real impressive hook at this time. Doesn't mean we're done with the threat. We're not finished by this point, at this stretch of the imagination. Let's get back over to the velocity data and take a closer look at what's going on. So here we are in Wichita. Let's go back over to the base velocity, and we're going to roll it forward here. That's still area circulation very tight, and that, and if that persists, trust me, there's going to be another warning coming up here from Salina. We're talking about 13 miles away. Let's go over to meteorologist Hannah Dennis. Looks like you got some things to do as far as staying safe from these storms.
Yes, I have this graphic up to kind of show you where to go to stay safe during tornadoes. The best place you can be is in your basement if you have a basement. Now, if you don't have a basement, you want to get in the most interior part of your room or interior part of your home. That could be a closet, that could be your bathroom, that could be a hallway that does not have any windows around you. You don't want to be near windows when a tornado or even large hail is moving through, because those flying debris can break those windows, so you want to stay away from those. There is the storm report of that tornado was said to be 8 miles southwest of Brookville in Ellsworth County, so it is still being spotted by some storm spotters out there, and they did add the tag of considerable damage for this kind of tornado warning. So it is something that everyone needs to be taking very seriously as it's moving through. No word on them actually extending the tornado warning, but I can definitely see that tornado warning being extended all the way through Salina. They just are a little bit slow on talking about getting that to happen right now. But if you're in Salina, get ready, because it is still looking like it is causing some damage at this point with what the spotters have been sending into the National Weather Service.
All right, thank you very much, Hannah. So let's get you updated. I know it's a severe thunderstorm watch, but given the atmosphere, yes, we got an ongoing tornado threat, and we'll continue to go over to KAKE's first alert Doppler, and we're going to zoom in to the tornado warning that's in effect for Saline County. So here we go. We're going to zoom into Saline County now, and we're going to put this in motion for you over the past 30 minutes. south of Brookville now. There's the area of circulation. Now, this is going to stay to the north of Fallon, so it's going to be very close, but off to the north. But, you know, from Smolin over towards Salina, that's where we continue to look. So let's go and look at the velocity data here, and we're going to roll forward over the past 30 minutes, and there it is. That's that area rotation. It's still there. I got to admit, it is more disorganized than it has been, but that will continue tracking towards the city of Salina. I know they've already set off the sirens there, giving everybody the heads up. This particular tornado warning, this polygon, isn't into effect until 10:30. So the Weather Service in Wichita does have a little while before they decide whether or not how they're going to extend this one. But let me switch back over to the reflectivity mode of the radar. And at this point, we'll be talking about, okay, what else is out there that we're going to be concerned about? So let's kind of back the view out, and you notice other thunderstorms developing from Ellsworth back to the west of Geneseo, down through Barton County and Great Bend, and even getting into Pawnee County. Now, the good news is once we get more of a line of thunderstorms developing here, we're going to roll it forward. This is more of a hail and wind threat than a tornado threat. But as long as we got these breaks in the line, we are concerned about the possibility of tornadoes, and especially right in here. So I would just go ahead and stay down in your shelters. You know what? Maybe we'll get lucky. Maybe this thing will occlude and run itself out here before it gets into town. But even if it doesn't, the potential for wind gusts in excess of 60 miles per hour with that storm and very large hail. We kind of pan over and we'll also kind of get you updated. These other storms that we had earlier that moved through Greenwood County, that's all at a cake line at this point. The thunderstorms that we had that came up from Oklahoma, there was a brief window of opportunity where we were concerned about a tornado. Well, that window has closed now, and it's all about tracking these storms. As far as projecting this forward, let me go back over to Pilar Pedraza. Pilar?
Starting to see the first power outages from these storms. This one is in Manhattan. That's from that Dickinson County storm that you're talking about, Jay. They've got about 16 people or so who are without power there right now, but we are on the lookout with these strong winds. There's a likelihood that there will be other power outages coming. We do know that Salina has already been sounding its sirens, as we've been talking about, that there was a sudden drop in temperature and increase in wind speeds, just some of the reports that we've been getting in.
I did hear from some people I've heard from in Salina that they did say that, yeah, those sirens did go off, then they stopped for a while. So I think it's kind of starting to sink in for a lot of people if this latest activity is about 15 miles out, so you might have, depending again on the speed, 20, 25 minutes to make sure you might be out of harm's way on this. So certainly on top of this right now and still watching out for a lot of those outages. But because this is an event that's happening at night, you know, you still don't have necessarily the immediate in real time action for what's going on. So we're still also trying, because so many people are in the dark right now, as we're all trying to figure out where it's going as we're watching that, but also the damage for wherever it does go.
Yeah, and you literally can't see it coming. And really, that's kind of what makes these nighttime tornadoes so much more dangerous, really, because you cannot see them coming and they kind of sneak up on you to a certain extent. Another danger point really with this is underestimating the storm, because when it went through Rice County, they saw some hail on the road, pea-sized hail, and the only damage they had was like leaves that were torn off of trees. That was it. But we again have talked about how this storm has been strengthening since then as it's been moving, and so you cannot assume that just because Rice County only had minor damage that this storm is not going to have damaging strength when it reaches Salina.
And just know here at KAKE News at 10, we will be staying on top of this. We do have reporters who are going on the way right now to Saline County to see what the damage will be for once this does go through, because it is a very treacherous track that we're seeing as it's been coming off of the lake, as it's approaching Saline County into towards Salina. So again, we're always hoping it's not going to be a direct hit, but please, as Jay has noted, as the rest of our weather team has noted, if you have an interior room or a basement, it's probably a very good time right now to start heading in that direction.
Yeah, talking about it going over the lake, a lot of those areas in McPherson County where it's been passing through are very rural. So it may take us time to get some reports from there and find out exactly what did happen there too.
Let's check back in with Chief Meteorologist Jay Prater, get us kind of a reset for where this is at right now, Jay.
Yeah, let's talk about the atmosphere and what's going to happen over the next few hours. Here we are, the computer forecast at 10:30, and we roll forward to midnight. And notice we get kind of a broken line here. We want more of a line to develop. That takes the tornado threat way down. That keeps unfortunately the wind threat and the large hail threat. And then this will continue making its way eastward. So for the city of Wichita proper, we could still see, a rowdy thunderstorm well after midnight tonight. And even some parts of, Butler County and Cowley County could see some more development even, before the morning commute tomorrow. So we're not finished with this, but in terms of the biggest threat for severe weather, it's ongoing probably right now until about 4 o'clock, and then things will start to settle down. Yes, it is a severe thunderstorm watch. But yes, we also have tornado warning in progress. And the one for Saline County, okay, they just extended it. So now the city of Salina is now included in the latest tornado warning. So let's get you updated on what's going on with that. So here's the brand new tornado warning that has been issued for Saline County. It goes until 11 o'clock. Based on, I know it says radar indication of the tornado, but remember, we've had several reports from emergency managers and spotters confirming funnels when this was in the vicinity of Canopolis Lake as it moved across the reservoir and is moving through Saline County. This is good. The fact that this is kind of playing connect the dots back here south of Ellsworth through Great Bend and Larned. Not as concerned about a tornado potential there, and even the severe thunderstorm warnings that we have for northern Saline County. This would be north of Salina and also into Dickinson County. That is until 10:30. So let's get you into the storm of the moment. So let's go back over to that. There you go. I want to zoom in to the Saline County storm, and we're going to look at the rotation here. So there, see that little notch that's just to the west of Smolin? That's where the rotation will be. I'm going to take you in a little tighter again, and then we're going to switch over to the velocity data. So here we go back over to Wichita. There's your base velocity, and there you go over the past 30 minutes. And right there, that is the area of circulation. In terms of where it is from the city of Salina, I'm just going to use the intersection of K140 and I-135 as just kind of a base here so you can get that point of reference. It's only about 10 miles to the southwest. That is tracking to the northeast. So this is going to roll, pretty much over a good part of the town here. So I hope you're already hunkered down. I hope you're already in your shelters at this point. Remember, you got the KAKE First Alert app to get you warnings within the polygon. But that National Weather Service radio does a great job of getting you warnings for the entire county once those happen. So, Hannah, we got any other chatter coming out of the Weather Service as far as any updated spotter reports?
As far as spotter reports, they have not had confirmation of a tornado ongoing for several minutes, but they are seeing that rotation starting to strengthen again, which is why they did extend that tornado warning for the town of Salina. I've been seeing a lot of lightning really kind of pick up over the last couple of minutes as that storm has been approaching Salina a little bit more. You can kind of see right behind me how it's starting to really flash a lot, but they don't have a report of a tornado on the ground, which is good news. However, that rotation is strong enough that we could potentially see that happen once again as it's going towards Salina.
All right, thanks very much. And there it is. That's where the hook is between Varia and Smolin, right there, south of K140. How far south of K140? Well, right there is the bounded weak echo region, or the hook. That's 3 miles south of K140, and that's going to be tracking right over towards town. I'm going to zoom in super tight. Now, keep in mind, doesn't necessarily mean, because the way the radar beam looks up into the sky a little bit, I mean, it's exactly right there, but just to give you some reference point. There is South Burma Road, and there is West Waterwell Road. So there's West Waterwell running east-west. There is Burma Road running north-south. The area where the tornado, if it's still ongoing, is just a mile off to the west of that location. So let's kind of back the view out, and then we'll roll it over the past 30 minutes as this continues to move on through. And while this continues to move on, let's get an updated position. Where's Cameron now? Where is he along 135? Cameron, can you give us a position update?
Yeah, Jay, I'm about 31 miles to Salina. I just exited McPherson. So I'm getting close. I see on radar it's going through a lightning jump, which definitely suggests it's going through another bout of tornado genesis. But the thing is, I'm not that far. I can't see anything. I don't see any lightning. If I could see some lightning, it could illuminate the southern flank of the storm, because I'm looking right at this thing, but there is no lightning to see. So once I get a little bit closer, let me see if I can throw a measurement on there real quick. I am 20 miles from that hook, Jay, and I cannot see anything. Can't see lightning, nothing. But if it does start to pick up lightning, I will let you know ASAP if I see something. All right?
All right, I appreciate that, because we continue to track that very tight little hook right there north of Smolin. And again, very persistent as that's going to track over towards Salina. I'm going to zoom in very hyper tight here. This is the storm of the moment in all of KAKE land, is this one tornado warning for Saline County. If there's a tornado being produced, it's still right there in that donut hole, and you can just extrapolate it all the way into Salina itself. So, you know, this is the time to take action. This is the time to go ahead and be down in your shelters. And you know what? Maybe I'm just wasting a little bit of your time tonight. You get down to the shelters, it doesn't wind up doing anything, that's good. But I would hate for this to catch you off guard because it's still producing a tornado at this point. Still very strong indication based on radar. The Weather Service
Jay,
extending the tornado warning.
There's spotters reporting now a tornado just north of Samolin. So they are reporting a tornado is again on the ground right now with that storm right now.
Okay, that just confirms what we're talking about. Right there is the tornado in progress. And as far as its location from I-135, we're only 5 miles away from I-135 now. So this will be crossing into Salina. I hope you've already taken those precautions. Remember, every wall is a shield between you and the outside. Put as many shields between you and the outside as you can. But if you got a basement, that's fantastic. If you get below ground, obviously friction does its magic and does its great work there. But this still significant radar indication. Spotters confirming that we still have a tornado in progress, and there it is, you know, north of Smolin, south of K140, and it's tracking right towards Salina at this point. We cannot stress enough that it is time to take action. Hannah?
Yes, that's right. You want to be in the basement of your home. Now, if you are in a home that does not have a basement, get in the most interior room, whether that's a closet, that's a hallway with no windows, that's your bathroom. You don't want to be near any windows when this happens. The more interior part of your home that you are in, the safer that you are going to be, and you want to be on the lowest level of your home as well. So that is where your safe spot is going to be. So I will kind of keep you updated on those reports that are coming in, but right now we still have that report of a tornado on the ground, and you know it's getting closer and closer to Salina. So those are the safe places that you need to be at right now.
All right, thanks a lot. Let's get you a quick update. There's the notch. So we're going to do that whole, you know, really hyper tight zoom in here to show you exactly what we're talking about. Let me go forward here. Let me pick that. We'll get the zoom in, and we're going to go very tight and show you the intersections. Now keep in mind, doesn't mean the circulation is going to be exactly there, but we're getting close to I-135 now. So there is Burma Road, there is West Waterwell Road, and then there's West Schilling Road and Magnolia Road. So it's starting to enter the far west reaches of Salina as this approaches 135. It is time to already be in your shelters. I'm going to recenter the map a little bit now that I got it really hyper zoomed in here so you can see what's going on. There's the circulation where the likely tornado is. It's going to be crossing near Schilling Road. This is kind of right over the airport. And then from the airport, Magnolia Road, Cloud Street, and then this starts to take it more into downtown. So I cannot stress enough, you need to be in those shelters now. Pilar, Chris?
Yeah, definitely. You need to be in shelters right now. And don't think that just because you're not seeing something outside your house right now that it's okay and safe. If you are within that warning zone, this is the time to take shelter. I was just speaking with Trooper Ben Gardner. He's in Lindsborg. Yeah. He said it's dry right there right now. And yet Lindsborg is right next door to Canopolis, where we have confirmed reports of a funnel going across the lake.
And as we've seen also with this, with the latest track, though, approaching the Salina Airport, again, that's southwest edge of town. So as we're still watching the tracks, Jay and Hannah have been on this, where, again, it might not be perfect for how it gets projected out, but to give you a sense of where that storm system, that rotation is going through. So as we noted, especially not just downtown Salina, the core of the city, if you're anywhere near Salina South High School or in those neighborhoods, definitely make sure you've got your interior walls. If you can be in the basement, if you have one of those, because we're at the point where it's not a good idea to be out and about trying to escape this. Now you just have to hang on. That moment was 20 minutes ago if you had to.
Yes, yes. You know, and of course we always ask for reports, for you to call us, to send us pictures, but that is only when you are safe. And that does not mean to run outside right now and take a picture. This is not the time. stay in your shelters.
If you're in Saline County, first, thanks for watching. More than anything else, let's just ride this out and we'll deal with this once it comes back. But just make sure you're as safe as possible for this, because we are watching this system as it keeps pushing through. We've had our spotters say they have seen a tornado on the ground. Again, that was just a few miles southwest of Salina, close to the airport. We're going to see how this goes through really in the next few minutes on all this, Pilar.
Yeah, when you start to take these storms too lightly is when it definitely becomes dangerous. And we are here and we need to go back to Jay right now. Jay?
We just got an updated sweep from the radar, and this is what I want to show you. There's the area of circulation. It is now on the east side of Burma Road, so it's pretty much in the process to cross it over the airport, and then this is going to cross I-135, and unfortunately the circulation is going to cross over town. I can't confirm exactly it's producing a tornado at this point, but based on this velocity indications, we need to treat it like there is a significant tornado ongoing on the ground as we speak. Again, if you're in the city of Salina, now is the time to be in your shelters, and we'll try to get an update from the National Weather Service as far as what the spotters are telling us. I'm going to roll it forward over the past 30 minutes. You're going to see that area of circulation just sweep up and cross Burma Road now. So that's where we're most concerned, and that is going to move right across the city of Salina. So now is the time to go ahead and be in those shelters. Fortunately, the city was proactive. Even before the tornado warning was issued for the city of Salina, they sounded the sirens in advance, even when that storm was back down towards the southwest. So, okay, there's the latest velocity sweep. It's getting closer to town now. Let me go back in. I'm going to zoom in hyper tight. Hunker down, Saline County, the city of Salina. This is moving through. Okay, there is the exit for State Street. So this will be crossing 135, the north edge of the airport now, crossing 135, the north edge of the airport, crossing the interstate near State Street, and then on the kind of the northern end of downtown. Here is Santa Fe Avenue. Hannah, let's go live over to you. I know you've got the camera from the roof of KSAL up behind you right now.
Yes, I do, and it's really been lighting up constantly as we have seen this storm get closer and closer. It has really been lighting up the entire town of Salina right now with its lightning. You can just see it behind me. It's just flash after flash. This thing is really, it's approaching fast, and we are going to be seeing it come through. A few minutes ago, it said they were reporting that if that tornado was still on the ground, it is very, very near, if not on top of the Salina Airport. So if you are anywhere near the Salina Airport, that is exactly where that tornado could potentially still be on the ground right there. It says they're saying radar is now confirming a tornado is ongoing on the west side of Salina. So if you are on the west side of Salina, you need to be in your safe place. You need to be either in your basement or the most interior room of your home on the lowest level that you can get on. Just be outside, be inside of that room that does not have any windows in there, because that tornado could throw debris and it could crash through the window as it is moving closer. So we are going to continue watching this, and I'll let you know if I get any more updates as we are watching the storm approach Salina.
Okay, let's go back over to the radar, and I want you to start using Weather 2. I have the raw feed of the Salina camera, so the refresh rate's going to be a little higher, so you can use that behind you. And also, if you need to move the camera around so we can try to pick up the tornado on the camera, you got that available to you now, Hannah. So there is the circulation. It is crossing I-135 and approaching Santa Fe Avenue. So, Hannah, I'll tell you what, if you can just punch Weather 2 back up behind you, and then we'll take that refresh with the camera.
2 or 3?
Weather 2. I'm sorry, Weather 3. Weather 3.
Okay.
You got it. Sorry. So yeah, so I got basically the higher refresh rate of the camera, so we can keep an eye behind you. Let's go back over to Hannah.
All right, I will get this pulled up right behind me.
Okay. Yeah, you should be able to, yeah, there you go.
There we go. Yeah, you can see that the storm is now in, just coming into Salina. You can see how it kind of got foggier. That's just because of all the heavy rainfall that is falling right now with this storm. No reports right now, but you got to treat this like that tornado is still on the ground. So if you are on the west side of Salina, you need to be in your safe place already right now, because that tornado could be on the ground coming straight for you. That means get in your basement, most interior room of your home, lowest level of your home, and just make sure that you are not in a room that has any windows in it, because anything that the tornado picks up could be thrown through the window. and it could hurt you, and you do not want to have that happen. So you definitely want to be in your safe place right now. No other reports right now of that tornado, but you can just see the lightning behind me from this storm as it is approaching. Heavy rainfall that is happening with this storm right now. It is here in Salina right now, so you are needing to be just in your safe place. Just wait for the storm to pass before you get out of that safe place that you're in.
Okay, let's get you updated here with a look at the velocity data. Let me slide that over. Thank you for getting that done. Okay, there's the latest sweep of the radar. So the circulation is right on top of town right now. So this is the wind going away. This is the wind going towards. Now, the Weather Service said that they had confirmed a tornado using Doppler radar. What they do is they use this. It's called ROHV. It's debris detection. And I think the fact that they're seeing this lowered value here is what they're basing that on. So let's go back over the past 30 minutes. So that's what they're seeing here. They think that the radar has confirmed basically a tornado in progress at this point. Let's get you back over to the velocity data as this is rolling right over the town of Salina live. So there it is. I mean, rolling over Santa Fe Avenue. If we could take Weather 3 full at this point, we'll just kind of give you the play-by-play from the live camera that we have the roof of KSAL. I'm sorry, say again? Okay, cool. So let's go ahead and take Weather 3 full. And then that's going to take us live to Salina, and we're going to take a look at that. So here we are. So this is our live camera that's basically on top of the roof of KSAL, which is located, the building itself is on Santa Fe Avenue, but the camera's kind of on the back side, so it's, kind of more on the side over towards the Cozy at that point. So let's go over to meteorologist Cameron Venable. Cameron, so what have you got?
All right, I'm due south of the storm, just south of Assyria, so I'm still semi-distant from Salina, but a couple lightning strikes showing what looks to be a bull funnel. I haven't seen a full-on funnel. I haven't seen a tornado at the moment. I know we have it radar confirmed, but I'm in pretty good position. I can't see it. But then again, there's not a lot of lightning. But if we could get a little lightning right in front of us, we could clearly see what this storm's trying to do, because I am due south of this area of circulation. I am about 10 miles south of Salina right now.
All right, let's go back.
So, very briefly, I saw what...
Okay, so I'll tell you, if we can keep Cameron's audio but keep the Weather 3 video up, that would be awesome. That way we can stay live in Salina while Cameron explains what he's seeing as he's approaching from Assyria. Okay, so Cameron, your audio's still hot, but we're looking at the camera on top of KSAL right now.
I got you, yeah. So very briefly, I saw what looked to be a cone funnel, because when it comes to looking for, funnel clouds and tornadoes at dark, you need lightning to illuminate the storm structure perfectly. We're not getting that. But I thought I could have saw a very brief cone funnel, which would support, possibly radar-indicated tornado. But I have not seen like your classic funnel on the ground tornado. That was a beautiful lightning strike, and I didn't see anything in front of me. And we are looking right at the storm, where the area of circulation would be. I am about 10 miles to the south, and now I'm just passing Assyria. So I'm in pretty good position. As I get closer, perhaps maybe I'll get a better shot of it. But I do definitely see there's something going on. It's just the lightning is not illuminating my view. I will definitely chime in if I do see something. Jen?
Okay, I appreciate that. Because what we're doing is while Cameron's been talking, we've been keeping you live with our camera again. It's the roof of KSAL, and what I've done is I've spun it around to the northeast, and the reason is that area of circulation. I gotta admit, you talk about thankful. I really thought when we saw the visibility go down that we had the tornado approaching the city. We haven't seen any damage from this vantage point. So if we can either double box me or whatever we can with that camera, and also me in
Looks
front
like
of the
a wall cloud.
Let's go back over. So Cameron, I hear what you're saying with reporting the wall cloud here, because I want to show you how the area of circulation is now starting to get over towards the east. So Cameron, just FYI, your audio is hot on KAKE while we're talking to you right here. And I just want to kind of zoom out and show everybody what's going on. That area of circulation is now getting east of town. This is great news. That means that tornado threat is starting to kind of move away. Let's roll it in motion over the past 30 minutes. There's that circulation. Trust me, it came right over the airport, the north end of the airport, that circulation right over downtown. So the fact that we had the live camera and I didn't really, see anything at that point, just very thankful. This is great news. because that area of circulation is now starting to pull away from Salina. I know you've got the heavy downpour, you got quite the lightning show going on currently, but this is much better news going on. I was really worried when that was rolling in that unfortunately we were probably going to catch that tornado potentially live, but that area of circulation now, here it is. It's now already between Salina and moving over towards New Cambria at this point. So we're getting increasingly good news for the city of Salina proper. Hannah, has there been any chatter from the Weather Service in terms of the spotters and any information coming out of Saline County?
They're saying the area of rotation is now east of the city of Salina, like you just pointed out, and they haven't had any spotter reports over the last few minutes of any funnel clouds or a tornado, which is some good news there. Looks like it is slowly starting to make its way across, but that is all that I have for that tornado warning. I know they did issue another tornado warning for Ottawa and Dickinson County once again out of the Topeka office. So they are seeing another tornado warning of the night for them. So that would be their second one that they are currently seeing. But quite the lightning show that Salina is getting with this storm that is moving through right now. You can just see all the flashes that are happening right behind me.
I got to admit, I really thought we were having a significant tornado right across town when I saw the drop in visibility. Let's go over to Chris. Chris Ballard, what have you got?
Yeah, just to follow up on that, because this could be welcome news. Again, we're not going to really know the extent of any wind damage that might have come up until we get to sunlight, but I've been in contact with multiple people, including some who live in downtown Salina. And the level of nervousness you could imagine for something like this. But if this is the news that we're getting out of this, especially as we heard those reports of a tornado approaching past the airport, you saw it on State going right by downtown. You still see the lightning show right now in the KSAL studios right there off of Santa Fe Avenue. Hopefully these are good reports, but what I'm pleased by, though, is hopefully enough people, though, who are watching us or have taken the precautions, got to those inside rooms, got to those basements if they could. Because it just shows just how quickly, though, even though we've been watching this for hours, how quickly you have to take action.
Yeah, and that you really should stay there a little bit longer than you might think. I just got off the phone with the Emergency Management Office in Saline County, and they continue to say their biggest piece of advice right now is to stay in cover. If you aren't already under cover, take it. If you are there, stay there for a little bit longer. They're still trying to verify what they've got, what they don't have, what's happened, looking to see if there's any damage. Now that we are hearing that it's kind of weakening a little bit, hopefully good news, and hopefully those damage reports will be minor. If nothing, we do know that that earlier tornado that passed through Dickinson County, Manhattan area, it caused about 100 power outages at this point. So it also had a lot of wind. We'll have to wait and see what we get from this storm.
But your best practice for this, if you're still watching us in Salina, Saline County, shelter in place, as we've been saying for a few years here in certain circumstances, because safety is still a primary issue, even once it's all taken care of. Jay, let's bring you back in, just kind of see if we've got any more progress on this. Hopefully still this kind of relieved state of mind that you just brought about.
You know, the tornado threat isn't over, but the fact that this has passed, the circulation passed over Salina, and we have not had damage reports yet, I am pleasantly dumbfounded based on what we saw on radar. So no, this is awesome, quite frankly, because that circulation, you saw it on the radar. You even saw the fact that we had a possible debris detection before it got into town. So I'm firmly convinced we probably had a tornado on the ground that didn't roll over downtown itself, or we would have caught it live on our camera. Wow, that's all I got to say. Heck of a night so far. So let's go back over and look at the velocity data here. And as we do, that area of circulation sitting right there. So again, we're not out of the woods in terms of this storm producing a tornado, but it's not going to produce one in Salina because it's already off to the east. We're done there. Here we go. Past 30 minutes. There's that circulation rolled right over town. We'll see if maybe there was damage. We just couldn't pick up on the camera or whatever. But I really thought that we were going to see damage on our Santa Fe camera just based on the way the circulation was coming over, you know, from State Street over towards Santa Fe Avenue. But there it is. The circulation is in the process of crossing I-70 as we speak. So we're going to zoom in hyper tight. If it's going to produce a tornado, it is right there. This is already north of New Cambria at this point. We'll be crossing I-70. So in terms of downstream, where you need to still take those tornado precautions, guess what? Niles, once again, you already had funnel reports earlier. We had a tornado nearby from the storm earlier that rolled out of Ottawa County into northern Dickinson County. Well, Niles, unfortunately, you're under the gun again. This is probably going to stay north of Solomon, but it's going to be a close enough call where I would take those precautions. For Abilene, for Chapman, it's going to stay north of those locations as that continues to track towards the northeast. So let's kind of back the view out. We're going to reset the scene for you. This has been the storm of the moment, obviously, once we got that other one out of Dickinson County here. So let's flip back over to the reflectivity mode of the radar, and we're going to look at how hard the rain is falling. This is a solid line. That is comforting. And the reason it's comforting is, yes, could we see some strong wind gusts exceeding 65 miles per hour? Could we see some large hail occasionally exceeding quarter size? Absolutely. But in terms of a tornado threat, this takes the bigger tornado threat down. Sure, there could be a little circulations on the leading edge here. They could produce weaker, briefer tornadoes, which you don't want any tornado. But in terms of the more significant tornado threat, doesn't take it completely down, but it drops it down drastically. So that's why we have severe thunderstorm warnings now for Barton, Ellsworth, and Rice until 11:15. Severe thunderstorm warning for Pawnee, for Stafford County, and for just the northern tip of Edwards County until 11 o'clock. Again, the potential for some hail, 1 to 2 inches in diameter, the potential for wind gusts exceeding 60 miles per hour. Here we go over the past 30 minutes. We'll kind of recenter the scene for you. And this is the threat. And this line is slowly going to continue to march east, and that's what eventually could drag a line of thunderstorms through Wichita well after midnight tonight into the wee hours of the morning. Let's go back over to Hannah. Hannah?
Yes, if you could pull up that velocity once more and go down to southeast Ellsworth County. They are monitoring another area of rotation down there with those storms that they are currently seeing. So they could potentially be seeing that rotation. They may end up issuing a tornado warning. They are typing in the chat right now, so we'll be able to see what they're going to be saying in just a couple of minutes. But there is the possibility that we are not out of the woods with our tornado warnings just yet. We still have these storms coming through. It doesn't look like it's going to be strong tornadoes that could happen, but we could still see a brief one spin up. And right now they are watching rotation just north of Geneseo. That is in southeast Ellsworth County, and that is kind of what has their eye right now, and they are continuing the tornado warning in Saline County. The update just came in. It says the rotation has once again increased in northeast Saline County, and it's located very near I-70 west of Solomon right now. So for that tornado warning, that rotation has strengthened once again.
All right, thanks a lot, Hannah. I want to get you updated on the radar. So we've got the severe thunderstorm warning, the ongoing tornado warning. I want to point out that meteorologist Cameron Venable is getting into Salina. So let's return to Cameron. Cameron, as you're rolling into town, what do you see? What's going on there? Is there any signs that there has been damage?
I have not seen damage yet. I'm actually about to move east towards New Cambria and Solomon. But when I drove in, I would have drove over what was potentially, moved over by the tornado, and there was no signs of visual damage. Excuse me. So I didn't see anything.
Okay,
but
what's
I'm
your
going to
next
head
exit?
east a little bit.
Okay, what's your next exit? What exit are you approaching, Cameron?
I am approaching Smoky Hill Museum, and what's this one? It's hard to read. State Street.
Okay, so yes, you're right now on I-135, where if the tornado was still on the ground, you're in the vicinity where it would have crossed. So if it was on the ground at that time, you would have seen some evidence of damage right where you are right now.
Exactly, maybe like some signs knocked over, maybe some guardrails damaged. I haven't seen anything. So my guess is, as we all seem to know, there might have been an ongoing tornado southwest of Salina, and possibly as it got into Salina, it lifted. And, we still got that radar signature, which maybe was slicing a little higher up and not quite a tornado in progress anymore at that point.
Okay.
Of course, that's just speculation.
I got a question for you, Cameron.
Yeah.
That circulation that's north of New Cambria, already approaching Solomon, Do you really think you got a good chance of catching it? Because if you don't, could you take a drive through downtown Salina to show us what either happened or didn't happen, since you're the only person there? If you can catch up with the Solomon thing, charge on, let's get it, let's show people what's going on. But if you don't think you can quite get there, at some point, if you can give us a drive through Salina, maybe down Santa Fe or whatever, so we could take a look at downtown, that would be awesome.
Yeah, I can do that. I'm not sure where I can flip a U-turn. Probably gonna have to go down 70 east a little bit.
Yeah, you could.
I'm about to turn on to 70 now.
Yeah, what you could do is go down 70 and then exit, and then take that due south, and that'll take you back through town. You might even be able to exit on Santa Fe. I'll have to double check that for you, but yeah, because US 81. So basically the US 81 exit, and when you head south on that should be able to do it. In the meantime, put me back up with the radar here, and Cameron's going to do that analysis. Let me go back over and kind of look at the storm that we still have the tornado warning. So here's the decision Cameron's got to make, as he's right now in Salina, but that area of circulation that continues to track pretty much exiting parts of Saline County at this point. So let's go over, look at the Wichita radar. Let's go over to that base velocity at this point. And yeah, it's over near Niles at this point. So the big question is, since Cameron's over here, is he going to be able to get all the way over here in Solomon and catch up with it? That's going to be kind of a tough get. But I'm going to let Cameron make that decision whether or not he's going to continue on I-70 and make that intercept, or if he's going to be able to, head south and go back through Salina and check on any potential damage for us. So that's the area of circulation right now crossing I-70 just to the west of Solomon. So if you're in Solomon, you need to take those tornado precautions as we speak. Tight circulation here. Again, very thankful that at least so far, we haven't had damage reports out of Salina, which is very impressive to me at this point, and also very thankful. Let's kind of slide back down this line and get you into the severe thunderstorm warnings, because earlier we were talking about some weaker areas of circulation that they were watching on the leading edge of these thunderstorms. We still have severe thunderstorm warnings. We don't have tornado warnings, and that's part of the key here. And we'll continue to slide right along this line here. Again, don't really see any strong areas of rotation. Anytime you get a leading edge thunderstorms like this, we're going to watch to see if there's going to be some weaker, briefer spin-ups. But at least at this point, we're not really seeing anything that is overly concerning. We're just seeing more of the potential for, very heavy rain, hail, and the potential for some wind gusts that could exceed 60 miles per hour. So let's start on the southern end of the line. We get out from northern Edwards County through Pawnee County. This is already moving past US 56. Larned, you're into the heavy rain right now. This is moving over towards Seward as it moves into parts, of Seward County and Stafford County, and then we get into Barton County here around Great Bend. You got the heavy rain, maybe some smaller hail, so we'll continue tracking up through Barton County. Let's get you kind of clipping Russell as we get back on into, parts of Ellsworth County, and then eventually up north into Lincoln County. So we got heavy rain that has returned to the city of Kannapolis. Right now, the reservoir, the lake, you got a break. Spotted reports indicated we probably had a tornado roll over the lake. We haven't confirmed damage at this point. Pilar, what have you got?
Yeah, we are now starting to get some power outage reports out of the city of Salina. We have 3 separate reports totaling about 35 different customers. We're looking at Mulberry and 9th Street roughly is where 2 of those are at. A third one is by a park. I can't quite read the name of the park, but all of those in that kind of downtown area.
Yeah, and it's on the way as you go south down towards Kansas Wesleyan University as well too.
Yeah.
So kind of the core of the city, but as long as Jay and Hannah have also noted, and hopefully we'll get to see a little bit of video from driving if Cameron's able to make it down there, just to confirm that Salina was able to avoid a major incident here with some of those winds there could have formed into a tornado. But New Cambria still dealing with some of this. Not sure if it's going to still head north towards Niles on this, but we're still watching everything that's north of I-70 because that part's still not out of danger.
Yeah.
Might not be as populated, obviously, as Saline County or those sections of Salina, but still keeping close watch. We have a very wide viewing area. We talk about this all the time in KAKE land, so we still have to walk these storms out for now.
Yeah, and definitely a sign perhaps that the winds here are a little bit stronger than we have been seeing throughout the rest of the evening, because the power outage reports came so quickly compared to what we've seen from some of these other storms.
Right, and at least another welcome part of this, and again, if you're in one of those in New Cambria watching us, hope you can get through this, but it did avoid Salina, and it's going to go between Salina and Abilene, so that's off to the east, so it should be able to avoid that. You're always watching out for those populated areas.
Yeah, that's always the biggest danger zone, but if it hits the wrong spot, even in a rural area, it is a problem,
Definitely.
and that's why we have folks like Jay tracking it all night. Jay?
Let's get you back over to KAKE's First Alert Doppler. We've got the tornado warning for Saline County, for Dickinson County, and also in the southern parts of Clay, and just clipping a small part of Ottawa County, and then the line of severe thunderstorms that extends from western Saline County down through Ellsworth back into Great Bend and Larned. So let's roll it over the past 30 minutes. Line of thunderstorms, sure, the potential for hail and some wind damage, but the tornado threat is much smaller. So let's show you where, if a tornado is going to spin up again, it is in the process of exiting Saline County. It's right in the vicinity of Solomon. So if you're in Solomon, yep, you need to stay sheltered at this point. I'm going to go over to the Topeka office. Let's use that radar to look at the base velocity and roll it forward here over the past 30 minutes. So there's that circulation now. Okay, it's getting north of Solomon, but look at this. Even from that radar, that moves right over to Salina. So at some point, we'll see if there's damage somewhere in Salina. Pilar, what have you got?
Just got this report in from the Saline County Emergency Management PIO. She says that it is a confirmed tornado that was located near New Cambria. A confirmed tornado near New Cambria.
And still at the very early stages to see if there's any impact on this, if there's any damage. Because again, while it's a rural area, people still live there. And you just want to make sure that that if there was damage on there, that we do eventually have that. But that confirmed tornado, again, from Saline County, from the leaders there with emergency management. So seeing where this goes.
All right.
Yes.
Pilar, can you give me a timestamp on that? When was that spotted? Because I'm trying to figure out if that's the circulation that's already north of Solomon or if that's something new. So if we could get a kind of a timestamp or a time frame, it's currently 10:44. I would appreciate that.
About 10:30 is when the report came in to me from Saline County.
So that was about 15 minutes ago. Yeah. So that's probably what's north of Solomon at this point. So let's go back over to KAKE's First Alert Doppler. So that area of circulation near New Cambria that we had confirmed tornado, that is what's north of Solomon now, which is pretty much moving out of Saline County and will clip northwestern Dickinson. So this is going to be north of I-70 once again. This is not going to impact Abilene. It's not going to impact Enterprise. It's not going to impact Chapman. This is just going to skirt very north of I-70 and probably cross K-15 right at the Dickinson County, Clay County line. And then at that point, that kind of gets out of Cake Land. But there is a little weaker circulation. That is since dissipated. That's to the northeast of New Cambria at this point. Let's go back over live to meteorologist Cameron Venable. Cameron, let's get an update. What's going on with you?
I am still heading east. I am just northwest of New Cambria, actually. I was trying to just get a peek. I've got a peek of the base occasionally, but I'm going to probably pull around if I don't see anything in a second at the next exit. But to my left is a really nice shot of the base, and of course lightning's probably not going to light it up, but I have not seen a funnel cloud or a wall cloud or a tornado at this time. I know it said the report was, 10:30 near New Cambria. Like you said, that's probably near Solomon. But the exits are kind of scarce now. So once I find one, I will head back to Salina. I'll drive around and I'll let you guys know if I end up seeing any tornado damage or storm damage of any kind. Jeff?
All right, you don't want to pull out the cart. We're going to get a little geek here. So let's scrub through some of this radar data and show you what's going on. Let's go back to 1020. So we're going back in time because it's right now 1045. Now this is from the Topeka radar, and you'll see that very strong circulation. This is what moved over Salina. This is why I'm kind of gobsmacked at this time that there was not some kind of significant tornado that went through town. So we see if we get any kind of damage. And now we're going to scrub forward in time, and you'll see that circulation, and this matches up with the tornado report that Pilar had near New Cambria. That would be at about 10:30. And so now we're going to continue to go forward in time, and that area of circulation crossing north of I-70, and quite frankly, this really intensified. That is a strengthening couplet between Niles and Solomon here in northeastern parts of Saline County. That was probably a significant strengthening of the tornado that was reported near New Cambria. And then we continue forward in time, and then we'll continue to scrub that velocity data forward. And now that area of circulation is what's well north of I-70 across extreme northwestern parts of Dickinson County. And then we'll be crossing out of Dickinson County. Once that gets north of K-18, it's going to be over towards Buckeye. And then once that gets to Industry, that's going to exit out. So that's where we continue to have the tornado threat. I know the warning polygon is still in effect for Saline County, but the risk of a tornado within Saline County has now ended from this storm. And what our attention is focused now is these other thunderstorms. I'll tell you what I am going to do is, Hannah, have you got any update from the Weather Service out of Topeka as that's moving through Dickinson County at this point?
I have no update right now from the Topeka office, but they are still going to continue that tornado warning right now. Yeah, that is what they are doing. We potentially have a picture of the tornado that was spotted in Salina. I'm getting that up and ready right now.
Okay, tell you what, come back over to me, and once you get it up, we'll go ahead and we'll go back over to you. I'm going to scrub through this time in time back with the Wichita radar. We did that earlier with the radar based over. Tell you what, so let me go back over to Chris Earl. Chris, what have you got?
Yeah, just one thing. Just heard from someone who reached out to us in Salina just to send us just some video of downtown, and it's rainy, but it's clear. So,
which is good news.
Which is the good news for all of this, because those were some very trepidatious moments there for a long stretch. And so you got from 10 to 15 until everything pushed through. But this person did step outside and just send some video, and it's relatively calm.
Yeah.
So that's good. I mean, you still have some rain that's there. We've seen the lightning show there on the KSAL studios, but at least that's some welcome news out of this. We still don't have any other confirmation right now that there's no major damage in Salina. Still going to wait for that to come out as those reports come in. No, we still have some outages within the county and within that area, as they've had to deal with some of the wind at the very least, some of the hail that's out there, but at least some welcome exhale for some people who might be in Saline County and in Salina.
The wind's definitely strong enough to at least cause some power outages. We've got about 35 reported so far. That number, though, has not grown since we first brought it to you. So that is good news as well. And the hail reports that I've seen so far has been nothing more than pea-sized. And I'm hearing we need to go back to our weather team right now.
Yes, this is actually a picture that was sent in from Joe Humiston. It was seen and taken in Salina. So that is the tornado that Salina saw. You can kind of see it. It's a little bit harder to see, but you can see it's kind of, there's one side of it, and over here there is the other side. So there is that cone right there. And I heard that Cameron has something that he would want to show us. So Cameron, what do you have out there?
All right, I'm just off of I-70, and we're looking at the Solomon storm. And if the lightning flickers, you could clearly see the storm structure. You could see the wall cloud. You could see the inflow tail back to the right. Come on, lightning, please. Okay, well, it doesn't seem to want to do it, but I can clearly see the storm structure. So if there was a tornado, it's going to be right there. And good news is, as of right now, it is not there. I have a very good view of this thing. Also, I could tell in between the lightning flashes that this thing is rotating. Okay, you're seeing it a little better now. It's not great. The lightning's not nearly as continuous as it needs to be. But if it were to drop a tornado, it's going to be just to the left of that sign. So that's where the wall cloud's at. And just to the left of the sign is where it looks like it's trying to maybe consolidate a funnel. It's hard to see. Let me see if I can zoom in for you guys. Come on, lightning. It's amazing how much I can see it with my eyes, but with the camera, not so much. But this is the storm. This is the storm that went through Salina. This is the one that has the warning near Solomon. That is the storm structure right there. So we can clearly see it when the lightning flashes. I will let you know if I see anything else, and then I'm going to turn around and go back to Salina. Jay.
All right, I will kind of take it over real fast. The new severe thunderstorm warning, I'll pull it up right behind me here. The new severe thunderstorm warning that is coming out for, let's see, Saline County. That is for ping pong size hail. So they are about to see some significant hail here, and I'll zoom in a little bit. you can kind of see Cameron is right here. It's in that new warning too that they just issued. So you can see that is where his position is, and he is looking up towards that other tornado warning that is happening up there. So there is going to be potentially some ping pong size hail heading into Saline County. So if you are in your safe place because of that tornado warning, you want to stay there. You want to stay away from windows when you start getting that larger size hail that is happening. But we'll go up here, kind of look at these other tornado warnings up here. You can kind of see there is quite a good hook on that one storm right there. You can see it. I'll zoom in a little bit more, kind of see exactly where this is kind of happening here. Let's turn on the velocity on this while it is loading for me. All right, well, it is kind of freezing up on me a little bit, so I will, there we go. Now let's move it on up towards those warnings that we had. Here we go. There is some rotation within that storm. That is, that's kind of what Cameron was seeing up there with those rotating clouds and everything. With that warning that is coming through, you can kind of see there are a couple areas of some weaker rotation. Let's see if anything was said. Nothing new has been said right now out of any of the, okay. The Topeka office just said that they are planning to issue another downstream tornado warning because that rotation is seeming to be decent enough for it to continue. So these storms are kind of staying pretty strong with these rotation that they are having within those storms. I'll show you that picture of the tornado that was in Salina earlier. You can just take a look at this picture. Absolutely incredible. That tornado that was in Salina. Thankfully, there wasn't any big reports of any damage so far that we have been hearing about, but that is quite a tornado that we have been seeing. I'll send it back over to Jay right now to see what he has.
All right, and I tell you what, update the severe thunderstorm watch until 3 a.m. Even though we still have tornado warnings in progress. Let's go back over. Okay, so we'll continue to give you an update here. Let me zoom in and we'll get you updated on the latest tornado warnings that have been issued by the National Weather Service. So let me get a little bit tighter in here and we'll show you what's going on with that. So we got the tornado warnings for Saline County. That one's going to be allowed to expire. The other tornado warning for northern Dickinson County, that is the one that's going to be continued by the National Weather Service office in Topeka. So we got a couple of different things that we're looking at here, and then this whole line of thunderstorms from Larned through Great Bend through Ellsworth and north of Salina. This is more of the potential for some damaging wind gusts that could exceed 65 miles per hour, and also the potential for some larger hail. The good news is that the tornado threat is going to weaken with this line of thunderstorms. If anything, it would be weaker, briefer tornadoes on the leading edge. I do want to go back out to meteorologist Cameron Venable. Cameron, why don't you give us an update from your position? Are you still kind of on the hunt here, or what are you doing? Okay, I see you're still parked over. Why don't you give us a little more play-by-play of what you got?
Yeah, I'm parked off of I-70. Right as you could possibly turn on to, I believe that's 260. So I'm on a little overpass here, and I was looking at the Solomon storm. I was able to send a picture. I'm going to put it on social as well. Took a long exposure of it, and you can clearly see, oh, there's a new warning. You can clearly see the storm structure with that particular storm. Unfortunately, The lightning just did not want to cooperate and be able to show us, but I'm looking directly at it with my camera, but it's just not able to be seen.
You know, the lightning flashes are helping. Okay, we see the lowering with the lightning flashes. So yes, the lightning is helping us out here, Cameron.
Okay, good. Yeah, it was closer before. Someone's pulled in front of me. Okay, there we go. It was closer before, and I could actually see rotation, and I could also see when it was trying to, produce like a little funnel. Like, if you look on, let me zoom in a bit. There you go. If you look on the left side of that sign, occasionally it shows a little something. It's not as organized as it was, I will say that. But earlier when I was talking with Hannah, it definitely looked pretty good. in terms of a view, being able to spot a tornado and possibly give warning to people that are, in line for this thing. So I have a pretty good view, but like I said, I'm probably going to start heading back to Salina and see if I can find some damage in town.
Okay, I tell you what, let's get a radar update here. And while I'm looking at radar, Cameron, I want you to look at radar also. So I'm going to zoom back into the area of concern here where they've issued the updated tornado warning. And this is for northern Dickinson County. So this is basically along and north of K18. It includes Manchester, Buckeye, over towards Industry. It does not include Abilene. It does not include the city of Enterprise. And as Cameron's been talking about, he had that very pronounced lowering. And now we're going to go over to the velocity here. And honestly, this velocity has tightened right back up. So this is what Cameron was showing you live. It's between Manchester and Buckeye. Let me give you a little distance here because this is tracking to the northeast. So this will be close to Industry. It's 7 miles away back to the southwest. And this is redeveloped here. Now remember, this storm has a history of producing tornadoes. This is what rolled over Salina. We showed you the video, Hannah showed you that picture. And then there it is. It looked like it spun back up. So Cameron, from our point of view, it looks like this thing is reorganized and there's the potential for another tornado in progress right now.
Yes. I can see, I just took a long exposure shot and I can see on my phone, the wall cloud is going to be directly behind the haze sign, pretty far off. And it's pretty low to the ground. I'm going to upload this to social so you guys can see. Because it's zoomed in and it's long exposure, it's hard to tell if there's like actually a tornado in progress, but definitely a very obvious, pretty disorganized wall cloud, but definitely a wall cloud that's way out there. So it's nowhere as close as it used to be. So yeah, there you go. That was a pretty good flash. How much more can I zoom in with this? Not much, I guess. All right, well, let me put it this way. If there is a tornado, I could still see it. And as of right now, it definitely looks like it has organized a lot more, just like you said, Jay, but I don't see a tornado at the current time.
All right, thanks a lot. Glad that you're giving that. Glad you're giving us that information, trying to getting coordinated here. So yeah, okay, latest volume scan came in, latest sweep of the radar. Not the gate-to-gate shear, but still strong rotation as that's moving from Manchester over towards Industry at this time. So let's kind of get you updated on the scene here. So we got the tornado warning, basically northern Dickinson County. It's north of K18. So if you live south of K18, like in Abilene and Enterprise and Chapman, the storm's no longer an impact. Then we look back down towards the west, and we're going to get updated on that next line of thunderstorms. I'm going to kind of back the view out a little bit. I'm going to switch over to what we're more familiar with seasons, the reflectivity mode of the radar. So we're going to flip back over, and I'm going to use the Wichita radar. We're going to go to the base reflectivity. And so that whole line of thunderstorms is going to light up over the past 30 minutes. And there you go. Salina, you're about to have another line of thunderstorms roll through. Now, with this line of thunderstorms, could we get some wind gusts in excess of 60 miles per hour? Sure. Might even get some occasional quarter size, if not larger than quarter size hail, as that line of thunderstorms is going to track through. Heavy rain in Ellsworth, Claflin, Great Bend, all the way down to the east of Larned at this point. And you can see south of Pawnee Rock, looks like the potential for some hail. Severe thunderstorm warnings have been issued. So severe thunderstorm warning continues in effect for parts of Stafford County and Pawnee County. That is until 11:45. And then we'll kind of just slide up the line here. Severe thunderstorm warning issued for parts of Barton County, including the city of Great Bend and Ellenwood. And that also includes Rice County. Doesn't include Lyons, though. And then into Ellsworth County until 11:15. Again, mainly the potential for some wind gusts in excess of 60 miles per hour and some occasional hail larger than quarter size. And then we'll continue to track that line on up towards the north. And as we do, we'll continue to get that heavier rain moving through Saline County. Saline County, you're under a new severe thunderstorm warning that was extended now until 11:45 for the potential for some hail larger than quarters and the potential for some wind gusts to about 60 miles per hour. Pilar?
Yes, thank you, Jay. We are just getting another damage report, really our first major damage report from Saline County. And I say major, it's a report of a tree branch in the road. That's it. That's all they've gotten so far.
And that's from the county.
That's from the county.
It's not just a random text.
Yes,
right.
Exactly. This is from the county emergency management office from their PIO. So this is official information. They so far have no reports of injuries or excessive damage, none of that. And this really follows what we saw in Rice County, where we saw that rotation, we saw lowering, and the sirens were going off. And after the storm had passed, they had some pea-sized hail on the ground and some shredded leaves.
And maybe this is a situation where, especially people in Saline County, they really might have been able to avoid a meteorological bullet on this.
Very
Because
much so.
We saw what was coming.
A big breath of relief out of all this.
Right, and hopefully that holds. Hopefully that one tree
Yes.
branch that might be in the road, on whatever road that is, hopefully, I'm sure that there's going to be more because you have that wind coming
Yeah.
through, but that's the only thing that we're hearing at this point, and that doesn't get any worse than that on a substantial level. I think we can all exhale, but certainly we've seen what else has been going through as it's been approaching some of the areas in northern Dickinson County as it's trying to get out of our viewing area, but still have to walk those out. And then we have this other wave of thunderstorms coming back in.
Yeah, and to remember, a lot of these warnings have been from radar indicated rotation, but we also have had on the ground confirmation of tornadoes. And that means that it has touched down. It is a funnel cloud until it touches down. That's when it becomes a tornado. We have on the ground reports throughout the evening of 2 or 3 of these actual confirmed tornadoes.
But if you're in a safe place, especially if you're in Salina, and you can snap any pictures just showing us that it's, you know, might be a shiny street because of the rain, but as long as you don't have any major damage or anything and it's safe, feel free to send those our way as well too. So
Yeah. And we will continue to check back in with Jay and Hannah right now to see what they've got at the moment.
Just to update, set the scene. Severe thunderstorm watch until 3 a.m. The tornado risk that's ongoing right now in northern Dickinson County. Once that moves out, honestly, the tornado threat isn't zero, but it will be lower for the rest of the night. And we're going to be dealing with the severe thunderstorms. I know we even have warnings outside of the watch area, all the way back into parts of Pawnee County and earlier northern Edwards County. So for Wichita, we could still see a stronger thunderstorm after midnight tonight. We cannot thank you enough when you share your videos, you share your photos, and you share your reports. And the way to get that to it, let's go over to meteorologist Hannah Dennis. Hannah?
There we go. If you have any damage reports that you want to send in, or any pictures of hail or potentially the tornado or any funnel clouds, you can text us at 757-525-3697. And whenever you do text us, make sure you include your name, the time that photo was taken, and your location that you took that photo at, so we know exactly where and when that happened for that picture that you sent us in.
All right, so let's get you updated now with KAKE's first alert Doppler. There's that line of thunderstorms. There is the lone tornado warning in all of KAKE land. So we're going to zoom in now to northern Dickinson County. This is north of K18, and that circulation is very close to industry. Within the next 5 to 10 minutes, this is going to be out of KAKE land. Once this gets out of Dickinson County, it kind of moves out of our area where people are able to receive our signal and starts to move over into the Topeka market. So once this leaves Dickinson County, we're going to stop covering this tornado warning. We'll get you updated on all the severe thunderstorm warnings, and then we can kind of start stepping down our coverage unless tornadoes start to redevelop. So I'm going to go back over, and we're going to look at the velocity data. I'm going to use the Topeka radar because the Topeka radar over in Wabunsee County is the closest one to this storm at this time. So there's that area of circulation. Remember, we had Cameron on the, over on I-70 showing us the lowered base. Earlier, that was a really tight circulation that kind of ramped back up. It is a weaker circulation that is approaching industry right now. And then that's the county line. So that's the Dickinson County line there. So once that crosses that, it will get out of KAKE land at this point. So if we get a chance, I do want to get just another update. So Cameron, are you still in the same position? Okay, I see you're on the road again. So why don't you give us an update, please?
I'm on the road again. Yes, sir. I'm moving west on I-70. Jay, what, southwest Salina, right? That's kind of where we think potentially the tornado damage would be if it's there, correct?
Potentially. I would exit I-70 at US 81 and take that straight south, because hopefully that'll get you onto Santa Fe or one of those streets, and you can just run right through town and see what happened through town there instead of staying on the interstate system.
I know you were really busy, but did you or Hannah see the max wind gust on our Weather Now camera?
No, we were showing the camera full. So what was the maximum wind gust reported, Cameron?
Oh, I have no idea. I'm just curious, because that could potentially solidify the idea if it was a tornado or not. Well, I might be able to take a glance at Salina ASOS real quick and let you know.
Well, yeah, go ahead and give us. I tell you what, we're gonna stay with the live continuous coverage until you can kind of give us a tour down through Salina, and we can get updated on what's going on with any damage or not. So, Chris, what have you got, bud?
So I've gotten a couple videos in from people in Salina, and the good news is, yeah, it's rainy streets, but from downtown it's relatively clear. So I know we've taken at least a report of one tree branch down Salina, no major injuries at this point. Lots of people had to get down into their basements, into their inside interior rooms, but just from some of the videos that have been coming into some of my sources as well for Salina, looking to be in the clear, which is some very welcome news on this. And I know Pilar, you've been in touch with emergency management from Saline County. I know you're just on the phone with them and just kind of texting back and forth. So some of the welcome news we've taken off of this, because we think back to where we were 45 minutes ago, an hour ago. Real concerns.
Tornado hitting a major metropolitan area, coming right in, and then just the other side of that town, we had a confirmed tornado on the ground from the same storm. So yeah, a lot of fears, and now the biggest damage report we've got so far is a tree branch in the road. Right,
and that's not to downplay any of the other damage that might be coming up, which again, a lot of that we might not see until tomorrow morning once we get to sunrise, as this is eventually going further northeast. But still trying to walk this particular tornado system out of KAKE land, which it sounds like just a few more minutes. But this is why, as Jay had noted earlier, even if we just take up some of your time to try to encourage people to go to those inside rooms, into the basement, and you emerge from that and you're like, okay, we just had a storm, but everything's going to be okay. So hopefully that's how it turned out tonight.
Better safe than sorry is the motto we operate by here.
Definitely. And so let's get back over to Hannah with some of the information that you're getting as well.
Yes, we just got a photo sent in to us by Togan Lonies. This is a picture of the tornado that was by Canopolis Lake. You can just see that's really scary looking, honestly. It was any of these tornadoes that happen at night always have like an eerie feeling to them, but there was a confirmed tornado and there is a picture of it. So we have been seeing some confirmed tornadoes across those tornado warnings that we've been having. We just have not been seeing any significant damage reports, which is really good because we don't want to see those really bad tornado damage reports. But there were tornadoes out there tonight so far, and this is just another picture proof of the tornado that was near Canopolis Lake earlier this evening.
And again, continue to send those things to us. Very appreciative for you sharing that with us. And we were tracking that. I mean, when it moved out of, Barton County and moved into western parts of Rice, the circulation got really disorganized and really weak. And then it started to strengthen again before it got into Ellsworth County. And then it really ramped up before it approached Canopolis Lake. So we have confirmation, we had spotter confirmation, now we have the photo confirming that. That's what eventually rolled into Salina. And the fact that we have not had damage reports in the city of Salina is, I'm very thankful that happened, because just based on the radar and the history of the storm, you saw it had a confirmed tornado with it. So it looks like the core of Salina really dodged an event tonight. Can't be any more thankful to what's going on. But let's get you updated on the lone tornado warning that we have. This is probably going to be the last update on this particular tornado warning, because it's in the process of exiting KAKE land, because our viewing area basically stops here at the Dickinson County line. So that's crossing near K15 now, moving from Dickinson County into southern Clay. So I tell you, we're going to use a Pico radar. We'll look at the base velocity. We'll put it in motion for you. And there it is. There's the circulation now to the north of Industry. It's approaching K15, and at this point, it is of KAKE land. Cameron, let's go back to you. Why don't you give us a position update? Tell us where you are and show us what's going on.
Yeah, Jay, I'm just about to pull off on exit 252, so I'm going to jump on 81, and I'm going to go into town. I was able to take a peek at the Salina ASOS at the airport, maximum gust 37. So depending on what I see, it's going to be hard to, unless it's a very weak tornado, hard to really declare that. But it does seem like there was a tornado in progress southwest of town, and then thankfully I think it lifted right as it was moving into town.
Okay,
because
hang on a sec, Cameron. As you get into town,
we don't quite know what our weather now sensor.
Okay, as you get into town, hang on just a second. Jen? Apparently, we just got some video that has come in. Let's go over to Pilar. Pilar?
Yeah, Jay, this is video that came in from Audrey Holloway. She sent us this video that she shot out at Kannapolis Lake as that tornado was passing through. This is near Venango. It's a little hard to see. This is kind of what we've been dealing with all night. You can only see it when the lightning lights it up, but you can definitely kind of see some of that shadowing there that shows where that funnel is starting to come down. This is where we tell people to be very, very careful. While this video is incredible, you also want to be careful because you don't want to be on the wrong side of that tornado.
Especially at night.
Yeah.
Because you have very limited viewing points on top of this, and when you can, it's because of lightning, which we all know that's not the safest situation. We appreciate you for doing this, Audrey.
Yes.
We especially appreciate you sending this to us. But just to show the level of uncertainty that a lot of people had to deal with tonight. If you're in the path of this, because you can't see it coming off of the prairie from 12 miles away like you typically can during a 4 o'clock here in the Midwest. For this, you're really in the dark and just hoping it does not come for you.
Yeah, and this definitely shows what Doppler radar does for us. You know, we didn't have this 50 years ago, and people would die in things like this because they didn't know they were coming. And now we can warn about radar-indicated rotation, that it looks like there might be a tornado coming out of the storm. So even if it's rain-wrapped, even if it's in the dark, you know that there's at least a danger and you can get to safety, which you couldn't do before.
And knowledge is power, but knowledge in these cases is also safety. As in, we're all awaiting to see whatever Cameron's going to see once he makes his way through some parts of Salina, just to at least reconfirm some of the videos that have come in that that town's been able to avoid some of the major damage. But if that did lift right before it got to town, you talk about really dodging what could have been catastrophic if it would have been a direct hit.
Very much so, yeah. I mean, and in this state, we have seen that catastrophic. The first one that comes to mind is Greensburg.
Of course.
You know, it wiped that town off the map and they had to rebuild from scratch. Can you imagine a Greensburg at the size of Salina? And that is a scary thought indeed. And
that's something that I think all of us who live here in the Midwest, especially once you get into storm season, that's always never far from mind.
Yeah.
Especially when you have the ingredients like we saw. Let's get back to our weather team. Let's bring Jay back in with just kind of an update for where we're at right now. It sounds like we've been walking the storm out of northern Dickinson County, outside of our viewing area, as we're all just trying to kind of put a bow on this and see what else might be to come.
I tell you, let's get back over to Cameron, because Cameron's in the process of rolling back into Salina. Sorry we interrupted you earlier, Cameron. What have you got going on? I got to admit, everything looks pretty darn good from your vantage point so far.
Yeah, it's very calm. I mean, I'm going down 9th Street and passing West Harsh Avenue, but I'm not really seeing anything. The radar signature was very impressive, but you and I both know we're slicing the storm very high, because that is far from the Wichita radar, which could support the idea that, you know, the tornado was lifting and maybe there was that strong rotation aloft, but thankfully it wasn't at the surface. Because right now I'm not seeing anything. You know, I'm not deep into Salina, but the fact that the ASOS, the airport weather sensor, only showed a gust of 37, and I recall us saying that we thought that the tornado was potentially going over the Salina airport. I really think we got lucky here, and I'm spacing right now, but how far is Kannapolis Lake from Salina?
It's only about 25 to 30 miles as far as air distance goes. That's it.
Okay. Okay, hold on. There's like some shredded trees. There's a branch that's broken right here. It's minor wind damage at that. But that's the first thing I've seen so far. Okay, that's a full-on broken branch. I don't know if that's been broken. But then there's a trampoline right next to it, and it's not lofted. So I'm going to say that might be old wind damage. Let's keep going. So now we are on still North 9th Street. West Decatur Street is coming up. I mean, that tree looks like it's damaged right there. But once again, we've had a lot of windstorms. It was one of the windier Marches. It's hard to say if that's related to this. And I feel like I'm too far north, don't you think, Jay? Like, no, I guess I'm right where I should be, actually. Okay, let me keep on going. I'll tell you what I'm seeing. Not seeing any structure damage, so that's good. There's someone behind me, so can't go as slow. Let's see. No structure damage there. I'm passing the train tracks. North 9th Street, West North Street now. Continuing to pass the train tracks. And I'm not, besides that somewhat wind damage I saw, that was very localized, which, you know, tornadoes are extremely localized, so perhaps it could be related. But I feel like if it did happen, it's more down here. Didn't we say it was almost like right on the cozy?
I got to admit, I really thought it was going to pass, you know, right over near Santa Fe and Iron down there, just south of State Street. So, yeah. Now, are you currently?
I'm passing Elm Street now.
Okay. Are you southbound or northbound? Which direction are you traveling?
I am southbound.
You're southbound. Okay, so you're coming back
Southbound.
through. Yeah, honestly,
Yes.
you should have. If there was a path going through there, you probably should have hit it at this point. So, it looks like Salina has really been.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Spared. And this is not the first time that we've had.
Maybe I'll jog
tornado
by the
pass near
airport and see there's
Canopolis
some people.
and not impact Salina. So that's okay. Wow.
Some
All
people
right.
outside.
So Cameron, I'm going to get everybody updated again. Oh, there you go. Got some people waving at us there. Thank you for watching KAKE. So we'll continue to keep an eye on this for you. The tornado warnings are now out of KAKE land. All we have left are severe thunderstorm warnings. I'm going to roll these in motion for you. We're going to keep you updated through the night on the severe thunderstorms. That the tornado risk isn't zero, but it's awfully low. But I want to go back over to Hannah to share with us once again the photos you shared with us of the tornadoes from earlier tonight. Hannah.
Yeah, before I talk about the tornado photos that we have seen, I am seeing some reports of those flash flood warnings coming in, which means we're actually seeing a lot of rain, and we need a lot of rain. We don't need the flooding, but we do need the moisture. But let's start with this picture first right here. This is a picture of the tornado that was out near Canopolis Lake. So we started seeing that rotation. We started seeing that tornado, and then it started to make its way towards Salina. And then eventually we got another photo that came in. This was taken out of Salina, of the tornado that decided to form once again as it was nearing the town of Salina. So we did get confirmation of tornadoes actually touching down and moving. We just haven't been able to see a lot of damage from it, which is really good. That we didn't want to see that damage, but there were a couple of tornadoes out there last night that have been confirmed by both storm spotters and by these pictures that were sent in to us. Jay?
Very impressive. And I understand that we have more video that's coming. Let's go back over to Chris and Pilar. Chris, Pilar.
Yeah, we're continuing to see videos come in just as they're getting pictures over in the weather lab there. And this is video from Salina from Mr. Tatro. He sent us this video, Curtis Tatro. I'm sorry if I'm not saying that right. But you can see all the lightning and I'm assuming thunder that goes with lightning as it's coming through. This is a lot of what people saw. We know that there was a tornado just before it hit Salina. We know that there was one after it hit Salina. But from all reports, this is what the folks in Salina actually saw, was a lot of lightning and some wind. We do have some wind damage. We are still looking at about 35 customers in the Salina area who are without power at this time, presumably because of wind damage. We know that their one major piece of damage that they've reported in Saline County so far is a downed tree branch.
But as we saw, though, a very robust light show. We saw those on the cameras while it was happening. We've seen this from this video. But at least as Cameron Vendel's driving around, you can just kind of see, you might see some tree damage, some brush damage that might be down there. But for the most part, it seems like from the reports we've gotten, no major injuries so far from Salina. So very fortunate on this. And
not even really reports of minor injuries at this
Right.
point, which is incredible.
so just want to say thanks to all of you who've stuck with us for the last couple of hours, because we definitely wanted to stay on top of this. This is what we do. It's part of the calling here, whether it's with
Yeah.
our weather team here at KAKE News or anybody else. So we just appreciate a lot of this. And Jay, I just didn't know if you wanted to wrap this up as well, too. So
Excuse me. Let's go ahead and start to spin this down. My voice is going to force me to do that, but we have severe thunderstorm warnings, so now we're going to step down to giving you updates during some of the breaks. The tornado threat is down. Hannah mentioned earlier we got some heavy rain and some localized flooding at this point, but let's get you back to the regular programming. We're going to continue to monitor the weather. Should any tornado threat redevelop, which is a minimal chance, we'll be right back here on KAKE. Thank you for watching us tonight. For everybody here at KAKE News, hopefully we're done for the rest of the evening, but stay with us just in case. Well, unfortunately, here we go again. We've got a brand new tornado warning again for parts of Rice County and also Barton County. This is moving out of Barton into Rice, similar track to what the storm earlier this evening took. So let's zoom on in and show you that tornado warning. You see the red polygon there. We're going to switch over to the radar over at Wichita because it's going to be the closest one. So let's go Wichita, let's go base reflectivity here, and we're going to roll it in motion over the past 30 minutes. And that tornado threat is already crossing pretty much into western parts of Rice County at this time. So let's go back over and look at the velocity data off the Wichita radar. There's your base velocity. We're going to roll it here. There it is. That's air circulation. This time it's much closer to Chase, and not really quite gate to gate, but this is pretty broad here, crossing 56 in the vicinity of Chase as we speak. So go ahead and take those tornado precautions. Not in the city of Lyons itself. This is stay to your northeast. Unfortunately, this is going to be a similar path to the storm that came to Wichita radar. Because we're pretty far away, this particular debris detection product isn't always going to work. And plus, you need some rain over the area here, so we don't really have anything that's kind of convincing us that there's a tornado in progress. But based on that velocity signature, it's very apparent why the National Weather Service is issuing that tornado warning, and also why you need to go ahead and take those tornado precautions here in Rice County. Again, north of US 56 to the west of K14. That will be crossing K14, in the vicinity of Geneseo, and then over K4. So that's going to be crossing K14 and then crossing K4 in the vicinity of Geneseo. So now's the time to take those tornado precautions. I mean, earlier tonight, we had very strong radar indications. We've had, the pictures, and speaking of that, Hannah, I noticed you got the pictures we had earlier tonight.
Yes, this is the picture of the tornado that was spotted out near Canopolis Lake earlier tonight. So you can just see that we did get confirmation of tornadoes out there. You see how large it was looking and very menacing as well. And since we are past sundown, these tornadoes are going to be very, very hard to spot as we're going into tonight. So really getting radar indication of that rotation of a tornado, that's going to be some of our best bets of seeing where a tornado is, because without the sun or without some continuous flashes of lightning, it's almost impossible to see some of these tornadoes that are coming through as we're going into the overnight hours. Jay?
All right, let's go back over. I tell you what, can we get Cameron? Can we get an update from Cameron? I know that he was out running around. Cameron, if you're able to hear us, can you give us a position update of where you are now? Say again? Okay. All right, so Cameron doesn't have his mic on. Do me a favor, Cameron. You get a chance, reach out to Cameron, just ask if he can turn on his mic and join us live here for the coverage. So we're going to zoom back into Rice County, and there is the area of circulation just to the north of Chase. Go to the velocity mode. This is the beauty of Doppler radar. Honestly, this was the original intent of Doppler radar, was to be able to look inside of thunderstorms and see which way the wind is blowing inside the storm. The orange, the red, wind blowing away from the radar. Remember, the radar is located over on the west side of Wichita's Eisenhower National Airport. The green is inbound, or rain that's heading back towards the radar. So you got inbound here, outbound there. So in between the two, there is rotation. Quite frankly, we got a little inbound here and outbound. That's a little area convergence right there, but still you got the inbound right there. So, okay, this is, let me kind of recenter what's happening with the screen. There we go. And give you a little idea of where it is. This is west of K14 in northwestern Rice County. This is to the northwest of Lyons, so if you're in Lyons proper, this part of the thunderstorm is not going to impact you. You're in a safe area from that storm, so we'll continue to back things out a little more. And this will be crossing, kind of extrapolate that line, the way it's moving. So we're going to kind of go back in time. We're going to track that area of circulation. We'll pick it up there, and then we'll move it. So that's going to be crossing K4 at about 8 miles, very close to Geneseo. It just moves right along pretty much that line. That's assuming it maintains the same linear motion at this point, which is pretty much directly to the northeast. And that's the movement that we've been seeing for much of the night tonight with that thunderstorm. Let's go ahead and continue to kind of back things out again. We'll see if this holds together. The fact that we've already had some strong thunderstorms kind of helps take some of the energy out of the atmosphere. But right now, if that circulation continues, it's near Geneseo and very close, just a little bit south, only about 2 to 3 miles south of the previous track. We'll see if it holds together long enough to cross through Ellsworth County and potentially clip extreme northwestern parts of McPherson County. I don't think it would potentially get as far east as Lindsborg, but if you're in Lindsborg, I wouldn't turn off the TV at this point. I would stay tuned just to continue to track this part of the storm until it either weakens or it moves north of your location, because the area of circulation just continues to persist, and it's still to the west of K14 at this point and continues tracking very quickly. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's rejoin meteorologist Cameron Venable once again. Cameron, why don't you give us an update?
Yeah, I'm in Salina, just got gas, and I was able to talk to Salina PD, and there's no reports of tornado damage. I drove near the Cozy, didn't see anything there. Drove around, southwest Salina, drove around the regional airport, nothing. So Salina got very lucky, and then I was texting Hannah just prior to this that storm was about to produce a tornado, and as you guys can see, here's the problem: is all day we have been talking about the fact that the environment is favorable for tornadoes. And in south central Kansas, it didn't quite pan out. We were missing a strong element, lift. Now that the cold front's in play, it has made it very clear that any supercells that remain isolated are going to spin like tops. So we really need to fill in this line, or this is going to be a problem that persists through much of the night. So this is definitely one of the nights where, keep it to Cake. We will keep you guys posted. Have a NOAA weather radio, because there's a chance that anytime a supercell is isolated, it's going to try to produce a tornado. Jeff?
All right, thanks a lot, Cameron. So let's get back over to Cake's First Alert Doppler, and there's the area of circulation that we are continuing to track. And again, if you got reports, you got photos, please share them with us. And yes, this is a tornado warning. And okay, still got that area of circulation, just got the latest sweep of the radar here. But I know, believe it or not, it's under a severe thunderstorm watch. I see you got the map behind you, Hannah, kind of, breaking down what was expected to be more of a severe threat versus a tornado threat.
Yes, you can see right behind me, all the blue counties, that's where your severe thunderstorm watch is until 3 a.m. The green counties are along the Kansas-Oklahoma state line. That's where the tornado watch was, because originally things looked like that was where the most favorable conditions were going to be at to see tornadoes. And it's been happening where some of these severe thunderstorm watches are in place. Now, they are, the National Weather Service is coordinating with this, the Storm Prediction Center right now to see if they need to change anything with these watches, either let them expire or extend them, or what they need to do. So they will be updating that shortly, and once they do, I will let you know kind of what's going on with all these watches. But we could be seeing these storms kind of move through for the next few hours. So we need to kind of be aware, have those ways to get those warnings out, get those warnings on your phone in case you are planning on heading to bed, just in case things turn severe as it's coming towards you. Jay?
I appreciate that update. And yeah, once they get that straightened out, whether there's going to be an expansion of counties or, let's get that information out. And the good news is here, the rotation is not as tight as it was. The bad news is it's still a rotating thunderstorm, and it's just to the west of K14 now. So we're going to zoom in. If you're in Geneseo, you still need to take those tornado precautions at this point, because that area of circulation, as far as where is it compared to K14, if you take K14, it's only about 2.5 miles off towards the west. From Geneseo, that area of circulation is just about 5 to 6 miles off to your southwest. So if this storm is producing a tornado, if it's going to produce a tornado, it's going to move right across K14 and then across K4, pretty close to Geneseo. Just, again, only about, anywhere between like 2 to 4 miles south of the track of the previous storm that we know produced a tornado near Canopolis Lake. We got the photos from that, and we know produced a tornado very near Salina. We haven't got reports within damage reports within Salina, and I got to admit, I'm just completely very impressed that did not happen. This goes back several years ago. We had a significant tornado during the late afternoon, and we were watching it live via our chaser streams as it was near Canopolis Lake, and we all thought Salina was going to take a direct hit there, and that didn't happen. So Salina, you must be living right. Yes, Hannah.
So an update just came out. A brand new tornado watch will be issued within the next few minutes. So when that happens, we're going to see more of these counties start to turn green. It says it's going to be areas southeast of the line from Saline to Rice all the way through 7 a.m. So we are going to continue to see these storms. More of us are going to be under a tornado watch as we're going into tonight. Cameron is going to be out there going to try and see if he can get to the tornado warning storm right now to see if we can see any kind of funnel or any tornado that potentially forms with that storm. But as soon as those counties start changing over, I'll update this map for you guys and show you what we're looking at as we're going into tonight. Jay?
That's awesome. Thank you very much, Hannah, for getting that update passed along and updating that map once that changeover to a tornado watch, that updated time comes out. So we're back live to KAKE's First Alert Doppler, and again, there is the area of, this is much weaker rotation, so at least we're trending in the right direction. I would still play it safe. If I'm around Geneseo, I would just go ahead and stay sheltered at this point until this area of circulation is okay. There you go. There's the latest sweep of the radar. I got to admit, the news continues to get better. There's a broad rotation here. There's no tight circulation anymore. But if you want to wait until this, gets a little farther across K4, this is looking great. And it's exiting the warning. Notice the red line here, the polygon did not include Ellsworth County. It was only for Rice County. So at this point, unless this circulation tightens up, within a couple of minutes here, we're probably going to get back to just doing updates during commercial breaks because that area of circulation has really started to settle. Okay, here's something I want to show you. Okay, now we're getting what we call an outflow boundary. I want you to see this little thin line right there. Watch this come out from the main line of storms. See that right there? Okay, now I'm going to switch back over to the reflectivity mode of the radar. So now we're going to Wichita. You know what? It's 11:50 at night, so this is the time where we can have a little fun and talk about what's going on with the radar. So just out ahead of it, let me tell you what. Let me go over to and turn up. There we go. I know it gets really noisy here, but you see that little thin blue line from Stafford over to Sterling. That is, think about getting a glass of water, poured it on the table. Hits the table, spreads out and everything. Think of that as cool air coming out of those thunderstorms. Basically, it's hitting the ground and it's spreading out just like pouring water on a table. And once you get these outflows out ahead of the thunderstorms, you know what that does? That elevates or really cuts the legs out under from the chance for producing a tornado at this point. Now, it doesn't mean that the main line of thunderstorms can catch back up with the outflow and kind of set the scene up again. But when you get these outflows far enough out ahead of the main body of thunderstorms, this is a good thing because it helps really take the tornado threat down where it's away from the line. Now, conversely, the bad thing is where that outflow reconnects with the line, that could actually enhance the rotation of a little small area. But at least that area of circulation that we were worried about, that is starting to weaken quite nicely here. That is exiting Rice County. But now we're going to watch this. Senior Alliance, considering the environment we're in, we're going to watch this closely to see if this potentially redevelops. So here's the circulation near Geneseo that we saw weaken. Notice how this is just redeveloped. Could this potentially be the next area of rotation? Let's go over and look at the Wichita radar. We'll go to the base velocity and see if this is going to tighten up. Because if it does, this is going to be the next area of concern. So we go in Alliance. There we go, 30 minutes ago. And this is really messy. It's really junky. You can make out kind of a weak circulation here. So if you want to play it safe and you're around Lions, say, okay, let's be very sharp and keep an eye on this storm. Okay, great. Latest radar sweep came in. This is much more disorganized. That's looking really good. So now I'm feeling better about that now. Okay, so the fact that that has come through and that's not very organized and that other area that was circulation or Geneseo is disorganized. And notice how even the Weather Service, instead of continuing a tornado warning, what they have done is they've just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for parts of Ellsworth, extreme northwestern McPherson County, and Saline County, including the city of Salina, until 12:45 for some larger than quarter hail and the potential for wind gusts exceeding 60 miles per hour. They didn't issue a tornado warning. They issued a severe thunderstorm warning. So that circulation is much weaker now. Oh, Hannah, I see you have our updated map.
Yes, I do. They did just extend that tornado watch. You can see it went further more into central Kansas. This tornado watch is going to be with us until 7 a.m. This morning. It does include Sedgwick County. It does include Saline County. So those counties are going to be in this tornado watch as we're watching this line start to move through. So we are going to be watching this as we're going through the tonight. Now that severe thunderstorm watch for the northern portion is still going to be there until 3 a.m. They are not under that tornado watch, but for parts of north and all of south central Kansas, there is a tornado watch that's going to be in effect until 7 a.m. going into this morning. Jay?
All right, thank you so much for getting that map updated for us. And that, again, that tornado warning circulation is now north of Geneseo and his weekend. We're going to watch this. This is still right in here, not only large hail, but potential wind gusts could exceed 60, that little Boeing structure. And near Lyons, kind of had that appendage. Okay, we're going to watch to see if there's some circulation. Hasn't really taken off at this point. So now that, let's see, what was the expiration time of that tornado warning? Just kind of give an update here for Rice County. That's set to expire at midnight, and it's 11:54. Okay. So based on what we're seeing now, we're going to kind of drop back our coverage into severe thunderstorm mode. We're going to give you frequent updates during some of the breaks, obviously, unless tornadoes redevelop. For Hannah Dennis, I'm meteorologist Jay Prater. Thanks for joining us here on KAKE.
Hutchinson, 51 out of Wichita, 52 out of El Dorado. We have some really strong winds that are just blowing up from the south, just ahead of all these storms that are coming in. I just had to look this up just here at the studio, just kind of hearing the roars from the wind right now. We are seeing those really strong wind gusts before these storms have even reached the metro area. So it is getting really windy, and we are going to be seeing these storms start to approach the metro area as we get more into these early morning hours.
All right, thank you very much. Again, we've got the strong wind gusts. Here is the tornado warning. We're going to go back over the tornado warning polygon. This is for parts of Ellsworth County, Saline County, and I know it's the corner of McPherson, the northwest corner from Marquette, and it's until 12:30. But that area of circulation has already crossed the lake and is now into southwestern parts of Ellsworth County. Now, I am going to switch back over to the velocity data, and let's put this in motion over the past 30 minutes and zoom in to the circulation right there as it moved across the lake. And we can pot up Cameron's audio at the same time. Cameron, looks like that circulation was really strong again as it crossed Canopolis. And then it's into Saline County. It's not as well defined in terms of a tight rotation at that point, but it's very quickly heading over towards Salina. And then we're kind of watching back to the southwest of that to get an update. So can you give us an updated position of where you are at this point?
I am just getting back on I-135 north, so I should start making ground on this now that I'm going to be moving due north toward it. And I can see they trimmed the poly a little bit. I'm just barely in it, but I'm going to drive up I-135, and if the visibility is good, I should see it off to my left. So I will keep an eye out. It's definitely pretty electric, and I will let you know if I see something.
From our vantage point, it looks like you've got quite the lightning show going on ahead of you.
Yes, this time the lightning show is very good. Very good for lighting up storm structure where you need to find wall clouds, funnel clouds, tornadoes. So I'm a lot closer this time. The lightning's good. So I have a feeling if there's a tornado in progress, I should be able to see it a lot clearer this time. So we will see as I continue to get closer, Jay. I am about 14 miles away from Salina, and a rough estimate of how far I am from the circulation, roughly about the same, 14, 15 miles. So that's off to my northwest. So it's going to be to the left. So let me move the camera. It's going to be over there. So if we get some lightning, maybe we could see a little bit of storm structure. I haven't seen anything out of the ordinary yet. Like you said, it definitely looked like it was a lot more tightened rotation as it went over Canopolis Lake.
All right, Cameron, we're going to keep you in the loop here. So he's now on I-135 and is heading back over towards Salina. And I mean, this thing is kind of morphed a little bit, not really seeing the tight circulation, but this is a solid wall here where we could have damaging wind gusts that's from Brookville all the way down to north of Marquette. And that continues to track. It will hit Salina and even probably as far south as Assyria. So Cameron is going to get into the middle of this. It's going to be approaching him from his left side. So we will be checking back with him very frequently. The pictures that we've had earlier today, we can't thank you enough for sharing. And also, if you share your reports, you can text them to us. We have a number set up for you. Hannah's got information on that. Hannah?
Yeah, if you have any reports from earlier this morning or earlier this evening, and if you're going to be up early this morning and you have even more reports to us, you can text it to this number, 757-525-3697. Now, when you do send in any pictures or videos or any kind of report, make sure you include your name, the time you had that report, whether it was a photo or video taken, and the location that you took that photo or video, so we know exactly where this was to line it up with the storms that we are seeing. So send us those photos, videos, and those weather reports to that number. That's 757-525-3697. Really will help us out to kind of have some eyes on the ground out there. Jay?
Thank you very much for passing that along. We have the tornado warning in effect for Saline County moving out of Ellsworth County. Now, they carved McPherson out of it, and we knew that threat was going to basically stay north of Marquette, so they took that out. But still, you know what? Extreme northwest corner of McPherson County could get some wind gusts exceeding 60 miles per hour. Notice the yellow polygon. That is a severe thunderstorm warning that does include northern McPherson County, includes Marquette, includes Lindsborg. We're talking until 12:45 for the potential wind gusts in excess of 60. So when this crossed the lake, this had much more pronounced circulation, and it's weakened as far as the rotation. But I do want to show you. Let's go back over to the velocity data here, and let me zoom in. Let's go to see if it wraps right back up. If there's something going on, here we are. Let's put it in motion for you. Over the past 30 minutes, here's what crossed the lake. So we had a report as it moved east of Canopolis, and so that area of circulation, what's left of it, south of 140, again, it's not south of Rivera yet, but it's going to get there, and it's to the west of Smolin. I'm going to stop this and zoom in real tight and give you some crossroads of where this storm continues to get a little better organized. Let me zoom in a little bit tighter here. I know it gets awfully grainy, but I'm going to kind of move it around so you can get more of a feel of what's going on. So we get some of the labels up here. Well, there we go. I'll push it off to the south. So there you go. There's Soderberg Road. We pan up to the north here. There is Farley Road, the east-west road there, and there's Reese Road and Link Road. And so that's where the area of circulation that issued the tornado warning for, that's where it is now, and it's tracking toward the northeast. And unfortunately, that is going to put it in the general direction of Salina once again. So even though technically you're not in the warning, just like last time, the polygon doesn't quite get to you. I remember last time they were really proactive. They went ahead and issued the sirens, even though the tornado warning didn't include there. Don't know if the sirens are going off now in the city of Salina, but it's one of those times, again, let's go ahead and play it safe. Is this as strong a rotation as what we had earlier when we showed you the pictures of the tornado near Canopolis? No, it's not as strong as that, but still, based on these radar indications, it's a good idea to once again exercise those tornado precautions, get on down to your shelters, and get ready to go on. Is it possible, can we take Weather 3 once again real quickly just to show you what's going on with our live camera? This is the view from the roof of KSAL. Very electrical. Go ahead and take that full screen if you can, because we might illuminate some storm structure here as it approaches the city. Lightning is your friend at night when it comes to being able to identify cloud bases. Hannah, correct me if I'm wrong. This one's more electrical than the last one. I think we're seeing a much higher lightning count.
This is a lot more electrical than the last one because the sky is almost illuminated consistently with this storm now. And I kind of pulled up the lightning strikes. There has been a lot of lightning strikes with this storm that's heading towards Salina. So this one is a lot more electrical than the last one. They said that while that main rotation that we were watching with that tornado warning has weakened, since that storm is starting to bow out, they are worried about strong damaging winds still possible going into Saline County. And with that, they said brief spin-ups are possible along the leading edge of the storm entering Saline County. So even if they don't extend this tornado warning, you guys are going to be seeing some pretty strong winds, and there might be a chance that they reissue a tornado warning if there is that brief spin up that they're talking about on there with this storm. So definitely get back in your safe place. I know you guys were in there not too long ago, but you might want to get back in there for a little bit longer because this storm is almost on your doorstep once again in Salina.
I tell you, leave this image up. If we can double box this camera and Hannah, she's got the lightning strikes and a map set up so we could show both of those at the same time. And just going to kind of hang with this as the storm is getting closer and closer into town. And we'll also try to get an update with Cameron here in a second because he's going to be approaching from the south on I-135. So Hannah, you could talk about just how electrical this storm is.
Yeah, you can see that just kind of along that little leaning edge of the storm, all of those lightning strikes as it's heading towards Salina. I'll zoom in on that just a little bit more so you can just see all of those lightning strikes have just kind of been right on top of each other a lot just within this one area of this line of storms that we're seeing. If I zoom out a little bit, you can kind of see that there's a lot of lightning happening further north with some of those storms that have moved through. But if you look further south, not as much lightning as there is right now with the storm that is heading for Salina. So we are getting a decent amount of lightning with this. It's going to be noisy coming on through with both those high winds and all the lightning that's going to be happening. So it's probably going to wake up a lot of people that might have already gone to sleep after that first tornado warning that went through the town of Salina. So they are going to be woken up by all of this lightning again. They are kind of talking in the National Weather Service chat. I'll let you know if there's another update with that right now. But for right now, they are still continuing that tornado warning as of right now. I have not heard any words of extending it, but we could see this get extended if they are worried about those brief spin-ups along with those high winds. That's going to be kind of moving with this very, very electrical and noisy storm that's about to come through Salina once more.
Leave the Salina image up if we can, and if you could replace me in the double box in the key, let's give you an update on what's going on with the warning right now. So we still have the tornado warning in effect for Saline County. Now that polygon does not extend all the way into the city of Salina at this point. Boy, this is just an incredibly electric storm, much more higher lightning count than what we have. We're going to leave that up for you. Here's the tornado warning. It is until 12:30, so it's in effect for another 10 minutes. But we're going to zoom in to the part of the storm that had the area rotation, and then we're going to track that for you over the past 30 minutes. So here we go. We're going to roll this forward in time. Remember, this rolled over Canopolis Lake with a pretty nice little radar signature. Is it a strong area of rotation? No. So I can understand why the Weather Service hasn't really pulled the trigger and extended the tornado warning all the way into the city of Salina. I get it. It makes a lot of sense based on what we're seeing here. But this is an incredibly electric storm. I mean, this is quite the light show that we've got going on. And I wouldn't be, and Hannah was alluding to it earlier, the potential for also some just damaging wind gusts with this. Let me go back over to the reflectivity mode of the radar. And there's the kind of the leading edge of the next wall of water. So while you're watching live, you're seeing nature's fireworks. But then as this continues to get closer, because as far as its distance from I-135, it's only 5 miles away. And once that rolls through, you're going to watch, just like last time, the visibility drop off to near nothing very quickly because this is a frog strangler. This is a very heavy downpour. This has the potential to also have wind gusts to exceed 60 miles per hour as it rolls into town.
They are talking about potentially 80-mile-an-hour straight line winds with this whenever it's rolling through Salina. So it is going to be quite serious.
Yeah, we can't stress that enough. I'm going to go over. I'm also going to leave the three up, but I'm also going to set up our live weather sensor from atop the book because I don't know if it's still. The thing is, we get the live weather data, but the actual rate slows down. So here's the deal. Just upstairs, At some point, we may want to take a look at WeatherBug also, because WeatherBug is going to have the wind data on it, but it's not going to be as dynamic as what we're seeing from that KSAL view, because that's the camera raw. It doesn't have the weather data on top of it. So right now, oh, okay, so so Hannah's, you're monitoring the weather data over there. So there you go. We got wind gusts at 10 miles per hour right now. Trust me, that will change. And I'll tell you what, Hannah, keep an eye on it, because if that doesn't twitch a little, the sensor may have gone offline. Okay, it says 11 miles per hour, because I think you and I both know what's about to happen in Salina is going to be a heck of a blast of wind and rain with this. Okay, so the National Weather Service has just issued a severe thunderstorm warning, so that's crawling out the bottom of the screen for Pratt County. So we're continuing that. I'm sorry, say that again? Oh, okay. Let's go live to meteorologist Cameron Venable. Cameron, what you got?
I am in Salina, and I'm going to face west as this storm blows into town with potentially 80-mile-per-hour winds. So found this little lot here. We're going to pull right here. We're going to face the wind, and we're going to see how this goes, because I'm
and the reason
pretty much right next to this thing.
And the reason he's facing the wind is because it puts the windshield, which is the thickest glass of the automobile, facing the winds. You don't want to be broadsided by this. You either want to take it coming over the front or the back. You don't want to be sideways. So can you give us a cross street of where you are by any chance?
Yeah, of course. Let me see. Oh, I'm on Centennial and Crawford. Or no, Centennial Road, sorry.
Okay, all right. So Cameron, looks like you're hunkered down and going to let this thing roll over, and you can tell us exactly what's going down. And we've got at the same time.
Yeah, I certainly will. If we.
Yeah, go ahead, dude.
Sorry, Jeff. I was going to say, if we do end up getting 80-mile-per-hour winds, you will likely see power lines snap. You usually see that around that threshold. So if there is an 80-mile-per-hour wind wall, then there will likely be power flashes. So I will be looking for that on top of our very lightning active storm.
Okay, is it possible to double box Cameron's video and our live Salina camera on Weather 3? If so, that would be awesome. Excellent. And we're in the process also, we're just going to kind of over our shoulder monitor the wind speeds from our live sensor. I want to take Weather 3, because that's the between that and Cameron, these are our best live shots coming out of Salina. Oh, awesome. So Cameron, just to let everybody at home know, your video is on the left side of the screen, and at the same time we have the live stream from our Salina camera from the roof of KSAL. And we've got the live stream without the weather data for now, and we're monitoring the weather data on another monitor. So we will be providing wind gust data as that happens. Right now it's 59 degrees with the winds gusting at a fairly light 13 miles per hour. And we know that that is all going to be changing within the next few minutes.
Yep, that is very true. Be interesting to see how strong the winds get.
Yeah, the National Weather Service issues.
It's eerily calm right now.
Yeah, their warning was tagged at the potential for 80-mile-per-hour wind gust and a possible tornado, because this storm has a history of continually producing circulation. So you're watching live here on KAKE. We have our Weather Now Network camera from atop the roof of KSAL on the right of the screen, and our KAKE meteorologist Cameron Venable on the left side of your screen, who's right now parked, you said just off Centennial, correct?
Yes, Centennial Road. Let me see. I'm kind of near business, just to put it in perspective. Oh, I'm on the, I'm like right next to the airport, actually. Yeah, I'm just north of the airport.
All
so
right.
I'm going to be right next to the ASOS. This is perfect.
Okay, well, fantastic. So we are
Which
very
is the
well
weather
positioned
sensor.
to let people in Salina know what's happening for them. Again, our current census is reading 17 miles per hour. I kind of say that with a grain of salt, because considering the storm that came through earlier, is the center reporting accurately? Don't know. You know?
They did update the wording with the severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be coming through. They did knock down the wind to 70 miles an hour, but I mean, that's still going to be pretty significant, but they did up the hail size to 1 inch now. So it looks like it is growing with the hail threat, while the wind is slowly getting a little bit less with this severe thunderstorm that's heading towards Salina right now.
All right, so Cameron, you got your ruler handy too?
I believe I do. Let me see. It's probably in one. Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
Let's see
All right.
here.
So Cameron will be able to give us an estimated wind
ruler.
report. He'll give us the hail report. And I notice, okay, here it comes. We can see it picking up. Cameron,
Here
you
it comes.
take it away.
All right, rain is increasing. I can see the winds in the distance. I can already tell I'm getting hail. Looks pretty small at the moment. I'm looking at the side view mirror. All right, hail's getting larger. Bouncing clearly off the ground. Okay, hail's getting a lot larger. Still not severe yet. All right, we're probably up to pennies. I don't really have good trees to look at for the wind, but I have this tree that has no leaves in front of me, and it is swaying a bit. Rain is picking up significantly. I also look at the radar, make sure there's no circulations heading by me or anything like that. Oh, look at this. Look at the winds. The winds are actually coming at an angle now. It's not straight on. Now we got to watch the wind direction. Because keep in mind, at the leading edge of these type of wind walls, you can get little spin up, what we call QLCS tornadoes. Hail's getting quite a bit larger. Still not severe. Not yet. Severe is quarter size. This is not quarter size hail. Hail is always loud. Let's see. Definitely good wind-driven hail at the moment. A little bit penny. All right, we're definitely mixing in much larger stones. I see them clear shattering on the road. So let's see if I can get a good gauge. Let me see. All right, the worst of the hail core is actually going through Salina. Keep in mind, I'm at the airport, so I'm just a little southwest of the worst of the hail. So if I'm getting this, all right, you can see the hail on the windshield now a little better. If I'm getting this large of hail, that hail core in Salina looks quite a bit more significant. So you might be getting easily quarter plus in Salina. All right, the hail's calming down, makes sense. I'm through the updraft now. I haven't really noticed the winds too much, but once again, I don't have a great wind indicator.
Our peak gust so far has been 21 miles per hour from the roof of KSAL, but then again, I'm taking that with a grain of salt because with the storm that came through earlier, I'm not very confident the anemometer is very accurate, so I don't know. I don't know how good that data is.
Well, oh, that was a long time ago. Never mind. The last update at the airport center was 28. It's definitely, I don't know. There's nothing really to gauge the wind. It's quite difficult. All right, so you'll notice the hail's kind of backed off. Look, make sure.
Downtown Salina, from our view of KSAL, you notice the visibility's dropped off, but we still can see a couple of blocks here. We got the heavy rain, so just like Cameron's into the heavy rain now, we're getting into the heaviest rain at Santa Fe Avenue and Iron over there at between KSAL and the Cozy Inn, just to the about a half block north of Martinelli's, and about a half block to the northwest of the Stiefel. That's where the camera is located on the tower atop the roof of the KSAL building. And so we got the very heavy rain going on. But again, our anemometer so far atop the building is only pinging 28 for a peak gust. And you said that matches up with the ASOS at Salina so far, right?
That was the ASOS update at, let's see, 11:53, so quite a bit ago.
Oh, okay.
But then again, that's the most recent.
I got to admit, I was anticipating a much higher
Let me
gust. I don't
see
know.
here.
We'll see. I don't know if the anemometer's not, but I got to admit, I see heavy rain reduced visibility, but I don't see anything on the KSAL camera that would really be indicative of high winds at this point. So we may have gotten
No,
lucky
me
yet
neither.
again with more bark and less bite.
They are mentioning more storms intensifying to the west of Pratt and Stafford counties. NWS was there? Oh, yeah, no kidding. Look at that guy. Okay then. All right. Well, we'll focus on you in a little bit. But yeah, if there is hail, I think the worst of the hail core probably went through more or less Salina. Once again, I'm at the airport, so I am just southwest of Salina, technically. I'm on the fringe of Salina is a better way to put it. And another thing I noticed as the storm came in, and this is very indicative of most storms, there was a ton of lightning right as it's leading up. And now that you're in the storm, you don't see as much lightning. And that has definitely been the case. You know, we're still getting flashes, but it's not that strobing lightning that we had leading up to this.
Okay, well, I'll tell you
But
what.
I'm not.
How are you feeling in terms of your
Yeah.
comfort right now, like for driving or whatever? Is it still too intense to drive, or have things improved enough where you're comfortable doing that?
Oh, I could easily drive.
Okay, well, I'm curious if you would want to, you said you think you're south of where the biggest hail fell. If maybe you want to take just a quick little drive north, maybe up Santa Fe, and just see if there's any hail on the ground or whatever.
Yeah, I could do that.
Okay, so why don't you do that?
I do see the EM and Celine said P to Marble, but I can definitely drive more into town and just see if there's larger hail.
Okay, and for our audience at home, that EM stands for emergency management. So that's what Cameron's talking about.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Okay, so let's get back over and show the radar here. Cameron's going to drive downtown, give us an update. New severe thunderstorm warnings are coming out, so we might as well get you updated on all of that. So let's switch back over and Hutch, Reno County. Severe thunderstorm warning in addition to northern Kingman County and also just southern parts of Rice County. That is until 1:30 in the morning, potential for 60-mile-an-hour winds for the storm that is coming out of Stafford and Pratt. And they did issue a new severe thunderstorm warning for Saline County. Notice how they boxed out basically Salina until 12:45. I know it's still got wind speeds to 70. We have not measured that yet. That's based on radar estimates at this point. Hannah, what have you got?
It looks like on our wind gusts graphic that we have here that Salina did hit 47-mile-an-hour wind gusts at some point. So they did get to see a little bit of a pickup, but nothing of 70 or 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts, which is good. It looks like they dodged yet another big storm that was coming through. They just sent in something. Let's see. They said 50 to 60 knots off of their data is being sampled across Salina, but it doesn't appear to have translated to the ground. So they had those higher wind gusts in the upper levels, but near the ground, near the surface where we got some of these readings, they were not getting those as high of winds, but they did get a lot of hail. That is what is being reported in there. A lot of smaller size hail. One of the emergency managers said P to marble size hail. They got a lot of that came through just there in Salina. But as far as those wind gusts, it looks like maybe 47 miles an hour would have been the highest wind gusts that they saw whenever that storm was coming through. Jay?
All right, thanks a lot. And you know, and this makes more sense too, because we've already had big storms putting down a lot of rain and also cooling near the surface. I mean, it's 55 degrees atop the roof of KSAL in Salina. And so we've got that cooler air close to the ground. So the radar beam, you know, Earth is curved. It's not flat. The Earth is curved. And so the radar beam, as it gets away, gets higher and higher above the ground. So they're sampling wind speeds with the Doppler radar above the surface. And since we kind of stabilized some things with the cooler air at the ground, that's what they were talking about. We got these higher winds aloft, but they're not mixing down. They're not making its way down to the surface. That's why they issued the severe thunderstorm warning for the 70 mile per hour and for the 80 mile per hour. So let's kind of get you updated on the two areas of concern. I mean, because we were live with meteorologist Cameron Venable. He rode through it. We did not have quarter-size hail, so we didn't reach the criteria for severe hail. And if we would have reached damaging wind gusts, Cameron would have been on it. He was there live. He was going to report on it. Neither one of those things happened. But we still have the severe thunderstorm warning. So I'm going to zoom in here and get you updated on Saline County first. This is the leading edge of the storm that came through. And notice even, you know, the potential for some hail went right over town. Cameron said he's going to go check it out to see if that actually even materialized. But now it's just that heavy rain moving east over towards New Cambria, and that's going to move over towards Solomon. So let's pan down to the south. Let's check out the other warned storms at this point.
Just
this is
real
just heavy rain.
quick.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Hannah.
Salina, they just said they did get a picture of hail that was 1.5 inches. So they did actually get some pretty significant hail. And we do have video, I believe, from this second round that went through Salina. If I'm correct, I think we can show that. This is what was sent in to us. Really kind of ominous. A lot of lightning, that was part of the second round that kind of came through Salina, and parts of Salina, they saw 1.5-inch size hail. So they did get that significant size hail across some parts of town. So
That's awesome. Now,
Yeah.
can you give us a timestamp and where that video came from? Okay. And we have some hail pics too. So yeah, please share. And okay, I see we're Matt Mortimer. We're reading the mail here, up to quarter size hail just north of Magnolia. And this was at 12:32. So this was just 5 minutes ago. Absolutely fantastic. So Stephanie, thank you for getting these on television for us here. All right. So I've slid down now over to parts of, this is Stafford County, down into Pratt County. Severe thunderstorm warning still in progress for this storm. And that warning is what's triggered the warning over into Reno County at this point. So this is until 1 in the morning for Pratt and Stafford for the potential for quarter-size hail and winds gusting to 60. Then that's going to roll into Turon and hold together and eventually kind of, head over towards Hutch. So we'll be swinging the cameras west from Hutch in order to take a look at that coming on in here. Any update from Cameron? Okay, let's get the update from Cameron. Cameron, what do you got?
I'm driving down Centennial Road. I'm almost back into Salina. Heavy rain. There's actually quite a bit of ponding on the roadways, which makes sense because we've had 2 strong storms roll through. One thing I have noticed is that the hail has melted away pretty quickly. Well, I'm going to check this gas station and take a peek and see if there's any hailstones of interest. Because like Hannah was saying, 1.5-inch diameter hail, that is ping pong ball sized hail. And let's see here, gonna sneak in here and see if we can find some hail. Which, when I was at that place near the airport, look at all this water, guys. I mean, we're in drought. This is wonderful. A little too much water in a short period of time, but this is some great rain. All right, let me see here. Let me throw on my coat and let me walk outside and see if I can find some hailstones, and I'll come back to you in a sec, Jay.
Okay, all right, fantastic. While you're doing that, okay. Awesome. I hear we got a picture of the hail. Stephanie, go ahead and get that up there if you don't mind. Much appreciated. Thank you. And all right, and you've got the Hutch cam pointed west, correct? Thank you, Hannah. All right, and Stephanie, this is from, give us the name again. Matt Mortimer. In Salina, and that was at, I think, what, 12:32? Was that the timestamp? Okay. Hold it in the hand, kind of hard to tell, but it looks like maybe quarter size, maybe a little larger than quarter size. And so that's some of the hail pictures we had there. And Cameron, are you back at the car? Oh, and there you go. Look at that. Enough pea size. It looks like pea size covered the windshield there with that car. So this came from Salina. And so now let's go back over to meteorologist Cameron Venable. Cameron, what have you got for us? Oh, can you hear us, Cameron? Oh, he stepped outside. Okay, well, we'll let him go do his thing. And if we can go back over to weather 3, what we've done is we've swung the Hutch camera to the west. And so this is the next camera we're going to be monitoring for you with the storms that are right now moving into western Reno County. And I got to admit, and we're not seeing nearly the lightning count with this storm that what we saw moving through Saline County. I mean, that was just an insane light show that nature was putting on. We're not really seeing that high a lightning count, but the potential for that hail exists as it's strolling right up, K61. It's moving from Preston here in Pratt County, rolling into western Reno, and that's going to pretty much run along K61 and then probably not directly into Hutch, but more from Arlington and then slide more over between, Hutch and Haven as that makes its way off to the east there. We kind of back the view out, kind of give you a little better overall picture of what's going on with that storm. But again, that's for severe thunderstorm warning moving out of Stafford and Pratt into Reno. It's clipping northern Kingman, and it might get into eventually southern lines, especially southeast lines, before it gets into far southwestern McPherson County. And if we get a little more development back to the south, that at least has the potential to bring thunder, some rain and lightning into the city of Wichita proper. The only good news is I want this to head due east. Why? Because that puts it over the watershed that feeds the Cheney Reservoir, and we are in desperate need of some rain. So that would be absolutely awesome. Matter of fact, talk about lightning. Let's go back over to Hannah.
Yeah, this storm that is starting to move towards Hutchinson, really not as much lightning as the one that was heading towards Salina. You can just see it's just not as condensed as it was earlier with that storm that was just north of this. You can just see they're more spread out. It's less that it's coming through, so you're not getting as much of a light show. It's not going to be as noisy as the storm that came through Salina was. But they are going to be kind of watching this because it is looking like it could be reaching those severe thresholds. I know they're talking in the chat right now, and so once I get another little update out, I'll let you guys know what they are thinking about with this storm. But yeah, as it's coming through, just not as electrical as that one that we just watched just a few minutes ago, Jay.
All right, and so let's go back to meteorologist Cameron Venable. Hey, Cameron, I see you're holding hail.
I got a hail. So this is the largest one I could find, and it's about 0.75, so it's a little bigger than a penny. I could not find severe hail where I'm at right now. So I would say, because it's really hard to judge by hands, I measured that out. It was 0.75. It was probably quarter size hail. I didn't get to see the ping pong, but I'd say easily quarter, maybe a couple ping pong, mainly pennies though. I think most of the hail wasn't terrible, thankfully. Anytime you have hail driven at like 60, well, now the winds are 40, 50, 60 mile per hour, it's definitely problematic. But from what I saw out there, I don't see a lot of hail. There's a lot of water though, guys. Like, this is great stuff. This is going to help out. But like Jay said, we need this to be a little more over the watershed. That would be great. And maybe Mother Nature will oblige with that. But here in Salina, I think we got lucky again. Got more rain, good stuff there. But I'm not really seeing severe hail, at least in my position. I do have a feeling there were probably quarters or maybe a few ping pong balls. So that's 1 inch and 1.5. But I only found 0.75.
All right, thanks a lot. I appreciate that. We got a brand new tornado warning. Let's get to it, and it is for Reno County. It's on the southern flank of that line of thunderstorm, so we're going to zoom in and get you updated here. You know, Hannah was talking about the fact that this storm is not nearly as electrical, and it's a fairly thin one, but it's right over Turon. Let's go over to the velocity mode, and we'll see why the National Weather Service in Wichita has issued that warning. And we were talking about this. You know, we can have these spinning up fairly quickly tornadoes in this environment. Okay, you see right there, that's why. Let's go back over the past 30 minutes that came in. And honestly, this was maybe a little quick spin up right in the vicinity of Turon. But notice with the latest velocity sweep, it's pretty much gone. So if this persists for another sweep, it's something where it could have briefly done, and we talk about this all the time, little leading edge tornadoes that can be weak and brief, and by the time you warn on them, they're pretty much gone. And that's why your best defense in a situation like this is, hey, I got the line of thunderstorms coming at me. Go ahead and take those storm precautions, even though it might only be a severe thunderstorm watch, it was upgraded to a tornado watch. Even though it might be a severe thunderstorm warning, it was upgraded to a tornado warning. On the leading edge, you can get these little brief spin-ups that last a very short period of time and then start to dissipate. And the Weather Service, well, basically all meteorologists hate these because it's like playing whack-a-mole. Because by the time you see it and warn, it's gone. And then you see it and warn, and it's gone. And so you're constantly kind of fighting in order to stay ahead of this. So I'm going to expand the view. We're going to keep an eye on this one, but this basically is around Turon. Little weak, brief tornado. Looks like it's already gone, but it did spin up. And where you see the blue, that's where you're getting the winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. But again, keep in mind, we're quite a distance from the radar over at Eisenhower. We're shooting up higher into the storm. This isn't necessarily happening right at the surface, but in addition to the tornado warning that they issued, and that tornado warning does include the city of Arlington, it does not include the city of Hutchinson. That is until 1:15 in the morning, and right now it's 12:45, so that's for another 30 minutes. It is surrounded by a much larger severe thunderstorm warning until 1:30 for the potential for wind gusts that could exceed 60 miles per hour, and also the potential for, I know they said quarter-size hail, but based on some of the reflectivity we saw, I think some of that hail could probably be larger than quarter size with the storm. So we continue to track that. And Hannah, I see you got an update on the current watches.
Yes, there are still a lot of counties under a tornado watch until 7 a.m. Now, being under a tornado watch does not mean you are going to be seeing a big, significant tornado. What this is going to be for is what the National Weather Service is talking about right now is there is a very considerable amount of low-level wind shear that is coming across the south central portion of the state with this line of storms that's coming through. So like this tornado warning that we have right now, it was a very quick little spin up that happened and came through. That's what they're worried about as these storms are coming through. They're worried that there's going to be more like that, which is why so much of south central Kansas is under a tornado watch until 7 a.m. They want to keep us under that tornado watch until this line has moved through, just because the potential is there for quick spin ups to happen like that. And like Jay was saying, sometimes these warnings get pushed out and then that tornado dissipates just within a matter of a couple minutes of that tornado warning being pushed out because of how brief these tornadoes are. Jay?
I know, and the whack-a-mole analogy, if you've ever played the game at the fair, that's how it works. It's like, oh, I see it. We put out the warning. Great, it's gone. And you just do it over and over again. And that's the situation we're going to be in. So the tornado warning still in effect for Reno County. Oh, got a nice little curvature there. I'll zoom back into that in a sec. But the good news is once you see this cluster of thunderstorms, this is just going to continue to march across south central Kansas. So once we start getting this moving through, you're probably going to see the Weather Service starting to cancel some counties out of the watch on the back side of this, because we'll see if this takes enough of the energy, the fight out of the atmosphere, where we're not going to see some more redevelopment later on. So let's get you back in to the current warning. Tornado warning in effect for Reno County, including Turon and also including Langdon and Arlington for what was a little quick spin up there. Let's go back over to the velocity data as we go. Wichita, there's your base velocity, and let's roll it. There's that little spin up in Turon, much weaker now, because what you see right there, that's where we have the little opposing colors. That's why they issued the warning. Still the potential for some strong wind gusts in excess of 60 miles per hour. Anytime you see anywhere from, between Sylvia and Plevna, all the way down between Turon and Langdon. So this is sliding anywhere along US 50 towards Abbeville and up K61 from Langdon over towards Arlington. I still think the highest wind gusts are going to stay away from Hutch. And I'm kind of looking over the corner of my eye because honestly, the camera view from Hutch that we got pointed dead west is just not that impressive. This is not a very electrical storm, even though it obviously produced, there you go, probably a little brief, weak tornado there. It's not the lightning show. This is not Salina. I mean, Salina was an incredibly electric storm as that continued to move on through. And with a look at some of the wind gusts lately, let's go back over to Hannah. Hannah?
Yeah, some of these wind gusts, they are still holding strong, 40 to 50 mile an hour wind gusts ahead of the line of storms. It's just coming up from the south. A lot of us are seeing those wind gusts kind of really kick up. But like Jay was saying, that storm that kind of came through Salina just a little bit earlier was quite impressive. And I believe we have some more video of some of those lower hanging clouds that were coming through in Salina earlier with that second round that came through. It was pretty impressive. So if we could go ahead and show that video that we have, that'd be really cool to see. I know I am starting to see some people send in some images of some hail. I'll get those starting to kind of get those put together.
Okay, tell you what, you work on that. Pop me back up with the radar behind me here, and we'll get settled in. Unfortunately, you kind of see this little where everything kind of got squirrely and changed from green over to orange. That's going to take a sweep or two of the radar to clear out. We call that, kind of a de-aliasing error. And okay, there you go. Okay, it cleaned back out. The reason I was glad it cleaned itself up is because near Langdon, we were seeing something that maybe was kind of teasing us with another spin up, but that was just some de-alias, some bad data. Okay, that got cleaned up, so we're looking much better now. Still the potential for those wind gusts to about 60 miles per hour, and this will continue to track, over towards south of Hutch and Langdon and Pretty Prairie. You might even be too far south to get the wind gust to about 60 with this. Let me switch back over to the reflectivity mode of the radar. Again, this is the product that we're more familiar with, that we're used to seeing all the time, just the base reflectivity, which is how hard it's raining or how potentially big the hail is. And we have not had extremely large hail. I mean, the biggest we've had has been less than 2 inches in diameter. And quite frankly, earlier today, looking at the potential of the atmosphere, I was thinking that we were probably going to pick up a few tennis balls. But we did not achieve tennis ball, but Hannah, looks like we got maybe some almost golf balls.
Sort of. It's kind of hard to tell exactly what size they were, and this was sent in by Angela from Salina. She said these were a little bit bigger. They were starting to melt, so you can kind of see they almost, it looks like pocket change. It looks like they could have been quarters, maybe a little bit bigger than that, especially since they have started to melt, which means that was severe level hail that they got, but they got a lot of it all at once as that storm was starting to come through. So I'm going to start going through some of those pictures that get sent in to me. And if anyone else has any of those pictures, let me pull up that phone number once again for you guys. So if you want to send in your storm reports, any photos or videos that you may have, you can text us at 757-525-3697. Include your name, the time it was taken, and the location you were at when it was taken, so we kind of know exactly where that lines up with those storms that have been coming through. Jay?
Much appreciated, Hannah. Thanks for getting all that put together for us, and thank you for sharing. That's the reason why we developed that number. It's the quickest way to get us your reports and also your videos and your pictures. So let's get you back live to the tornado warning that continues in effect for Reno County. It does not include the city of Hutchinson, and that is until 1:15 in the morning. It was radar indicated, but it was an awfully good radar indication right near Turon. Had a nice little rotational spin up. Now, we haven't seen that rotation show up in the Doppler velocity fields since. So unless that changes, the Weather Service, it'll be interesting to see if they wind up continuing the tornado warning, because there still is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for this. So let's go back over to Wichita, base velocity 0.5 degrees. And you see a little, weakness there, but not necessarily rotation in the storm. But right there is when it happened. So keep your eye on Turon. I'm going to keep my finger right, boom. See that little change in color? That's when we probably had that little brief spin up when the Weather Service punching the button and issuing that tornado warning for Reno County, including Turon. And they've kind of, trimmed up that polygon a little bit to include Arlington. It does not include Hutch. We'll kind of slide down here. See, it dissipates before we get into Hutch proper here. And if this continues, I really don't think the Weather Service is going to continue the tornado warning. They'll probably allow this to step down to a severe thunderstorm warning. Now, you know what? I'm going to keep an eye on this little thing. Let me pan over and check this out. That's a little, I don't know if that's I'm going to stop that. And let's zoom in tighter and see if this matches some reflectivity. So this is a little interesting couplet here. Could be a radar artifact, but this is north of Abbeville. And as far as, over towards Hutch itself, we're going to see if this changes here. But here we go from Hutch. This is 9 miles, not due west, but kind of west-southwest of Hutch. And let me flip over and see what kind of reflectivity signature this matches up with, to see if it matches up with any kind of bow. This is the leading edge, so it's possible that this could be another little brief leading edge spin up on the front line of that thunderstorm. So I'm going to monitor that to see if it keeps up there for a sweep or two. There is no tornado warning for this. Again, like I said, it's like playing whack-a-mole. They don't last very long, but from Hutch, that's about 9 miles over to the west-southwest. Let's go back to your velocity here. We'll look at the Doppler radar and we'll interrogate it once again. And right there, you can see the blue is wind going away from the radar. You can see the radar beam swinging by there. Again, the radar is located at Wichita's Eisenhower National Airport over the west side. And then you got the red is the wind coming back. So there is your rotation. Let's go over the past 30 minutes and we'll see it pop up. Let's see if we can trace it back here a little bit as it comes up. So if this lasts a sweep or two, there's the chance that the Weather Service may issue a small, brief tornado warning for that. And if they do, that would be north of US 50. It's already northwest of Partridge, so it wouldn't impact Partridge, it wouldn't impact Abbeville, but over from Adams Corner to Willowbrook, potentially the west side of Hutch, that's where, okay, guess what? It's already gone. It's spun up, and now it's already starting to weaken, which is what we've been talking about. And let's go back over to meteorologist Hannah Dennis. Hannah, it looks like you got some damage pictures.
Yes, this is some pictures that actually came into us from earlier when that tornado went through Salina. This was some of those pictures that kind of showed that there might have really been something that touched down there and kind of caused some damage. I kind of scroll through a couple of these. You can kind of see another one where it just kind of had some of those trees that just were snapped over on the side of the road. This tree was kind of knocked over a little bit. And we have another picture. I'll move it down just slightly for you. But yeah, we're seeing this. This was near Brookville, Kansas on Highway 40. It was around 11:30, kind of as it was going towards the Salina. You can kind of see that it did cause some damage out there. It doesn't look like extreme damage, but there was definitely something out there that caused some of those trees to really kind of snap and break apart as it was coming through earlier this night. So there's some more proof of kind of what's been going on tonight, and I'm getting all kinds of reports. So I'll get some more put together and I'll get back to you with all that.
Okay, good. Now enough time has passed where people are kind of going back and reassessing what's going on. Again, thank you for sending those to us, because without your reports, we don't get that data funneled into the weather enterprise. So your reports that you send to us, that information winds up getting back to the National Weather Service. So we all share the information. It really helps improve the warning process and also the dissemination of information. So again, thank you so much for sharing these things. Here we go. Past 30 minutes, reflectivity mode of the radar, the tornado warning still in effect, including Arlington. But honestly, we have not seen a circulation in quite a while. I showed you that little brief one in Adams Corner last, a couple of sweeps of the radar, and then it went away. So we're watching this, and okay, see this from Inman over to Hutch? That is outflow, and that means that the cool air is coming out ahead of the storm. So because this outflow is here, this part of the storm from Sterling back over between Huntsville and Hutch, the risk of a tornado getting down to the ground is very minimal, because we've already got this cool pool of air that's stabilized right close to the ground. So this is good news that's moving over the city of Hutchinson right now. The fact that this is moving through, you're probably feeling the wind shift out of the west or out of the northwest. You're feeling the drop in temperature because that's the cool air coming out of these thunderstorms, and that cool air is also going to really limit the tornado threat as that line moves through. And if we continue to get that outflow out ahead of the line of storms, even past Arlington, that's going to limit the little quick spin-up tornado threat until maybe that line of thunderstorms catches back up. So this is a good thing. Now, where it comes back in and intersects that line, okay, there's still the potential for some quick, brief spin-ups here around Arlington and down to the south. Not saying it will happen, just saying it could happen. And looks like we got more hail pigs, Hannah.
Yes, we do. So I have a couple more to show you guys. So this was taken around 12:32. This is from Salina, Cloud and 9th Street. It's a little hard to kind of tell, but all that on the ground almost looks like snow is just a bunch of hail that all dropped from the storm that was moving through. And some of those, the sizes of some of those hailstones were around a quarter size right there. That was taken around 12:35 around Ohio and Magnolia in South Salina. So all of Salina looks like they got to see some significant size hail as this storm was moving through, which was pretty incredible. So if you have those pictures, those videos, any weather reports, text us 757-525-3697. And the National Weather Service kind of just sent out another little update. So let me read through this. They are potentially going to be seeing a revamp of the rotation south of Arlington as that storm starts to kind of take over that outflow boundary. And so they could see that rotation kind of start to spin right back up again. And also the kind of the bowing segment of that storm from Arlington to rural parts of northwest Reno County, they could be seeing some of those pretty strong straight line winds as that's coming through. So if you are anywhere between Arlington and parts of like northwest Reno County, get ready for some pretty strong winds, because it looks like they are going to be seeing those straight line winds starting to come through. Jay.
All right, and one thing I have done, and we can kind of keep an eye on it for you, I punched up the Weather Now network for Hutch. So we've got wind gusts that we can see in Hutch. And so that's the live picture. We got a tick up of the electrical activity. So at least the storm's kind of come alive. And there you go. We got peak wind gusts, 26 miles per hour, and it's 60 degrees out of the southwest. we're going to start to see those winds turn more out of the west. And this is what they were talking about. Remember, I was talking about how this is the outflow. It's through Hutch now. It's already through Inman. It's where the outflow boundary comes back in and intersects already to the southeast of Arlington. That's where, if we're going to get another spin up, that is where it will occur. All of this up here, the tornado threat is gone, but we're going to watch as this line of storms come in. Could there be some wind gusts in excess of 60 miles per hour? So right now, the answer is no in Hutch, because right now it's only been gusting to about 15 miles per hour, but at least electrical activity has really kind of picked up with this storm. So let me zoom in to where the outflow boundary, that little thin line right there, comes back into the storm. And this is what they're talking about. Here's where the next potential area rotation is going to be. So we'll go back over, we'll switch to velocity mode, and right now, nothing. Yep, the outflow boundary is intersected back in here. This is kind of this is where we're going to watch. This is where we're going to watch and wait. But so far, nothing has happened. Nothing that's tightening back up. So this is fantastic news. And we're just kind of playing watch here. Now, I do want to see where you want to talk about Pretty Prairie. I mean, not Pretty Prairie, but over near Adams Corner earlier. That little area of circulation, look how it got ingested here. Right there, last a couple of sweeps and gone. Now it's been replaced by winds that are rolling into the west side of Hutch, and that's going to roll over there. So far, the peak wind gusts have not been a problem. So we're actually looking in pretty good shape. And Hannah, looks like you've been keeping an eye on the lightning counts for this storm as it approaches the city of Hutchinson.
It is starting to pick up just a little bit as it's getting close to Hutchinson. You can kind of see it's more condensed as it's getting closer in, closer, moving across there. So they are starting to get more of a lightning show, probably getting a little bit more noisy as it is rolling through. So they are finally starting to see that lightning pick up a little bit, but still not as incredible as it was with the storm earlier in Salina. But it is starting to kind of pick up a little bit more than it was earlier. Earlier, there were not very many lightning strikes with that storm that was coming through. So they are going to be kind of discussing if they're going to cancel that tornado warning or extend it. I know they are talking about it right now. So we'll kind of see what they are doing. But yeah, lightning starting to pick up. People of Hutchinson, you guys are probably about to be woken up by some thunder as it is rolling on through. Jay?
Yeah, so let's stay with if you can double box me with the Hutch, let's get this storm through Hutch, and then we'll go back and revisit some video we had from the storms that went through Saline County and around Salina earlier. So the city of Hutch proper, you are still under a severe thunderstorm warning. The tornado warning does not include you. There was a spin up near Turon, and if something's going to redevelop, that's going to be, already well southeast of Arlington at this point, and is going to stay south of Hutch. So what you're seeing now and what you're probably being woken up to, hopefully you've turned us on and you're seeing Mother Nature start to put on a show. This storm has intensified. It has become more electrical as it continues to move east. And because this storm is kind of moving due east, we'll see how it holds together. I mean, this will go through Hutch and then over towards, Bueller and Burton and eventually rolling into Newton if it holds together. The southern end of this, if there's some more development down towards Pretty Prairie, if that is going to get into the city of Wichita, we're going to have to get a little more development off down to the south. And they're allowing that tornado warning probably to go all the way until the top of the hour just in case something redevelops here. But currently in Hutch, we're not getting damaging wind gusts. You're getting quite the electrical show. So far, the rain has not gotten to our camera. Remember, our camera is on Main Street at the First National Bank of Hutchinson. So that's where you're looking live on the right side of the screen. Let me roll this in motion over the past 30 minutes so you can watch this live as that line of thunderstorms roll through. And that's the outflow boundary. Okay, so that's already kind of moved through Hutch. And that's why I'm not really worried about any kind of tornado threat and not even a spin up on the leading edge of this. Now I'm starting to see the drops slide down on the camera lens on Main Street. So the rain is starting in Hutch. You can see it rolling into town. Okay, well, let me zoom in. Let me kind of stop this. We're going to zoom in hyper tight, kind of show you where the leading edge of the heaviest rain is as far as it's moving into town itself. So let's get in a little bit tighter here. Okay, let's get in even tighter. I'm going to get some streets. So there you go. There's Adams. There's Main Street. So the heavy rain is in the process of crossing Main Street, crossing Adams, as that's going to move right on in. So our camera is located on Main Street. We're looking live in Hutch. You can see the heaviest wall of water is already, you know, over on 4th Avenue there and over on South Whiteside. And that continues to move into the city. So we're going to see heavy rain. Got the drops now, but the heavy rain is going to be coming pretty soon. So far, our peak wind gust has not really been that high atop the First National Bank building in Main Street. What do we got so far? Only, what is that, 26? 26. I got to look at it over. Oh, you got it popped up for me. Thank you very much. So there's your 26 mile per hour wind gust. So this is the beauty of having the live Weather Now sensors. We got live measurement of the wind data, plus we got the live camera, so we can look at both of them for you. So we'll get this storm rolling over the top of you, and then we will get you back. Thank you so much for showing that. Yeah, without the wind data, you get a much better refresh rate. But yeah, okay. You can see we got a little shake and bake going on with the camera now. So we're finally starting to get some of the higher wind gusts.
41 right now.
Okay, we're now at 41. So the wind gusts have now come up to 41. Let's see how high it's going to go. Now, the record for our sensors is the one in Salina. We measured an 85 mile per hour wind gust about 2 years ago on that sensor live. So we're back up to a 41 mile per hour gust. You're seeing the visibility start to reduce now as the wall of the heaviest rain is moving over Hutchinson Live here. And there you go. There's the heavy rain coming over the past 30 minutes as it's making its way across Main Street. We're not to the heaviest yet, but it's picking up. There are your winds gusting to 41 miles per hour. You're watching this live on KAKE, courtesy of the Weather Now Network. It's 60 degrees. And in addition to that gust to 41 miles per hour, trust me, the temperature is going to start dropping too because the rain's going to be cooling things down. Over the past 30 minutes, I want you to see, here comes that outflow first, roll across town. And then now the rain is starting to fall, and our peak gust so far, 41 miles per hour. Got to admit, I was thinking we were going to get a higher gust than this. We're not quite done yet. We're going to get into the heaviest core of the rain here in Hutchinson. And we still have the tornado warning in effect for Reno County until 1:15. Now, that tornado warning was issued for a radar indication near Turon. There was never any confirmation of that. And then since that circulation dissipated very quickly, we've been cautious because around Arlington, we were thinking, you know what, based on where the outflow boundary comes back into the leading edge of the thunderstorm, we might redevelop another tornado, might redevelop another circulation. That has not happened. And now we just got the heavy rain. And honestly, it's been 60 and 41. Unless we see this twitch, I don't know if the camera's still on a line and maybe the weather sensor isn't. We will see because we're only maxed at 41 so far, 60 degrees, averaging 7 miles per hour. So we'll see if that wind direction or that temperature changes at all. If it doesn't in the next few minutes, the actual sensor may have gone offline here, but our camera is still live. So I tell you what, let's go back over to the live camera at this point. Okay, it twitched to 59, so it's still online, but just leave it down until we'll let you know if we get a little higher gust than 41. We're watching that. So you got the strongest part of the thunderstorm right on top of you, rolling through downtown Hutchinson. You're looking live courtesy of our Weather Now Network atop the First National Bank building, which is right on Main Street. So there's Main Street coming up through town. And this is the heaviest rain, so we kind of back the view out a little bit here. And as we do, it's just kind of a wall of water you're dealing with. Good news is, so far, we have not had damaging wind gusts. Notice the Weather Service has kind of updated that polygon. They've kind of, you know, trimmed up the west side of it, and still until 1:30, the potential for 60 mile per hour wind gust for mostly Reno County, but southern Rice County, and also just part of McPherson County. And that continues to track almost due east. So downstream is what? It is Harvey County. So this is your heads up for, you know, for Burton, for Halstead, over towards Newton. Unless we start to measure either on our sensor, because we're still peaked at 41. We're cooled down to 58 degrees. It's a 41 mile per hour wind gust. So unless we get either at this sensor or the sensor at the airport, a wind gust, you know, exceeding 65 miles per hour, it'll be interesting to see what the Weather Service does if they continue severe thunderstorm warnings or if they let this one expire and step down. As far as areas of circulation, we have not had any in quite a little while. The Weather Service, Hannah, the Weather Service hadn't said they're going to extend the tornado warning, have they? It looks like they're probably going to let it drop.
No, they said they're going to expire it, actually. So
okay, so
that's
some
good news.
Yeah, they're going to let it drop. We go back over the velocity mode of the radar here. We roll it, and yeah, there's no circulation here. If anything, it would just be wind gusts. It looks like 41 is still our peak, and the rain is cooling things down. It's down to 57 degrees now on Main Street, and it's just very heavy rainfall. And as far as the measurement of some of the other peak gusts, Hannah, notice you've got those up over the past hour.
Yes, there are kind of a variety of some wind gusts right now. We're still seeing 40, 45 plus mile an hour wind gusts still ahead of the storms coming up from the south. So some of us are still seeing those higher winds. But if you kind of notice, the wind gusts kind of drop off right where those storms have gone through. So once this kind of moves through, everything looks like it's going to be like calming down a little bit. So everything will kind of ease into our Wednesday a little bit more. It is 1 a.m. Wednesday now, so we are going to kind of start Wednesday off a little bit on the rocky side with high winds, all of these storms. But once those storms pass, looks like things get a lot calmer, so that is some good news. But I was checking the lightning earlier with the storm that was coming through Hutchinson. It really started to ramp up a little bit more with those lightning strikes. You can kind of see how some of them, the darker ones, are the ones that are kind of been there for a little bit, but the ones that are bright, kind of going right towards Hutchinson, you can see they really multiplied. We started to see an uptick in the electricity in this storm. So there is quite a lot of thunder. They are definitely getting a loud storm kind of moving through right now. So they are finally getting that light show that Salina had earlier. So I just saw wind gusts went up to 43 miles an hour. So sensor isn't broken, but we're just not seeing those really high winds with that storm right now. Jay?
And I think some of that is mitigated by the fact the outflow, which is here and down there through Kingman, the outflow is out ahead of the storm. That outflow is settling things down right at the surface. So we're sampling winds just on top of that layer. So the wind speeds on the radar indicated a little faster. So the line has to catch up with the outflow in order to get those winds down to the surface. I think that's what we're seeing now. And that's also probably why out of all these storms, I know it looks menacing from Chapman, east of Salina, down through McPherson County into Reno County. There's only one severe thunderstorm warning. And things are improving as far as the situation goes. But we could still see a few more severe thunderstorm warnings overnight tonight. And there's still a small possibility on the leading edge to get these little quick, brief, smaller end tornadoes. But as long as we get these outflows established and out ahead of everything, even that is going to settle down. Now, let's take you back to the storms that came through Saline County. Understand we've got video we can share with you from the storms that happened earlier tonight. Okay. Stephanie, when was this taken? 12:47 as storm number 2 was coming through Salina, because the first one that produced a tornado through Canopolis Lake was coming through earlier than this. And then this was what we were talking about, Hannah, just the incredible nature light show that was put on with this storm as it moved out of, near Canopolis Lake in Ellsworth County and was moving towards Salina. Oh, and I see you got another picture with hailstones.
Yes, I do. This was out of Salina too with that storm that came through with all that electricity. You can see that pretty nice size hail. I mean, about quarters, even larger than that. And this was around the Upper Mill Terrace in Salina. So there were areas in Salina that did get to see that larger hail. It just wasn't where Cameron was or towards other parts of Salina near the airport. It was kind of more into Salina that they saw those bigger hailstones fall out of the storm that was moving through. And there is reports of pea-sized hail in South Hutchinson right now. So we may get some more hail reports coming in closer down towards the metro area as that one storm is starting to move through. Still sticking at 43 miles an hour out in Hutchinson right now as it's blowing on through. Jay?
All right, thanks a lot. And you know what? Thank you so much, again, for sharing the pictures of the hail, for sharing your reports. If you want to make them even better, throw a golf ball in your hand with the hailstones. Maybe you got a quarter you can throw in there, a $50, because obviously, different sizes. But when you throw in a coin or a golf ball, that really helps us peg just how big that hail is. But we can't thank you enough for sharing. It's absolutely fantastic to get those reports in. Again, we get these hail reports, they get put back into the Weather Service. It's all part of the warning process. And we think, okay, So let's go back and let's show you with that. So we got a picture we can share of some hail. Okay, perfect. This is exactly what we were talking about. Stephanie, where did this come from? This came from Salina around the same time frame. This is perfect. You got the quarter laying there, you got the hailstone laying there, and you notice how it's really bumpy. It's a conglomerate. It's like a lot of little smaller hailstones have been fused together to make that bigger hailstone. So fantastic. Again, thank you so much for sharing that. That is perfect. You give us that size guide. That helps get those reports back into the Weather Service. And here's why that's very important, is because we can look at radar. And based on the state of the atmosphere, we've got a really good proxy for what we think is going to happen. But once we get those pictures, once we get those reports, we can really correlate. We can line up, okay, based on what the atmosphere is doing now, when we see this on the radar, we got a lot of confidence that we're going to get this size hail. We got a lot of confidence we're going to get this kind of wind report. So this is all critical as part of the warning process. So the tornado warning is gone. We only have one severe thunderstorm warning. And even when this one expires, doesn't mean we're done for the rest of the night. This was until 1:30, so we got 13 minutes to go, and then we're done with that. But other severe thunderstorm warnings are definitely possible. And Hannah, we still have the watches too.
Yes, we do still have those watches. We still have the tornado watch for most of south central Kansas, parts of north central Kansas as well until 7 a.m. And then you still have that severe thunderstorm watch until 3 a.m. for parts of northern Kansas. But you can already see they kind of trimmed off some of those far northern counties as these storms are moving through. We're going to kind of see that trend. Once the storm has passed some of these counties, we're going to start seeing these start to drop off a little bit. But until then, we have that tornado watch until 7 a.m. So these storms are something that we're going to be watching until it's completely out of the state here. So we might not be done with tornado warnings. There may be another brief spin up, but like we saw earlier, they issued that tornado warning and the tornado was gone within the next couple of minutes because of how fast it spun up.
Absolutely, and that's what we're going to be dealing with. We call them QLCS, but basically leading edge of line of thunderstorms, very quick, very brief tornadoes. And the reason the watch is until 7 o'clock in the morning, that's how long it's going to take for this thunderstorm complex to exit the watch area. Now keep in mind that watch area extends even east of KAKE. So as this storm line continues moving, the Weather Service is probably going to start canceling some of these watch counties out. So for like Wichita and Sedgwick County, I highly doubt that the tornado watch will last until 7 a.m. for this county. I'm sure the eastern edge of the watch area will probably last that long, but we're probably going to start to see, as this line continues to progress, the Weather Service will probably start letting some people off the hook and saying, okay, Ellsworth County, Rice County, as soon as things settle down a little more, we get the rain out of here, probably going to go ahead and let those counties drop them out of the watch area and just kind of keep an eye on this whole line of thunderstorms. Let's put it in motion for you over the past 30 minutes as it moves through Dickinson County, Saline County, now going to move into Marion. It's in McPherson now. That's going to sweep through Marion. What's moving out of Rice into McPherson, what's moving out of Reno, that's going to also move into parts of Harvey County, northern Sedgwick County. The $64,000 question is, see that outflow boundary that extends down towards Kingman? Is that going to become active? Are we going to see convection? Are we going to see thunderstorms develop all the way south, kind of like a zipper unzipping down that line? That's kind of iffy. That's not a guarantee that that's going to happen. But once that gets through Wichita, the chance for seeing a storm develop on the backside of that, it's not zero, but it's awfully lower. And as far as a severe thunderstorm that develops, that really kind of reduces that threat too. So we've cooled down to 53 degrees in Hutch. The heavy rain is still falling, but the western edge of Hutch is already starting to see improvement. Things are kind of starting to settle down now. And this warning is going to expire at 1:30. And I got to admit, Hannah, 1:30, let's go ahead and we'll stop the coverage, and then we'll get back on if we have some other severe thunderstorm warnings. But again, and I'm just curious, we haven't heard from Cameron in a while. Any update from Cameron? What's
Fun.
Oh, there he is. Hey, Cameron, how's it going? Where are you? What's going on, buddy?
Hey! Hey, what's up, guys? I've been listening to you the whole time, and look at this. I'm punching through a storm near Lindsborg. Drive back to Wichita. I figured I'd go a little closer because most of the storms seem like they're firing on the south end of the line. We saw those storms that Oh, that's always fun. Those storms that form kind of on the boundary, a little boundary riding going on, a little spin up tornado here and there. I mean, we're not done. We got to wait for this thing to get out of here. But I'm just punching through a nice little downpour right near Lindsborg on I-135 southbound. So I am, let's see, it's 1:20 a.m. I'll be back at KAKE at about 2:23 a.m. So I definitely still have some time. And I might time it out that line will come pretty close to Wichita. I mean, I'm sure we could all tell that it's going to be a close call. Is it actually going to make it into Wichita? Or is it going to just go a little north? All depends if storms fire down that boundary. And so far, they seem like that is not the case. But it's something we're going to watch. And honestly, like Jay said, new severe thunderstorm warning. Okay, there we go. Looks like I'm going to drive through a severe thunderstorm warning now. Ooh, that was a nice flash of lightning. Like Jay said, the tornado watch is probably not going to go until 7 a.m. in Wichita. My estimated guess is probably 3 or 4 a.m., and then they'll probably pull it. That's going until 7 a.m. That's the extreme, the extreme southern or southeast part of our area. But as you can see, the storms still are energetic. And as long as we can shove that outflow boundary, that little green line ahead of the storms, way removed from the storm, that's how you cut them off. You undercut the storms. And then when you undercut the storms, well, then you have a lesser tornado chance. So that's what we really want. But when the storms are very close to boundaries and they ride them, next thing you know, they're trying to spin up tornadoes again. So, we're not out of the woods quite yet. We still got quite a bit of time. But I thought I'd give Jay and Hannah a break from talking. And you guys get to see a little core punch fun driving through a heavy thunderstorm here in north central Kansas. Jay?
All right, fantastic. I appreciate you sharing that with us. And yes, while camera was talking, they issued a new severe thunderstorm warning. That warning encompasses parts of Butler, Harvey, Marion, McPherson, and Reno County until 2 in the morning. Again, the primary risk is going to be some wind gusts, maybe up to 60 miles per hour, and hail around quarter size. Remember, we have not seen any extremely large hail overnight tonight, but that warning has been extended. So at this point, we're going to kind of step down. There's no reason for the continuous. We're down to severe thunderstorm warnings. We haven't had damaging wind gusts at this point, even though we have warnings in effect. So we're going to get updates during some of the breaks. So keep it right here on KAKE. Thanks for joining us.
Or any other
Hey there, Brenda.
It's Carol.
Exactly. So which leg are we on?
And good morning. Jay and Hannah, we're here keeping an eye on the severe thunderstorms for you. Fortunately, it is just severe thunderstorm warnings at this point. Well, let me get over and click the right button so I can show you exactly what the warnings are at this point. So we got 2 different storms under polygons. The first one does include Dickinson County, and that severe thunderstorm warning has been issued by the National Weather Service out of Topeka. It's for Dickinson. It's also for Gary Morris and Riley County. That's until 2 a.m. for the potential for some hail up to about quarter size. And then for Marion County and for the eastern half of McPherson and Newton and the rest of Harvey County, that is until 2 in the morning, and just the extreme northwest corner of Butler County. We're going to zoom in here. We're going to start with the southernmost storm that's moving from, near Newton already through McPherson. This line is an outflow boundary. The big question is, will we see thunderstorms develop along it or just behind it? So far, that has not been the case. And the biggest threat is going to be maybe some wind gusts to about 60 miles per hour. Let's slide on up to the north, that heavy rain moving through Tampa, and then we get into Dickinson County between Chapman and Navarre, already along and off to the east of K43. Now for greater Wichita, here's the $64,000 question. There is that outflow boundary now, already through Mount Hope, moving through Andale as we speak. If it gets through on the backside, there's still a chance a shower or thunderstorm could develop, but the farther and farther it gets away to the east, that chance starts to go down. So keep it right here on KAKE, and we'll keep you updated throughout the night. Hi, meteorologist Jay Prater here. Along with Hannah Dennis, we continue to track a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. Now, the good news is we're on the downhill swing here. We still have the severe thunderstorm warning and tornado watch. We've got the tornado watch in place until 7 a.m., but honestly, it's not going to last that long for Sedgwick County. So the warnings that we have for Dickinson County until 2 a.m., and then for Marion, it's almost out of McPherson County, and it's really weakening in Harvey County. That's until 2 a.m. Here's that outflow boundary. Could there be some thunderstorms develop on the backside of it? It's not zero, but it is a small risk. Let's go to our meteorologist, Hannah Dennis, with a look at how they've been trimming some of the watch counties off the western side.
Yes, they have been trimming some of the severe thunderstorm watches. You can kind of see it's mainly towards just the northeast portion of the state. They did take a few counties out of the tornado watch. Saline County is now not under a tornado watch anymore. We're probably going to see this get trimmed up a little bit more as we go into this morning as those storms are passing through. But as we're going more into these early morning hours on this Wednesday, we're seeing more and more of these starting to get trimmed up, which is good, which means we're probably not going to see this tornado watch last all the way until 7 a.m. Jay?
All right, thanks a lot. So again, we've got a couple of warnings here. Overall, the trend has been weakening, and it's approaching 2 in the morning. And in April, that means that Frank Waugh has entered the building. So we're going to be making that handoff to Frank. Frank's going to take it from here and take it through GMK. Thanks for keeping it on KAKE.
In-home design.
Good morning, KAKE Land. Meteorologist Frank Waugh here with you in the KAKE First Alert Weather Center. We got a new warning, so maybe your phone just went off, maybe your weather radio just went off, and this does include Metro Wichita. Here's KAKE First Alert Doppler. Let's take you in and show you. This is the new warning. Now, there's the possibility we could get some wind gusts out of this, maybe to about 60 miles per hour, possibly some quarter-size hail. That would be 1 inch. Now, we've had some reports kind of on the west side of Wichita of pea-size coming down out around Colwich. That was sent into my Facebook page this morning. This is all kind of redeveloping here. The line really kind of moving to the north and then seeing redevelopment kind of along that front there, and these showers and storms pushing into Sedgwick County, down into Sumner County, Butler County as well. Now, up around Valley Center and Park City, west of I-135 there, that's probably where we're going to see some of that larger hail, and that's going to be pushing up into Reno County before long. But again, this severe thunderstorm warning does include Metro Wichita. There is a lot of lightning with this, so you are going to be noticing that. If you are here in Wichita, you're going to be hearing that thunder, so maybe you're waking up wanting to know what is going on. So yes, the storm is severe, kind of on the lower end of that severe weather spectrum. So again, take those precautions, stay away from the windows, that sort of thing. The rain is just now really starting to come down here at the KAKE studio. They have been trimming the watches quite a bit. So the tornado watch really trimmed back going until about 7 a.m. I think eventually we'll see more trimming on this, but a new tornado watch has been issued down into Oklahoma, and that one's actually going to go until 10 a.m. Here's our view from high atop the Garvey Center. We got our camera pointed to the southwest as these storms are rolling in. Yes, I know it looks ominous. We got kind of some low cloud cover here. Got some pretty good lightning as well, and again, some driving rain. Now, I tell you, we need the rain. That's a good thing. We could do, though, without any of the severe weather stuff that might accompany this. So again, rolling into Metro Wichita, if you're just tuning in, we do have that severe thunderstorm warning here for Sedgwick County, and let me get the time on that one. That one goes until 3:30. So we've got about, let's see, 36 minutes or so here for that warning. Again, that also does include Butler County. That storm moving to the northeast at about 65 miles per hour. Let's go to the other side of the building. We are looking to the northeast over the epicenter here. Again, pretty good lightning in Wichita as that rain comes down. I'm going to back you up here just a little bit. There is that tornado watch, severe thunderstorm watch further up the road into northeast Kansas. And here's one more look at the radar as those storms are tracking to the northeast, about 65 miles per hour. So I do think these are going to clear Wichita pretty quick. And then we're really going to be watching for kind of south and east of the Kansas Turnpike additional storms this morning. That could pack a punch when it comes to large hailstones and some high wind gusts. And again, this warning goes until 3:30 could be quarter-sized hail. That's 1 inch. And then that minimum criteria, and wind gusts may approach that 60-mile-per-hour mark. So we're going to continue to monitor those storms as they track to the north and east. Keep it right here on KAKE all morning long. We'll have more updates for you throughout Good Morning Kansas. That starts at 4:30. And also get the KAKE First Alert weather app and shout at kake.com. We're going to get you back to your programming, and I'll be back here on the air if necessary.
For
Good morning, KAKE Land. The time now about 3:08. A new severe thunderstorm warning coming out. So maybe your weather radio, maybe your KAKE First Alert weather app alerting you to that. We want to give you an update. I'm also, we haven't done this a long time. I'm streaming live on my Facebook page. If you want to see a little behind the scenes action here this morning, keep me company while we're babysitting the radar. And they've just adjusted the warning as well. So let's take you into South Central Kansas, put it into motion for you. This is the line of thunderstorms tracking to the east. And I tell you what, we put out a video this morning, or I put it out on Facebook and Twitter at about 2:35 or so, talking about the possibility of some storms kind of getting a second wind here, and that's what's happening. We've got some storms here. Now, these are so far kind of on the lower end of the severe weather spectrum here, but we're looking at storms that could produce some hailstones, possibly to the size of quarters, and some wind gusts to around 60 miles per hour. Let's take you in a little bit closer, and we're going to try to move the map around here just a little bit. See if we can move the map here. Here we go. All right, so here's Metro Wichita, kind of at the bottom of your screen. So Furley to Whitewater, Elbing going to be moving through Potwin, Benton, knocking on the door of Towanda as this moves into northwestern Butler County. That could produce some of those larger hailstones right around Whitewater, and then kind of between, let's say, Furley and Keachai could see some. That warning goes until 3:30. Now, they haven't quite, they've kind of notched it out there for Marion County. We'll see. They will probably extend that up into Marion and Chase County eventually. This one here is a pretty big one. Now, what's up with these big warnings, you might be asking? Well, this cell is down here around Belle Plaine, and this one here is a little more robust when it comes to the reflectivity. So some very heavy rain and potentially some lightning down there in the Belle Plaine area. Now, this warning is so large because these storms are rocketing here kind of to the north and east, 60, 65 miles per hour. That's motion. Actually, they said on that one 70 miles per hour. Quarter-sized hail, the most likely threat with this. And this one here is going to go until 3:45. Let's take you in a little closer. Belle Plaine up toward Mulvane, down toward Riverdale, Cicero crossing 35 here before long. It's going to be here and gone pretty quick. When you're rolling at 70, you're going to be moving pretty quick there as those storms are tracking to the northeast. Let's zoom it out a little bit. You get further down into Sumner County. This may eventually see in a few spots there into Sumner County between Wellington and Caldwell. May see some of those higher wind gusts. And now let's take you in a little bit up the line. So this is Marion County into Chase County, beautiful Cottonwood Falls, Strong City area, Matfield Green. The Flint Hills going to love this moisture as they've been doing quite a bit of burning. But as far as Metro Wichita goes, let's zoom you right back in over the Metro. I mean, we're pretty much clear, but Andover getting it. This is going to be moving into Augusta before long. Let's jump ahead here and kind of show you the tornado watch. Now, they've trimmed it a little bit more. Kingman Harper out of it now. We're going to see it trim back a little bit more, but down into Oklahoma, they have adjusted that warning down, or that watch down there, excuse me. See if I can get the toolbar off. There we go. They've adjusted that watch down there until 10 a.m. Here's our view in Metro Wichita right now. We're kind of looking back to the southwest, but I tell you what, the storms are moving so fast, they've kind of passed over us. Still seeing some lightning. Let's go to the other side of the building. So this is on the Garvey Center downtown. We're looking to the northeast now, kind of up the line into Marion and Butler County to our north and east, and Harvey County as well. Pretty good lightning with this, so maybe you're just waking up, and hopefully you did get those alerts if you needed them this morning. So kind of looking to the northeast this morning. Okay, so severe thunderstorm warning 3:30 and 3:45 respectively for those two warnings. Quarter-size hail, the most likely threat. We did have some hail here at the Cake Studio, but it was closer to pea size, smaller than nickels, I think, in all cases. Stay on top of this Cake First Alert weather app. Use that interactive radar. Watch our coverage there as well. Get that forecast. And I will have more updates here on Cake throughout the morning. Make sure you tune in to GMK. Starts at 4:30.
Okay.
Good morning, Cakeland. Meteorologist Frank White here with you in the Cake First Alert Weather Center. Got a couple of new warnings, and we talked about that just a few minutes ago, that we may see a new one come out. So let's break this down for you, kind of show you what is going on. So new warning now for Sumner County. We got this very large one that covers Sumner, portions of Butler, the northwest corner of Cowley County, and then into Butler County. And these storms moving to the east pretty quick and northeast. Now, they were moving to the northeast at about 60 and 70 miles per hour. Now, the overall eastward movement now is maybe not quite that high. Metro Wichita, we are now kind of done, at least that's the thinking right now for the time being when it comes to these storms. They have kind of moved to the east. But Andover, pretty much done. Knocking on the door of Augusta, Derby to Mulvane, and then also El Dorado. And I should mention, if you want to see a little behind the scenes, you can go to my Facebook page. Check it out. Search for Frank Waugh. I have a live video going so you can see kind of what it looks like behind the scenes as we do this. Belle Plaine down to Wellington, Perth, and Caldwell. Honeywell down there, probably getting a little moisture as well. That's tracking to the east. Again, in this line here, you could see some quarter-size hail. That is 1 inch in diameter, maybe some gusty winds out of this. There is a lot of lightning in it. That warning right there, let me get the check on that. That one there is going to go until, what do we got, 3:45. And another one there for 3:30. Further up the line, we got the remnants of the original warning there in northwestern Butler County. So Potwin, Whitewater area headed up towards DeGraff. South of Marion's kind of where the heaviest stuff is. That's getting ready to move into Chase County. And then eventually you get out into Greenwood County. You will see some more. They've trimmed the watch quite a bit. So the green here is the tornado watch, and that goes until 7 a.m. And I do think we'll see it trimmed back a little bit more. We're looking to the southwest from high atop the Garvey Center in downtown Wichita. Quite a bit of cloud cover and some lightning. We go to the other side of the building, kind of looking to the east and northeast. I mean, look at all of this lightning. Meteorologist Cameron Venable, he was just in and he just headed out and commented about the fact that there is a ton of lightning in this. Also commenting about the hail we had here at the Cake Studio, kind of pea-sized hail this morning. So you can see them there at the bottom of your screen. We've got those severe thunderstorm warnings going for another 20, 25 minutes in some cases this morning, and we may get some warnings, especially south and east of the Kansas Turnpike. You can track them with the Cake First Alert weather app, and of course here on air. You can follow us on Facebook and Twitter at KAKE.com, and I'll have more updates throughout the morning coming up on Good Morning Kansas. We start at 4:30.
88.
Good morning, Cakeland. The time now 3:39 on this Wednesday morning. We're still tracking some storms, some of which severe. This is the motion of them. It really looked like Wichita would be bypassed by it, but we got this nice little line forming, dropping a little bit of beneficial rain. I know many of you would have liked a little bit more, but some of these are trying to drop something other than rain, and that is some hailstones, potentially to the size of quarters. So let's zoom in. Metro Wichita right now, we're still pretty quiet at this point. The line has moved through, but still down around Derby and Mulvane, getting a little bit of activity. This is the new warning here. This goes until 4 a.m., so we've got about 20 more minutes or so with this one, and a brand new warning now issued for Lyon County. Now, Lyon County is technically out of our coverage area, but this zone right up here, now we're just east of K177. This is gorgeous territory, but it's also sparsely populated, especially out here east, out around east of Matfield Green. So driving on the Kansas Turnpike, not going to be real fun for a while. Could get some hail out of that. But I tell you what, if you've never driven up that 177 drive through Chase County, you're missing out. It is awesome. Sumner County, Belle Plaine to Wellington, down to South Haven, getting some thunderstorm activity. Caldwell looks like you're pretty much quiet and dry at this time. New severe thunderstorm warning being issued down in Oklahoma. Cowley County, it's knocking on the door for you. Oxford starting to get some. Northwestern Cowley County seeing a little bit Let's zoom things down here just a little bit so we can kind of get an idea of what's downstream or upstream, depending on how you look at it here. As this moves toward Winfield, North City, yes, eventually I do think you're going to get some heavy rain out of this, maybe a little bit of hail. But right now, the stuff across Sumner County not looking quite as potent as it once was. We'll see if they extend that warning out or not. Tornado watch, it does go until 7 a.m. But I tell you what, the tornado threat has dropped quite a bit. It's not out of the question. You don't still get a brief spin up along that line, but the tornado threat dropping off quite a bit. We're looking at a lot more of kind of a hail and wind threat. Those hailstones may be up to the size of quarters, and we'll see. We will likely see that trimmed before long. We're looking to the southwest from high atop the Garvey Center, and now we're looking to the northeast, and we'll turn the camera a little easterly eventually, catch more of that lightning. A lot of lightning in this. Again, severe thunderstorm warnings persisting, but kind of on the lower end of that severe weather spectrum. Remember, you can track it with the KAKE First Alert Weather app. And I'm going to have more updates throughout the morning here on KAKE. And make sure you tune in to Good Morning Kansas. We start at 4:30. Good morning, KAKE Land. Meteorologist Frank Waugh here with you in the KAKE First Alert Weather Center. I'm back. New warning issued. Some of you, maybe your weather radio is going on for the first time this morning. You're tuning in saying, what's going on? Well, Greenwood County now included in this, Elk County included in this, Cowley County, and Butler County. Big old warning here. Possibility is we could see some hailstones to about the size of quarters. That is 1 inch, maybe some wind gusts, 50 to 60 miles per hour. Now, it's not completely out of the question. You don't end up with an embedded brief spin up type tornado in this, but that tornado threat dropping off quite a bit. Metro, Wichita, all this is to the east of us. Seeing some of the brighter colors up there in Chase County, moving into moving into Lyon County, out of the Flint Hills there. That's where you could see some of that larger hail, maybe to the south of Cassidy there, and then also down into portions of Sumner County, Cowley County, getting some of that heavy rain. Oxford to Winfield, seeing some of that. They've just dropped the tornado watch for Sedgwick County. Should be able to sleep a little easier here in the metro if you're going back to bed. I'll have more updates for you here on KAKE.
Right away.